You're watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Okay, everybody, here we are live, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. Let me go ahead and get my co-host pulled up here real quick. As you know, I'm Rebecca Benningfield, and let's go ahead and bring Samuel Hofman in onto the show. Hey, Sam. How are you?
I am fine. How are you?
Perfect.
Yes,
I'm doing great.
Back again for another.
I know. Show. I could already see.
Show number 40, right?
Yeah, I'm going to start numbering them. I should have done it all along, but hey, why not start today? So right. Number 40 is our number for today's show count. So
I saw
I'm
that
happy.
on the pre-post.
Yeah, let's get Jesus in here. Hey, Jesus. He
Hello,
was
everybody.
there on the very first show. We were talking about how this is show number 40.
Number 40 already, yeah.
And
I was counting them last Tuesday, and it was up to 38, so Saturday 39.
Right. Right. Yeah, so I'm gonna start numbering them on our, our thumbnails. So, but I'll always cherish our first video. I always will. I love it. So let's go ahead and get the others up here. And we have Christoper Kuchuris.
Hi, everybody.
Yes. Hey,
hello,
Christopher.
Congratulations on your 40th show.
I know. Thank you. Because it's gone by fast, really, since October is when we started. But it's exciting. We're just getting started too. So, and last but not least is our friend Jillian Watson in Scotland.
Hi, everybody.
Jillian. Well, let's go ahead and look at the comment section and see who is all here. It looks like a big group already.
Lots
number
of scrolling.
1, experimental. Whoop whoop. I love that. Experimental elemental number 1. She got here much earlier, about 1:15, a few hours ago. And she said she needed more coffee at that time. Yeah, me and you both. So it's never enough. And then we have T. Racy. Hi, T. Racy.
Hello, T. Racy.
Have you here also.
Also regular.
And Master J, a.k.a. J-Man G. Cool. I'm happy you're here, Master J.
Yes, waking up the masses. Absolutely.
Exactly.
That's what we're trying to do.
That's what we do best. And Pete is here. Hey, Pete. Good to see you. And our
Pete.
friend, our group cheerleader, Carol Ann, is here.
Hi, Carol.
I'm always happy to see her. And Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Good evening.
Hi, Nicole.
Nicole is going to be with us. As far as I know, she'll be here this Saturday with us. So we get that to look forward to. I'll have Nicole back. That'll be her second visit with us. So that's exciting. And Maria is here, our friend in Alaska with the beautiful mountains. Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
Hi, Maria.
And our good friend Rodney is here. Good deal. I'm always happy to see Rodney. And always happy to see Brendan. He's always here too. We have so many good regulars that are just so faithful and loyal. It's so great. And our good friend Katie Joe. Hey, Katie Joe.
Hey.
Hi, Katie.
New Jersey. And she told me that she's going to be making a Sky group herself, to be a sister site for our group. So she's going to help carry on this information and, I think focus on the Northeast, states for people. So that's
nice.
Awesome. Very good. Another group is always great.
I'm totally going to join that one.
I know it. I'm excited. I told her I'd help. Audrey is here from South Africa. It's 3 a.m. Do you ever sleep, Audrey?
Wow.
I wonder when she sleeps. She's 2 hours ahead of me, and I wonder when I sleep already.
I know. You're up all night. I stay up till 4 a.m. on average, so I'm there with you guys. Sabrina is here. Hello, Sabrina. And my good friend Tracy Moses is here. She's a fellow Oklahoman, not too far from me. So I'm happy Tracy is here. Me and her go way back to the very beginning, almost. She's been helping with my group since day one, practically. So I appreciate you, Tracy. And who else? Oh, we have a Facebook user. I'm not sure who you are, but hello and good deal. I'm glad you're here. I'll look and see in a moment. Wow, it just keeps going. You guys are.
Andrea, hello.
And is here. Hi, Andrea.
Facebook user. I'm not sure who you are, but hello as well.
Yes.
I just had a very strong whiff of vanilla. Who's wearing vanilla?
Not me. Not me,
not
but
my
Claudette
house,
is here.
I'm smelling like vanilla hand lotion or something.
Not vanilla, but I'm wearing cologne today. I don't know if that maybe that's
I smooth. The names all of a sudden, and it's not here now, but just a minute ago, I was smelling vanilla.
Hello, Facebook user, and Gray Guy is here. I knew Gray Guy was going to be here. He's always here, so good, perfect. And
that was right about when Sabrina is drinking vanilla Starbucks coffee right now, and that was right about the time she were talking about her.
That we talked about Sabrina
smelling vanilla. It's like, where did that come from?
Oh, weird.
Oh wow,
okay.
Vanilla Starbucks.
Hey, Egg, my friend Egg is here.
Yeah, because it's not in the house now. I don't smell it now, but I mean, it was like overpowering,
just passing through.
Like vanilla.
Just a whiff.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I love the smell of vanilla.
I'm not sure who this is, but they say Katie Joe. Okay. Anyway, hi, Facebook user. And another is New Zealander. Hi, welcome. And one more Facebook user. If you want to reveal your name on Facebook, you can type this in streamyard.com/Facebook, and it'll ask you for a one-time approval to reveal your identity, and then you don't have to remain anonymous unless you want to be anonymous. Either way, okay? But now you know how to show your name. But I lost Jillian. I think, yeah, we did. Well, she'll be back. But welcome, everybody. So
typically pops in and out sometimes.
Yeah, I know it. I do know. But yeah, this is the group for tonight. We have a big group already. Several people already watching. So it was wonderful. I want to start by showing you that video that Sam was talking about from our friend Tony in Switzerland. Imagine this being your backyard.
Oh, geez,
that's basically his backyard.
Every time I see his videos, I'm so jealous. It's so absolutely beautiful.
Look at that, guys.
His view of the system also is absolutely phenomenal.
That straight line, of course, is the bottom of Nepesity in the middle, and then we're looking at Attu's moon and Attu, followed by Uri behind them. I saw Nepesity today when I went into town early morning in the north sky. Between the whole thing, so that was interesting, and it was, a guy was asking me about voting something, signing a petition for Missoula County, but and then he got done, and I said, well, no thanks, and I didn't agree with what he wanted me to sign for, and then I said, well, do you see that planet overhead? And then he sort of didn't have time for me after that, but yeah, that is the bottom of Nepesity right there in front of us, dead center, with that little weird upward wisp. And the asteroids beside it, I believe, are the big three in the front right there at the bottom at the white edge. So, yeah, that matches.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
I believe that he did colorize a little deeper, because if you look at the shack on the side and the green of the mountain on the far side, right and left, that he added more color to his camera.
Yeah,
or it could be
but the curves there are undeniable.
You can see those perfect curves.
And unbelievable,
almost
sky.
That striped effect. Did you say if Nepesity was back behind there by chance, or did you say
in the center? It's in the center.
Yeah, I thought so, because look at those little lines.
Yeah, the little wispies.
You see them.
That flat edge. Attu's moon, of course, is in front of it on the left, and then on the right hand side, the Saturn yellow moon is in front of it. But Nepesity is actually back in the background behind Yuri. And as we continue on our turn underneath and to the right hook underneath Nibiru and its Saturn here as the time progresses. And then our view of Nepesi, we're going to be staring her in the face where Atu and Yuri are going to move farther to our north. And this is after rotation continues in the 180-day cycle, midsummer, etc.
Cool.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
See.
Hey,
That's awesome.
John. Good to
John,
have you here. Yeah, that'd just be a great still shot right there. You know, I need to go back and
Unbelievable
get that.
colors.
Yes.
And you know, anybody tell me, has anyone ever seen a sky like this in your entire life? No. You know.
No.
No.
Yeah, and that's just
Never.
another example. You know, the blue is the real sky, and the rest of everything. So I should say the light blue is the real sky, and everything else is planet.
That's a simply stunning, gorgeous picture.
I had a visit today with a checker at the grocery store, and see, she was 9 years old when this system arrived. So for her, she really doesn't recall a time before.
Wow.
You know, I could tell by the look on her face.
I was just gonna say that unless you're young,
Yeah.
these aren't normal skies, you know. But if you're the younger generation, this is all you've seen, so it's confusing. I saw somebody on your live, Rebecca, today say, "Well, isn't that just a sky?" I'm like, no, it's.
I tried to see how old the person was on their profile.
Yeah, like maybe to you this is the normal sky, but this is not normal sky. You know, this is all you know. But for us older folks, we know we grew up in a time where the skies looked nothing like this. You know, dark blue. You know, popcorn clouds, very uneventful. You know, so
it wasn't even dark blue. It was light
it was
blue.
just that lovely pale blue. I always wondered when the sky would go back to normal.
Straight out. Everywhere you looked, it was pale blue with little clouds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now it's nothing.
And you think you're nuts because you remember it like that.
Right. And the notion itself of, you know, there's some people out there that they've never seen a sky other than what we're seeing now. It's just incredible.
And the size of the sun, too. Don't forget the size of the sun was a lot smaller, you know, and prior, even 2008 and 10 and 11, it was much smaller. It's like a 50-cent piece in the sky in the northern hemisphere up here in Montana. Now you get farther down to where like Christoper lives in Nevada, or you go down to Mexico and stuff, and of course the sun got bigger, but then it was the size of a tennis ball or so. But now we've got this big huge beach ball sized thing in the sky, and people think, oh, that's just the sun. Well, no, it's not.
That's two suns.
And also we have that problem too, where most people really don't find it interesting to look up at the sky. My brother just made a comment yesterday that just, to me, it's appalling, but it's actually more common. You know, he tells me, I don't know how you do it. He says, I just can't bring myself to look up at the sky. It's just so boring. I'm like, you have no idea what you're missing. Man. You have no idea. But he doesn't see it. So
I came into the playroom and Theo found his squeaker toy, his Ziggy. He shredded Ziggy. Ziggy's got one ear and the squeak left.
No,
one ear and a squeak.
It does seem like Skywatchers are just like a separate breed of their own. You know, it's either you are or you're definitely not. It's
you're either obsessed or you don't like watching it. I can't fathom or wrap my head around the fact that somebody does not like looking at the sky. It just blows my mind,
Yeah, they walk like that, their heads down.
So I made a new TikTok. I thought we'd take a peek at it real quick today. So something fun and different.
Got to see any of those.
Okay, well it's really short, but here we go. Let's see.
Drum roll.
I love it already.
Perfect.
It's just so quick. Look at that. Now that's a fast message for you. Well done.
Oh my gosh. I love
No,
that clip. Yeah, I love
and
that little
I
clip.
gotta love Jack Black's version of
Yeah, it's all
Britney's
over
song.
TikTok right now. So I
Yeah,
had
it
to
is.
hop on board and use that song so we can get
Yeah.
some views just for
Mhm.
using that song, basically.
That was a perfect video. I
Right.
think that video is just
Yeah.
great for waking up a lot of people. I mean, if you
Right.
don't see that, I just don't. I
That's
can't
just
help.
it.
No
Since
Jack
I've
Black.
been, what's that, Sam?
I didn't know Jack Black had done a cover tune of it. I didn't know until just now.
Yeah, brand new. It's like they just
Okay,
released it a
okay.
day or two ago.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
You know?
Right, right. But yeah, since I've been doing more lives on TikTok, I mean, definitely people are having a way better understanding. I've noticed, when
Oh my God,
they're
I hope
seeing
so.
how big they are, meaning how close they are. They're seeing it. So I can tell.
I think your 30 days, 30 days and 30 lives has been really successful so far, Rebecca.
It has.
Even
It
me,
really
just from
has.
hanging out there for, little short times, I've gained like 40 followers and on my Facebook just from your mentions,
That's
and
nice. Yeah.
that's just a minimal effort,
Yeah, I've picked up about 1,700 new followers
Yeah.
in the
I
last
see
10
that a
days.
lot of people have been
So,
stopping by. A lot of people have been asking questions. Yeah, it's been interesting to see that. TikTok really does work. It is a good platform to get this going. So long as you don't have the algorithm messing with your videos. You were telling me they took down 3 of those videos.
yeah, I definitely do have. Yeah, they do mess with me. I mean, I definitely think I'm censored. So
Unfortunately, that is a problem also
Mhm.
on TikTok.
yeah,
But again, quick mention that we won't have that problem on our platform. So if you guys want, if you guys are sick and tired of the censorship, sick and tired of being told what you can and can't talk about, maybe here soon in the next month, 2 months, we won't be up and running on the platform. So, coming soon,
great.
guys.
It's gonna be great because mainly I think the free speech part is great, but also just the us having all of this information under one site. All of my videos, all of yours, all of Sam's, all of all of the pictures that we can pull together. It's gonna be nicely organized. What more could you ask for? Before you used to have to search multiple sites and piece it all together. So all the hard work has been done.
It's
now
gonna
we
be
can just
really nice.
make
Yeah, it's
it
gonna be
easy
really nice
for people, easier. Hello, Facebook user. Good, you're here. I'm glad you're here. I'm not sure who it is, but welcome.
Well, hi,
I see Robin. Hi, Robin.
Robin. Hello.
So let's go ahead and
Stop chewing plastic.
had to go through my Google Photos. Mainly, I was trying to get things for Rocket Man, things that he is needing, and he's not going to be with us tonight because he stubbed his toe and broke his little toe. And you know how painful that is, so he's just going to prop his feet up. And yeah, I do too. And there's nothing you can do but tape it to the toe beside it. There's nothing you can do. So
yeah, but I asked him as well how he was because the last time he hadn't been feeling well. So, and then I've been trying to find out about our bios that we have to give him. So,
right. Good job.
Then he told me he broke his toe and he sounded very gurney about it, the person. I wish him healing. I hope he's watching.
So busy.
We miss you.
It's hard to work. Sorry, Jillian. Sorry.
It's okay. I was just saying we miss him and we hope he's okay.
We do. Right. Because I know how hard he works. Like nonstop, really. And it's hard to work when your foot hurts. So
hard to work when you hurt at all.
Right.
Hey, I think I figured it out. Are you seeing that, Rebecca? Are you getting that on backstage? I don't know if I'm.
What are we doing?
Is it coming up? Hang on. There's a video that I added that it's kind of telling me I've been kind of
sure did.
Is it on there? Okay, that's awesome. I think I figured it out.
Oh, this is
oh my word! Look at that.
You did a good job.
Yes, nice. Okay, this is gonna be much easier now. Okay,
Yes.
all right. Yeah, so I guess it's from what we've been using it. Now it's actually prompting me and telling me how to do it. So I
Cool.
guess
What is
that's-
that?
What did you
Yeah,
do to
yeah.
make that happen?
That's the yellow moon right there.
It just came up with the present. That icon has not been here before, and now it's on here.
Okay.
I
I
do
could
see
just
present.
and then it takes me to my videos, and then
Yeah.
I could click on it, and then it takes it backstage first, and then you. Okay, that's gonna be
Okay.
fun. That should be fun.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, cool. Christopher, do you have that option?
No.
I'm curious.
Where do you see it?
Okay.
It's down by it's down at the very bottom of the screen
Okay.
where it
Okay.
says
Mute.
mute studio, stop cam, mute settings, and then it has a little plus sign, and then it says present.
I've
No, I
got
don't have
slides,
that.
video file, and share screen.
No,
Okay, so I have mute, stop cam, settings, present, and invite.
I've got stream this to your audience.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one is you can add it to YouTube or some kind of platform.
Yeah, I'm
Or
Or you add them into YouTube, but this was a cool
That is
pass right here.
awesome.
That was a really cool pass.
So
Oh my
you
gosh,
sent that
guys.
to, Rebecca like that?
Look, you can see the right there. You can see the delineage of it and where you were. The blue sky is. I didn't mean to interrupt what your picture in, but I was like, I wonder what this button does.
Right. No.
Right, you
now you
might
can
as well
send me
test
all
it.
the videos
That's
you
so
want,
cool.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
So
Please
that
help me.
makes it a little easier.
Okay,
I
so
wish Christopher's
we can
worked
ease
like
up
that.
the
I
workload
know,
on you.
maybe it'll pop up here, but you know,
Right.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Maybe
That'd be helpful.
It's not that icon has not been there, but I guess I've been trying to mess with it recently. Maybe it kind of came up because I've been trying to figure it out. But all right, well, that's good to know.
Awesome.
So
great.
I'm gonna go cut pizzas. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna remove that. Let's see.
Yeah, we got a like a little Android pad, you know, but I can't even get on the internet with it, so it's
shoot.
pretty much a paperweight.
Sorry, I think I removed Jesus by accident.
Oh, that's
So
okay.
he'll be back in a moment. My bad, Jesus. I was trying to get Jillian back, and look what happens. Anyway,
Right.
I'll go ahead and pull up some pictures because what I was
Wow.
saying was I had to go through my Google Photos to get some things rounded up for Rocket Man, and I can't help it. I started saving, old pictures I hadn't seen in a while, so I could
Right?
have
that
them
must
close
be awesome
by.
when you come up on an older photo and it's like,
Yes.
I've seen this one in a minute. Or
Oh
This is
boy, here's
incredible.
Jillian. Hi, Jillian. I lost Jesus.
Find out something
also.
else.
Did you figure it
Yeah,
out?
we press little buttons down there and we end up getting like beeped
yeah,
out.
that's what I was
So
afraid of, you know?
Uh-huh.
don't
Well-
press the button.
Let me check on Jesus real quick.
Okay.
Make sure lets him know that surely I thought he'd be back. Oh, there he
Right.
is. I hear
No,
him.
he's probably having a field day with the new button, right?
Hey, sorry,
Yeah,
Jesus.
I-
I did that.
You did that? Okay. All right.
Uh-huh.
Did that.
I was trying to close out the video.
I think we
your
got the same DNA. Press the button. See what
I
it
was like,
does.
okay, so I fixed one thing and then broke another thing. So okay, so all right,
No, it was me.
got
But
it.
here is one of the pictures I came across today. Now, most of these are from in my Google Photos, the 2020 time frame, so 3 years ago. But still, it's a phenomenal picture.
Still a good picture.
I know.
Yeah.
It's still Isatum and Nibiru. And, the perfect curve, perfect shadow says it
Yes.
all, really.
See how the sunlight is actually coming up underneath it. You could pretty much tell how the light is just working its way underneath the curve. So that's always a tau sign, guys. But
Right. I know. It's like, well, it's like once you see it, you really do see it. It just jumps out at you, and then they're constantly there. So
this picture, every time I see it,
That-
I'm just in complete it's just
Mhm.
wow.
That's
absolutely.
real.
Wow.
Look at that
Yes.
thing.
I know. I mean, you'd think it's just a storm cloud or something. It looks kind of stormy, doesn't it? But
you would imagine to see mountains under where it's all puffy like that, like
yes.
the clouds of like somebody's making a cake or something, and it's like cooled. I don't know how to explain it, but it looks like textured surface, surface.
I just want to say hi to Luna. Hey, Luna Rose. How do we tell what is sky versus a planet? This is a good example right here.
There was a question on TikTok as well today. I don't know if Luna was the one asking it on TikTok. I don't know, but I know somebody asked us the very same question on TikTok right before I left.
Awesome. Let's take a sidetrack here, and let me pull up some slides that break it down, a little bit more, and then you'll be a pro at it here in just a moment. So hang on just a second.
Is with gray black sunglasses, and you look for the dark areas first, and then you work your way to the light. And that definite rounded edge that you're looking at right before us here shows you, and that's what most of your sightings first are going to prompt you by. You're going to catch this big rounded edge, and then you define the sky between the horizon. You go, okay, the horizon is the normal color, and then you look at the area that's really, really dark, and you'll. The thing is, they fill the sky. They're huge. They're way bigger than your head is going to tell you at first. But once you figure that out, wherever are you going to see them?
I got it back out. It gave me that error, but we'll get it here, and that way you can see. Hang on. Yeah,
if you use, I always use gray black sunglasses, and they just stand out.
They do. They definitely do. But you got to start with thinking big. That is one of the best advices I got when I first came to Montana Skywatchers is you have to think big. If you can't do that, you have to train yourself to think very, very big planet size, And when I mean planet size, I'm not talking about our little moon. Our little moon is relatively small and close to us. We're talking about enormous things, just, beach ball in front of your... Beach ball, held out in your arms, kind of thing, just huge sky fillers.
Did you see the question from Peru from a lady called Valeria? Says here, hey guys, I'm new, still learning about all of these. I got a question. Those clouds we see, I read that they were from other planets' atmosphere, but do we have our own clouds, right? And besides that, why we can't see these planets as we see the moon, for example? They are covered.
Well, they have their own atmospheres.
Wow.
Yes, and also our moon is pretty close to us. Anything you're going to see beyond the moon is going to be a little bit more blurry and a little bit more, just a little bit blurrier because you're looking at, we're looking at our atmosphere. It's kind of looking at, through a pool or something. So you have to take them into consideration as well.
And of course, you always check, like we always talk about the water reflection. You can see in this picture that on the water, there is no light on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, there is, but it also shows you stripes in the water that you don't see in the sky. But we also know that those stripes are Uri.
That's right.
Hey, Thunder.
Hi, Thunder.
Glad you're here. Good to see you. Good deal.
Yeah, it's a whole new brain. You have to rewire your brain to see them.
Oh yeah.
And a
lot of because we blind ourselves in the central light. We look at the sun, we don't see the planets. But if you look the opposite way, before you really look up, don't look at the sun. Look up, straight up in the sky. Don't look out. Look up. Start there, and then work your way down from the dark areas, and you'll see the sides of the planets. If you blind yourself with the sun, you won't see anything. That's a really good example. That's the illumination, even though it's partially behind a Saturn behind it. Actually, she's got it marked as planet, but that's actually
it's a moon. I agree.
But yeah, that's the Saturn's yellow moon is illuminating because it's a smaller object, and the light goes around the smaller object so much better. And we see the planets when they actually pass Earth in facial illumination all the way across the board. But then they have their own atmospheres and their own base clouds, and they are above us. So you have to start looking more up than out.
I just want to say hi to Third Eye. It was always
Third
good to
Eye,
see
hello.
you.
Yes,
I
of
know. I
course,
like
it's,
having
yeah.
you here, Third Eye.
was much smaller a few years ago.
So let's go back to our pictures that we were looking at. Now that we've, given these some examples of how big they are. Like that's like the whole sky is the sky of another planet, basically.
Right.
That's
And
how
the
big
shape
and
of
close.
the light, you'll notice that white area is not the sun. It's illumination. It's a bell flare illumination. That is not the sun. So, and see, your brain is automatically tricked into looking at that white area. And the moment you and it takes a little bit of talking yourself into it over time. But if you get to the point where you automatically say, okay, look at the dark area first, look at the dark area first. And the moment you start doing that, when you look at any capture, it's going to automatically immediately jump out at you. Right. And it's sort of like the opposite of pareidolia, where you don't see a face, you actually see something else. And it's a brain argument, but it's a learning process. And then before you know it, that's what you see.
That's right.
No problem, Valeria.
And also remember, guys, that if you're looking at the midday, which is very common midday, they're gonna look blue, just like the sky, because they have their own atmosphere. The reason why our skies are blue is because of our atmosphere. So keep that in mind. If you want to see their colors after, sunset, sunrise is my favorite time of the day because you don't have the light glare. So as they come up, they get illuminated for very briefly for 15, 20 minutes if you're lucky, and then they blend in blue again once the sun is completely out, and behind them. So sunsets and sunrises, you'll see their true colors, or you'll see colors. Sometimes it could be confusing because they're so close to each other that sometimes you will see a refraction of something else. So you will see colors in the morning.
Well, this is an old.
Go ahead, son.
Yeah, this is a very old object cluster group picture.
It is.
This is Matthew's
The wee
pick.
wings on it.
This is Matthew's pick. I love this pick.
Dead center is, of course, the lead asteroid with the stripe in it, and then beside it to the left is the red asteroid. Shows you a size comparison. Behind that is Attu's moon, and then sort of encased in the clouds behind it, above it is, of course, Attu. This is, I think, all the way back to like 2018.
Yeah.
And then at that time, we saw them that's why we call them the OCG object cluster group, is because at that time, regularly at the distance we were seeing them, that we could see multiple ones at the same time. Whereas now that they're where they are and above us, we're seeing them usually in singles.
Hey, Michelle. Hi.
So I'm seeing a lot of activity, asteroid activity at night this last week, Sam. Very windy and very streaky, the sky at night. I could literally feel them passing over us. And it's typical from the beginning of the 180-day cycle, is you start seeing the asteroids and you start getting those windy patterns and stripy sights at night. I've been seeing a lot of that.
We're coming. Yeah, we don't know what this cycle's going to be. I mean, it might be early. We might see that event anytime now. Be kind of only 50 days or so away. So 17 days away. Coming in your group.
You're sounding like a robot, Sam.
Robot, yeah.
More of it.
Yeah, we can't understand you, Sam.
Sorry, Sam.
I know.
Okay.
And now I'll go.
Huh. It just started. Yeah.
Right when I'm talking again.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe, I don't know.
He'll come
You
back.
should leave and come back, or this is
Such
another
a
one I found.
glitchy day. It's just a glitchy, crazy day, isn't it?
Yes, it's been like
Nothing's
that.
working.
But look at that
This is
asteroid.
a crazy picture.
Beautiful.
Jesus, that is
Yeah.
Look at that.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That's
Yeah, there
better.
we go. There we go.
Okay. We had a feed issue in the other room.
Oh.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
The girls were running 3 items against my 1 here, and they knocked me off.
Uh-oh.
Competing for the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Definitely.
One day they got to share one today, while you're on there.
Sharing is
what
caring.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take them off the internet during our show. At the rate they're going, if they, I forgot, I'm sorry. It's like, excuse me, you don't forget when I'm on podcast, that counts.
You get pizza and I get the internet 2 days out of the week.
Yeah, they get a little entitled in their world.
That's been known. That's been known to be common among
teenagers.
Their age.
15, 16, 17, 18, they think they know everything and can do everything. So standard teenagers.
Yep.
Standard teenagers.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if this is Nancy or not, but I just want to say hi.
Yeah, it says Nancy here.
Is it okay? I didn't know if she was saying hi to Nancy or if it is Nancy, but hi, Nancy.
No, hi, Nancy.
Okay. Yeah. Sam, these are some pictures. I had to go back through my Google Photos a couple of years worth back. And so these are some pictures I found today because I thought they were so special. So
that's great.
See, this is the kind of stuff that really caught my eye early on. Was the misshapen sun, and the different shapes of the sun that just made no sense to me, and try to figure out for the longest time. But this is a perfect example of that. Of my early stuff. This isn't my picture, but I took a lot of pictures very similar to this early on, where I just really didn't understand what it was, or if it was just a phone thing, or if it was a camera glitch. But it's not intermittent, as Sam says. So it's not.
And if you're scrolling through TikTok and you see this picture, why wouldn't you not be intrigued? I mean, look at that; it's incredible.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Chris.
right.
I understand not knowing.
Pictures to you, Rebecca. Sorry.
Okay.
I understand not knowing, but what I don't get is the lack of interest. That's the one that gets me.
Right.
Well, and I get this all the time where people say, "Well, if I know it, what does it matter anyway?" And that one,
what does it matter?
What does it matter? It's like, what?
Yeah, that one really, really frustrates me. That whole
spend
thing.
Some time outside and find out. Find out for yourself.
Of course, it matters. It's the truth. Don't you want to know the truth? I mean,
well, the magnitude of it is also so much larger than people even fathom. The fact that, and we sort of kind of touched on this prior to the show. We always talk before the show, and there's been so many civilizations prior to ours.
Oh,
and that I think people go back, 8,000 years, and they think of Noah, and then there was a couple hundred people on the planet, and that's not the case. There have been civilization after civilization after civilization that have been doing this and going through. I'm not going to say they hit our tech level, but we could have had different varying tech levels through numerous, not just one, not five, probably 10 or 20. Because if we go back to, if you listen to Graham Hancock and the other people out there, the intervening forces of the Anunnaki and all have been running this for 450,000 years.
Wow.
And that's approximately 90 to 100 cycles ago, or more. I haven't done the actual math. My math always went back 350,000 years, and that's 83 cycles. So you do the math from 83 to, or from 350,000 to 400, add another 100,000 years. But anyway, there's been numerous civilizations here. And this is why we're discovering archaeological sites with these stones that we can't move to this day, is because there were other cultures that could. And I don't think people look far enough back. And, what does it matter? Well, it matters that we find out the truth about our existence here and factory planet Earth versus the binary solar system versus the extraterrestrial presence that, guides us and surrounds us every just under 4,000 years. And here we are again. Yes, it matters.
Absolutely matters. How do you not want to know about our history, guys? Come on. You know,
I
and
mean,
how we move
these-
forward
Matter,
from here.
why
You
would
know,
they go through so much to keep this from us, right? I mean, if it didn't matter, they wouldn't be keeping it from us and spending all this time.
I still
Right.
I flip flop on that issue constantly because let's look at the example of the people that we've already talked to, and that other percentage that said, well, does it matter? Those people have a tendency to enter into the mix. As you know, I mean, mob mentality. No clue what 18 different reactions you're going to get from people
Right.
who are on the negative base alone. And then people in the middle of the road, you're going to get 5 or 6, and the people who are into this, you're going to get 5 or 10. Whatever. I mean, the unbelievable reactions that everyone could have and would have. I can partially see how they would not tell us.
Yeah.
I did too. I mean, I don't think that anybody has the right to make that choice for us.
Right.
Right.
But
I
I
agree.
do understand what a big thing it is, you know, because people really, I don't know how people would be able to handle this. You know, like
Well,
sometimes
I had a
it's
really
the reason why
thank
I don't. The reason why I don't really try to push this onto, like, say, my brother, for instance, my family, just because sometimes I think, you know what, I'm just gonna let them be because I don't know if they could handle this anyway. You know, so
Yeah, how
I
they react.
yes, and sometimes I'm like, well, maybe quality of life is a little bit more because I don't think their quality of life would continue being what it is if they knew this. So sometimes I'm just, I'd rather
Am I
just
going
shut
to
up
create a
and just
catastrophic
let it be.
scenario in this person's life where they're uncomfortable
Sure.
to do things by
Yeah,
mistake?
yes,
Yeah, and I weigh all of that all the time too. That's part of my stress ratio. But in 1980, I had this strong belief back then, as they're making me sign the 30-year non-disclosure agreement. I still believe that everyone has a right to know this. What they do
absolutely,
is their business.
absolutely.
Then they've been informed, and then they can decide rather than keeping it
Yeah.
from people.
Yeah, we don't have the right to make that choice for people. I don't think we have that right. I don't think anybody has that right to keep that from us. So I'm a firm believer that we do deserve to know the truth, regardless of how it affects us. It is the truth, and it affects us all. And
And then there's going to be a huge
our-
population that doesn't believe you, no matter what.
Right.
yeah. But regardless, it is something that should be open information to everybody. Period.
Yeah, and Audrey's talking about the number of people on Earth now more than before. And by the way, most of all of the countries, within minor exceptions of a few other countries, India for one, most countries are actually in population decline right now.
Yes.
However, India is actually still growing. And there's a couple other countries in Africa that are still growing, et cetera, in South America that are still growing. But those are small regional third world countries, unfortunately. But all the major forces, the G7, most of them are in decline.
Wow.
Well, I was seeing a report
especially in
recently,
China.
Sam, about how China's one baby policy or law is becoming a huge problem for them.
Yeah,
now.
they've got a selective population disconnect because they've actually, over that one child policy, have mostly brought in boys, and now there's like a 20 million deficit between the male and female gender, and there's lots of men out there that can't even find women to date, let alone marry.
Oh, and I just keep getting IVF adverts on my feed. Like I'm going to be doing IVF.
Yeah, you go to a small Chinese village, and there's 10 guys standing outside in line waiting to date the same girl. And I'm not kidding you.
No way.
It's on the news. China's economy, and I'm not going to go too political too long, and they are broke, and they're about to go bust. They've stopped paying their workers. They've stopped paying their military. There is factory order decline. Their companies all over the planet are leaving China and outsourcing to other countries. They're in trouble right now. They have a huge financial issue going on, and 1/4 of their economy had to do with building, and unfortunately the corruption level in the building cycle going on throughout the country, all of China, has now created a new term called tofu construction. because it's such faulty, quickly made construction with shortcuts everywhere that these buildings are being torn down left and right because they're not even habitable.
China, like Audrey says that they've changed their policy to 2 kids now. When did they do that? Just recently, so they could get more baby girls?
I think it was about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Don't quote me on it, but I think it's been a couple of years. Yeah, they changed the policy once they realized that they're actually in decline.
Wow.
Because,
like I said, IVF treatments. Huh?
Oh, well, they're not even meeting their GDP pronunciations to the world. They told everybody, they had X was their GDP, and coming to find out that it's way lower, and especially after the New Year's. And there's a term called Luong. It's spelled Loong, like the word long, but it's Luong, and that is the tag term that they add for the worst when it comes to the year of the dragon. Usually the year of dragon has luck and prosperity, but this year already the Chinese populace are calling it a Luong dragon.
Huh.
Yeah, well, they have so many people retiring and out of the workforce, and now they don't have enough people to replace those.
Right, and the young adult employment population right now is very big. They have real high unemployment in the younger age.
Wow.
And they have issues. See, China is based on an ever moving population where they're referred to as migrant workers all around the world and all around the country. And these people, unfortunately, they get it, standardly 1 or 2, if not both parents, leave the homestead and leave the children behind with relatives and go off to work. And then they come home right before the new year. And now all of that was messed with because they've got layoffs and job closures and manufacturing issues and no electricity and no natural gas and blah, blah, blah. And they had the earthquakes and the storms and the flooding, and they've had 2 years of major flooding, and then all the dam breaks and all the everything. And then they had a snow winter from hell this year. So they're in deep trouble. They really are indeed. And unfortunately, when their market goes, it's going to affect us.
Well, and also they built entire cities.
Right, the ghost cities.
The ghost cities. They built entire cities that are just sitting there.
Yeah, and no one can afford to move in. Yeah, their economy turned so bad with deflation and everything that the houses and everything are worth less than what they originally were when they were made. And because they had that lockdown for 3 straight years, the economy teetered and teetered and teetered. And then they let everybody out, and then nobody had any money to spend anything. So now they're in deflation, which is killing their economy, and nobody's buying these houses. And then the tofu houses that they are being discovered left and right has led to a mortgage boycott by the people who are stopped paying for all of these houses. And in most cases with the Chinese, they pay ahead of time before they can even move in. And so there's been this corruption and theft, and these people are just ripped off left and right. And they're waiting, years to get into a building that will never be finished.
Yeah.
And that's why they started tearing them down, because the companies all went bad, and through the lockdown and everything, then there was, water damage and stuff, and then in half-built buildings, and boom, and then I had to tear them down. There's
high-rise condo complexes they're tearing down. It's
all over. Oh, their economy's in free fall.
Oh no.
Look at that sky. It looks like something out of the movie Greenland.
Yeah, that's Atu's moon and 2 asteroids.
It looks like an illuminated moon. I've seen this color on Atu's moon before.
Yeah, the white upper area is Atu's moon, and the sort of orangish yellowish thing behind it is actually, believe it or not, Atu. Interesting light, and it's being illuminated from the setting sun, which is behind the camera.
Wow. Right. Those illuminations are what, from the asteroids, Sam? And
no, the illumination is actually from the direct setting sun behind us.
Okay.
That thing.
So what direction would this be, you think?
We are facing east when the setting sun is in the west.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Oh, this is directly across then. Yeah. Okay, I see. So the sunlight is
behind the viewer, behind the photographer. Okay. And if anybody knows about what park this is that this baseball game is about to take place in, you can back check or inform us that whether or not I am telling you that we're looking east, and I hope we're looking east. I think we are. I'm pretty sure we are.
Yeah, that makes sense. What you just said, how it's,
We go, and this is what, my brain goes through all of these. What am I looking at and what direction am I looking? And, I go, for years I've been doing this. So my brain, goes through all the little scrolling files and go, okay, what am I looking at? And there's 18 parameters to go on with the decision. So, yep. And the asteroids are going vertical away from us. Wow. Okay, this is from Petty in Budapest, and it is dated September of 2021.
That is crazy.
And we are, of course, looking at smaller Saturn's yellow moon.
Such a bummer that Petty can't join us because of the language barrier. I love his move.
Well, I imagine he speaks Hungarian and we don't.
Yes, such great work.
The long box cube is up by the wording on the left-hand side there. It's sort of pointed downward.
Interesting. There's like what's above the antenna? Is that the lead object? I mean, it's
no,
actually,
that is Saturn's, in 2021, that's Saturn's yellow moon.
Okay, that's the moon. That's the planet. I see. Wow.
And
so our sky is the light blue area.
The Saturn is halfway in, just in front of the Saturn's yellow moon, and the rest of the blue area at the bottom with the half round, going from the antenna to the left corner, is Nibiru.
Oh wow,
that's Nibiru. Okay. Wow. Yeah, that moon really stands out once you see it.
Yeah.
You see it, Christopher?
Yeah, definitely.
Like above the antenna, it's just about from the top of the.
Yeah, I've got a few pictures that make it that. I don't have it with Nibiru in there, but I have a few pictures of Saturn's yellow moon that look just like that, with the two, bands across it, with the darker one right down the middle.
Okay.
And in 2021, they were Saturn's yellow moon were much smaller.
Okay. Yeah, of course, I've only been doing this since October, you guys, so
right.
Mine are going to be a little different, but
yeah,
I mean, it's incredible how repetitive this is, and once you start seeing it for yourself, it's just I still am speechless, and I come short for words to say. I'm gonna have to get a thesaurus out next time because
sometimes we actually need new words for what these things look like.
Yeah. So, I saw your mom, Christopher. Your mom was watching me last night when I was live. It was the most beautiful sunset. I really hope I can get a copy of the video because it was phenomenal. Jillian, she was there.
I took screenshots. My fingers were sore from taking screenshots.
Man, I actually drove out of my way to. Well, I'll play it here in a moment. I made an intro.
I saw that.
I'll show you guys.
Beforehand, but I somehow couldn't get in the live last night, and then I don't know. I got distracted.
Okay, I'll show you guys in a minute how I ended up where I ended up. But yeah, it was so good. The spot I found, because my regular spot is being they're building in it, so
they're mutilating it
somewhere else.
Yeah, but I liked your new spot though. That was a pretty new spot.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big wide space. You can get quite a nice shot.
Yeah.
You can do a 360
I'm gonna get this.
How old is this picture?
That's incredible.
At least 3 years. At least 3 years.
Dude,
wow,
that is crazy.
Well, then that would be Attu's moon, but wow.
Yeah. It does look like that. You're drawing that V shape. Yeah.
See the purple in the back.
Let's get that drawing so we can.
And when you can see it, when you can see the planet just extending into the upper atmosphere like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, going up. Yes, exactly, Chris. Exactly. I don't know how. Because our normal skies would be the lower part of it. Those little
the
clouds.
Cumulus nimbus
that's our sky
in front of us.
Anything that's going up like this.
Oh,
that's
one's
not
supposed to be pretty far away. But whenever I see it, whenever I see the planets, when I can see the curvature, going as far as I can see. It's usually really, really close, like almost over my head.
The upper white area in the middle to the right is Uri.
Oh,
purple Attu is farther over to the left, and we're seeing half of it. And then Attu's moon is much smaller, dead center in the middle bottom left. And that's where the wispy clouds are coming off of Attu's moon.
I just wanted to also tell our viewers over on TikTok that if you want to see this from another angle, I recommend you go to YouTube and watch the show, only because then you won't have to see what they're seeing is my desktop. Okay. And they're seeing me, do other things. So for you guys on TikTok, if you want to see it, unobstructed views, you can watch this on YouTube, as well as you can join into the main chat. So that's a benefit also. Leave messages for Sam and that sort of thing. I was trying to find your drawing, Sam. That's why I'm stuck on this picture. I have too many files, and
I am not in any hurry.
For some reason, whoever StreamYard is, they don't make your files in alphabetical order. That makes no sense to me. It would make a huge difference in my world.
You can't rearrange them yourself, or
not that I know of, but
you'll figure it out.
I would have to say for quite a few years now that things have not been running the way I would like them. So
right.
I would do it different. Yes. I'll come back to that one.
Yeah, I went to the store the other day, and this lady says, I can help. Who's next? So I walk up to the cash register, and I'm buying a pair of gloves because I'm not touching anything in public. And I pull out a $20 bill, and the lady says to me, I'm sorry, I can't take cash at this cash register, sir.
What? I love that.
Can't take cash at the cash register.
What? And I just, I finally got to, I'm standing there after about my 8th what. I'm going, what planet am I on? That doesn't even in the remotest, just like what, you can take a card only? Huh? I don't even want to know why. So then I ended up going, after she yanked me out of line.
Oh, no.
On the other one. Then I can't take cash, so I got to go back all the way to the back of the line from the other line.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I was 3 people. Ridiculous. I was just boosted automatically 3 people back, basically, in the blue.
That's when I have to close my mouth because...
That's exactly where I was tapping my toe going, oh, great, thank you. And I did say, well, thank you for putting me at the back of the line now. And then I shut up.
And
I just want to know what the hell did they did. When did they switch world? When did they switch planets?
They're pushing a cashless.
Yes.
Well, they're trying to push a cashless society.
Register. Is this the red asteroid or what?
I don't know if they want it or not, but the idea
probably.
is a social credit system. That's kind of trippy.
Yeah, well, I frankly I don't think that any of this stuff is going to get accomplished.
I don't either.
In their haste to be so scattered and separated, I don't think we're going to get a lot done.
I don't either. I think it's a bunch of, ridiculous.
And we were talking about distraction level, that it does go on to a certain degree, which is intentional. But then I always go they who, I'm not one to jump on board and say, oh, there's a dark conspiracy going against us. I think it's just standard FUBAR, and anybody that's a military term, and you can work that out. Look that up. I'm not going to say it here, otherwise Carol Ann will have to pay money. FUBAR stands for something up beyond reality, and so anyway, I think that our situation is just messed up because people have allowed it to become that way because of a lot of distraction and a lot of those little machines that everybody taps in their hands and no longer looks up or interacts, and it even happened in China prior to happening over here in the Western culture. They've gotten to the point where nobody even interacts with each other anymore unless it's on those little devices. and their entire experience is now in the palm of their hand, and you don't look up and notice the degradation of the buildings around you, or the pollution in the air, or the litter on the street, or the crime rate, or the poverty, or any of the stuff going on around you right in front of you as you walk down the street, because you're focusing on the snake game.
Jeez. Yeah.
So, I think part of that was drastically intentional.
Sure. Yeah, keep
I agree.
and they have what they're trying to, Apple's got this this new virtual, I don't know if it's a virtual reality. I don't think it's a game. I think it's an actual computer where it's goggles that you put over your face.
Yeah, $3,000.
Yes, okay. So, and it literally turns your whole world around you into, I haven't seen them. I haven't used anything
your
like
option
that.
icon where you get to click on your selections and go through and detach you from the people standing in the front of you. Yeah, you can hear them talk and see them, but you can still get lost and distracted. And how many people checked the earthquake report today? How many people looked at the national weather? How many people know what's coming next week up on the East Coast? I did all of that homework today. I did my homework, and I didn't have that little phone in my hand.
Right.
So, hello, necessity. I can't argue with that. That's necessity. That's what I saw out my window
so
today.
Recognizable necessity.
Yeah,
so recognizable.
Yeah, I sent a bunch of pictures to Rebecca. I don't know what I was looking at today. Like everything stuck together, I think.
Like this.
I'm going to chuckle here. Can you imagine this little girl growing up 5, 8, 10 years from now, walking up this mountain here? And if the realization and truth comes through that, hey, that was a planet over my head. And I'm walking up this trail looking at this beautiful, weird, funky cloud where nothing in the sky looks like it or anywhere around it. And I saw it and I didn't realize it. Can you imagine where the world is going to be when they all of a sudden realize that these damn things have been over our head for a decade and they haven't caught on?
I want to believe that they inherently know that there's something not right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to believe that these kids actually, maybe they believe
they
that
must have something inside them tickling and saying, like, look at that.
Right.
Look
These
at that.
are both Yuri.
I come across videos like that about sky stuff where people are confused and wondering what's happening by the dozens. Every time I go to TikTok, I see
and nobody puts
I
it
see
together.
half a dozen of them. Every time I see it, I'm scrolling TikTok, I see videos of people just not.
Yeah, I got sent like a picture on my GeoWar group today about why does the sky have big stripes in it? They couldn't have chemtrailed that.
In front of you. Well, no,
younger adults.
These stripes are both the side of Yuri.
No, but these ones were spikes, like straight up like that. Boing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that depends on which direction you're looking. On the right-hand side, it could be the base cloud of Nibiru, or if it's in the middle to, in the middle to just the middle left, then it could be Nepacity. And today it was in the north, so I mean that it doesn't fall into that. So that's all going to be different come the next month's drawing. So our Nepacity is going to be a little up higher and a little bit bigger in the drawing. So how I'm going to fit it in, I don't know yet.
I want to say to Sabrina, she's yes, you're absolutely right. We unfortunately we live in a world where we're looking up at the sky is considered crazy, which I also think is not by accident, either. We've been told don't look at the sun, don't look at the sky. It's crazy people look up at the sky. So yes, absolutely. What was somebody told us, I'm not going to mention the name, but somebody told us recently that they can't in their town, they can't take a picture in public because they'll be ostracized. And I'm like, yeah, that's basically everywhere now. But it's always been that way where people look up at the sky and they're considered crazy. And unfortunately, that's the world we live in. But you have to follow your own way. So,
Well, there's a huge destructive nature going on the planet right now. Everybody's edgy. Everybody's jumpy. Nobody knows who to trust, who not to trust. and all the disinfo is just running rampant thanks to social media and certain other factions that have been completely discounted and yet do exist on the internet, and mainly from Russia and China and North Korea. And there are agents of mis and information going on. And Rebecca and I have seen the level of bots that we're suffering, and oh my God, it's just unbelievable. And I, even my youngest daughter told me, he said, "Oh, everybody's leaving Facebook." So. And I went, really?
Yeah, well, people are, it's been a while where everybody's been pushing other apps, but they don't seem to really catch on. Somebody, for a while, they were pushing on
that picture up.
Telegram or something, but that didn't seem to work because people are just getting fed up with all the, with all the community guidelines crap, the censoring and all that stuff.
Yeah, how many times everybody goes to Facebook jails for posting hamster pics?
Oh,
yeah, tragic.
This picture in front of us here is an earlier version, or not too early. It was 2021, 2021. And you're looking at a Saturn yellow moon and the ion tail behind it, and the edge area in blue behind it is all Nibiru, and then Saturn is in the moreover upper right corner behind a Saturn yellow moon. Still facially close, but. And this is a prime example of what we've been watching for years. Wow. And I don't know why you don't see. I saw it today out the window, and on my little drive to Walmart and back. And I had to go get envelopes, and Walmart sells them cheap.
Facebook user, I'm not sure who you are, but you're asking if the planets have any relation to the Schumann resonance. Absolutely, there is absolutely correlation there, what's happening and what's happening with the Schumann resonance. Absolutely.
And the larger star, extra star, yes. Also that is all.
Absolutely.
Harmonics have changed, and that's partially why the Schumann resonance has gone completely into unknown territory.
Absolutely. It's why we're moody. It's sometimes why we feel like crap, and we don't really know why. I often have and considering that my health has, in my older years, my health has been the best that it's been. My doctor's very happy with all my things, but there's days where I feel like absolute crap, and I don't know what is happening with me. My blood is fine, everything is fine. Everything is good, but I just feel like crap, and it's usually close passes really do
dizziness, exhaustion, nausea.
Yeah, the exhaustion is just awful.
Hopelessness sets in where you start doubting everything in your life, what you're doing. You don't know why. I'm so uncomfortable at night, and I can't sleep, or I can't stay awake, or it's all. And everybody's been experiencing it, especially after the first close passes of Atu's moon come to 2020 on. And then when Atu's moon was directly over the top of us, you could definitely tell. And it's like I walked out the door yesterday, and the dogs were out in the whole as far as I could hear, there were dogs barking everywhere. And I was just like, wow. And then I looked straight up, and there was Atu's moon right over the top of us.
Yeah. Atu's moon especially gets you moody.
Last night on the live, I got to get that video for you guys. But yeah, I was out there a little ways, and there were chickens nearby, and they were really going, at it.
I reckon that electricity makes them, they shout their heads off the birds. They just go absolutely bonkers.
Yes.
Well, and then chickens are their internal clocks are very set to sunset and sunrise. So I think whenever something's off, I think they would be the first to know. Because there was a time right in around when I was kind of waking up to this, because I used to, my mom always had chickens in her house. So every time I would, I grew up with chickens all the time. My mom always had them. But there was a time where she was telling me that they were up a lot earlier than they usually are, hour or two before sunrise, which was very uncommon. And she would ask me, I heard her mention it, that they were just complaining about how they woke her up a lot earlier than they usually do.
This picture is the text cube, and the side orb is in front, And there are a couple of Star Destroyers. There's particularly one up at the upper left. It looks sort of like a surfboard sticking out. This 2019.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is quite an old one. It looked like a flying box with arms.
Lead asteroid is in dead center up at the top behind it, and then red asteroid is part of there to the left, and spiral asteroid is just by the chimneys, right by the building on the far left middle. And of course, the edge of Attu and Uri. Wow. Uri is the rainbow striping behind.
Yeah. Isn't this the picture that caused your divorce, Sam?
No, mine. No.
Yeah, isn't this the picture that caused Jamie to go nuts?
Oh, that one. I thought you were talking about my actual.
That was kind of a divorce.
No, this was at the same time. No, he was freaking out about the. James' big freak out was about the big three.
Oh, he couldn't figure out the three big asteroids.
Well, no, it was actually somebody had taken a screen capture of the actual picture, and it's because it was a screen capture, he couldn't wrap his head around that. He says, "Oh, look at all the digital," and I'm telling you, well, somebody took their camera and they took a picture of their computer screen,
right?
And he got all mad at me, going, "No, it's photoshopped. I can tell." And he got all mad at me over that one picture and another one, which was the adjacent next picture following. And
I really thought it was this
out, well, we're going to be either perfect at this or not. And I'm going, that's not a question of perfect. I'm telling you, this is a screen capture of the big three. We've known the big three exists. It matches the same pattern. We got 10 or 12 different examples of it. What more?
Wow, look at that thing. It looks so ugly. Look at that.
Yeah, that's an early lead asteroid. And that was around 2019-ish as well, because lead asteroid was very, very big for a period of time back then. And we may see it again this year. We might see it very, very big again this year.
Hiya, Judy. She's back again.
That's asteroid. Look how big that is.
Oh.
lead object.
So, yeah, the first picture I ever got was, I thought it was the cube, right? Because it looks kind of weird looking like this, but it's not, it looks like a cube, but it's just not. And then when I started finally talking to you guys and you explained to me that this was, I think you called it the object cluster group or part of it. And that's when I, realized that, there's all these asteroids going on. And
there's a lot more going on, yeah. Oh, here's another early lead asteroid when it's very large. And you can see the backlit crescent flare showing where the sunlight is shining on the backside and focaling out the center of the round ball. And this is like 2018-ish, 2019-ish.
This is old, but this was really instrumental in teaching myself a lot of stuff.
The asteroids crossing the sun.
This picture right here played a big part in me understanding what I was looking at and how to look at stuff. This is a great picture.
And of course, Attu is in the left corner, and then Attu's moon is in the far left corner. Yeah. And this is where we learned placement over and over, year after year, because we kept seeing it. And people have really, really missed. If you're new to this, you've missed out on so much information and so many years of cool events and sightings and God, I mean, including electrical discharging and close pass electric storms and all of the stuff, and the shadowing on the radar and all the stuff that we used to post over the years. It's just the amount of information we've gone through is really intense, and it's really impossible to even share this level of what we learned. And so we hope everybody gets on board with it and sticks and follows through with the information as well, so that you can learn all of the cool stuff and understand it and not miss anything. There's a lot going on.
Yep. Wow, that's a good picture. Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
And of course, in the left, the little white dot on the left is lead asteroid. In front of is Saturn and is Saturn's yellow moon. And this is probably 2021 by the size of a Saturn, which is almost blacking out the edge face of Nibiru. And of course, in the upper right corner is where the long box cube is.
Right there.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it's like,
And the green asteroid
you,
dead center middle, just above the 2 palm trees off to the right hand side of middle. You see a little blop
okay.
with the blippies.
Mm-hmm.
And we
I
know
see
back then that
several
the green asteroid has
asteroids.
been there repeatedly over and over again. And so I know to look for it, and yeah, there it is. So
Right.
I searched through the stuff that we've learned.
I was gonna say, you would think it's all just, randomness, but it's not. It's very, purposeful. Everything is in its right location
Holy cow,
as it
my ears are
belongs.
ringing. Wow.
Mhm.
I should go look outside. Man, they're ringing. Oh, this is a lead asteroid in the
Beautiful.
early
Look
years.
at that.
That, of course, on the left. And oh boy, and Attu and Attu's moon are on the right. So this is
Okay.
2018.
Older. Yeah, this is older.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And that's when they were directly in front of us and over the top of us regularly, which was really weird about the asteroids being so giant. That's why the asteroids were so big, was because of the placement of Earth versus where Attu and Uri were. And this is that year that they first started going past us. And that's why lead asteroid was this gigantic.
That line down the middle is very common with the lead asteroid as well.
Correct. Yeah, it has a facial recognition pattern that we've watched for many years, and that's how we know all of this. We've learned all of these because it's so repetitive that we get to learn it.
And it's really easy to follow, guys. Once you learn what to look for and what it is that you're seeing, it's really not hard to follow this stuff. It takes a little bit of time to kind of visually start to recognize the base clouds and to learn their effects, but it's really easy to follow. It's not something that's really I know the whole astrophysicists, they really make things complicated, but it's really not as complicated. Anybody can observe this and really get a handle on what's happening, really fairly easily, just with putting in a little bit of time and actually trying to learn it. It's very learnable. I mean, look at Christopher has been with us a few months, and he has learned an insane amount of stuff in that short amount of time, because he's actually interested and actually has tried to learn this stuff. But, even his captures recently, you could just see how much better they've gone as he understands what he's looking and what to look for. So, yeah.
Yeah, no. Earlier, Rebecca, you said, to send in some pictures. I thought it was important to show pictures from, when you first start doing this, and then as you go along, you can tell, you can just see that your work becomes a little better, and you start to learn the places of the objects. And you also start to begin to see, once you start to learn it, you also start to see the repetitiveness, and you can tell that you're starting to learn, okay, Attu's moon currently is on the left of the sun, and you'll start to notice this all in your pictures that you're taking. And so just don't get discouraged, and you can, just like Jesus said, you just take some time and have some patience, and this will all start to fall into place for you. And it's
true.
Your
it
pattern
really does.
skills you will hone in your pattern recognition skills.
These are all older pictures, aren't they?
They are.
This one is literally the last couple of ones we've been seeing Uri and Attu on the right. Which normally they haven't been for a very long time.
They don't belong there. I know.
Oh, okay, I know. This is 219. This is 218. It's cool. I haven't seen a lot of these in a very long time.
Right. I had to go back.
That's cool.
Far back in my Google Photos, and I couldn't resist. I just started saving old pictures because I hadn't seen them in so long.
I was also going to say too. Rebecca said she had to go way back into her Google Photos. If you start to take a lot of pictures, I highly recommend using a phone that you're not using on a daily basis, because I've totally wiped out my memory on my phone.
You'll
and now I can.
Quickly.
access the photos I've taken, and I can't access the apps. Pretty soon, I don't think I'll be able to answer the phone. So if you have a phone laying around, definitely use a phone that you're not using, right?
Sounds like me.
Yeah. So I'm doing the best I can to transfer the pictures over, and
or you use the cloud too, or Google. I keep the cloud. I have an account on the cloud, on the iCloud, and then I have an account on Google Photos as well. So I keep them backed up in two different places, and once you take the picture, it uploads it to the file, and then you could erase it from your phone. And then it'll be on the cloud, and then later on you could just download it if you need it. But it'll be there. I have pictures that go back to 2014, I think, on Google Photos.
This is 2019.
That really does help the memory. I've had to buy more memory.
Right, it's not.
But it really takes off a lot of the phone memory. It takes a lot of the workload off the memory to use that. So.
I had to buy time on Google somewhere.
Yeah, I'll be ready to take a really cool picture, and then all of a sudden it'll say, your memory is your phone.
Memory.
It's like, no, stop. So I'm erasing all of the apps off the phone just to get one more picture.
Well, that's why I have my
what we all do.
But Kenny Joe, I agree. I get nervous with the cloud as well. What I've been trying to do lately is get an SD card and actually put everything that, like my best ones, videos and pictures on them.
Yeah.
That way, if anything happens, if anything happens, these things, can be. Just look at what happened with AT&T. Look at what happened with Facebook recently. They just go offline, and we don't know what's going to happen. So it is good to have something external, that isn't just on the internet. So, that's definitely good idea.
Well, I recommend actually putting it onto a thumb drive. That way you have it in hand.
Thumb drive. What's that?
Thumb drive. It's like an SD card too. Like it's just an external memory bank. Anything that's external that you could that isn't connected to the internet, it's good because
plus you can grab it, pull it out from one computer, put it out onto another one.
Tell I'm a phone person. I just don't know those computer things, but I'm gonna have to learn.
It's for laptops and computers.
And my thing is I lose like anything that's small. I mean, like chargers or
God,
small components. If
let's not even go there. There's so many of those things.
If it has something to do with
I have one right
here. Put it in a safe deposit box or something. If it's really important to you, like these pictures are basically, 10 ounce.
This is, again, 2019. This is the lead asteroid crossing the sun.
Is that thing for real? Look how incredible it is.
I know, right?
Yeah, and we've got Rebecca. How many cycles did we see lead asteroid cross the sun? At least 4 or 5.
Several.
It's going to go across the sun, and during that eclipse, I bet you it goes one way and then comes back again.
And then we went through wave after wave of people going, "Look, it's Nibiru." And we'd laugh to ourselves and then patiently type to them, "No, this is the lead asteroid of the object cluster.
This is just a little asteroid under its bone."
Yes, this is a baby microbe compared to what we're talking about is Nibiru." So,
right.
I've known where it was and where it was going, and I would draw all of these monthly drawings and show people that the lead asteroid is right next to the sun here or there. And in a lot of cases, they'd be in front of the sun, and I would draw that in as well. So going back to knowing where everything is, it just boils down to, your placement and your pattern recognition. And before you know it, you just see it all the time. And it's that simple.
Don't worry, new people, you're going to get it as well. It's going to be so exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
It all falls into
I think
place.
we talk and go all about everything that we just know, but you have to try and remember that very first day you looked up and you went, "What is that?"
Right.
And there's people here right now that are like that, and they're thinking, "Oh, look how they're talking down to us," and that. I don't want people to feel like that. I want them to feel
right.
These people are so passionate about everything that they're talking about.
Don't forget about the people that are going, these guys are batshit crazy.
Right.
Yeah, I know we might seem a little bit crazy to you, but if you just wait for a little minute and you go out and you see after you've listened to the podcast, you take out the patterns and go, look, you'll see.
Well, that's
We're
what I
not
was
crazy.
telling somebody recently. I was like, how do you make up your mind so quickly that this is all nuts? Could you maybe just take a little bit more time and actually, before you make up your mind, just at least dig a little further. You can't just see what's on the surface.
And it's okay to think, oh my God, no, and then yes, and then no, and then yes.
Yeah, but at least give it the time it merits. You can just make up you can just look at something and then say, no, that's not.
You really do go through a process of letting go of the old way of seeing the sky. It's like something dying, and you have to remember that it's quite a thing to let go.
That big rounded edge. Once you start seeing that big rounded edge over and over and over again,
there's just no doubt. Look at the curve of it.
This is real. And once you and your jaw drops and your knees buckle, and then you got to lean against the car because your ears start ringing, and you go, "Holy shit, this is real!" And I've said that 5,000 times.
Yeah, and it's okay to do that. It's human.
And I've heard also people say, "Oh, that's just a cloud blocking the sun." No, it wouldn't completely block the sun this way. I mean, look at the clouds on the side. You can see light coming through. At least some, but there has to be something solid there to completely block out the light the way it's doing.
And this is how we do comparisons when this same event happens in this picture, and then we get a picture from Denmark or from Africa or from New Zealand or Australia or Germany or France or New Jersey or Florida or Colorado, and they all match. Right. Then it's not just a cloud. It's a rounded planet edge. We know it. We watch it. And we've got thousands and thousands of members over 14 years now, coming next month, 14 years. And I've known that this event was coming for well over 45 years. So I think we're somewhere about 45 years now. 44. Yeah, give or take. My paper, of course, was written longer than that. I had a supposition of the two stars, moreover, than the planets. I knew about Planet X per se, and I knew about the planetary count, and I don't even go into that information on my math, my chemistry calculations, because there's so many bodies that mankind doesn't even take into account of actual planet count or atomic planet count in our makeup of what our binary solar system actually is. They're discovering new crap inside of our Kuiper belt that they never even knew about before. So I'm kind of chuckling. They've got new technologies that are discovering new things, and some new, the new telescopes, and now they've got more than just one up there. So they're actually getting a chance to look around a lot more, and they're discovering way more. And a lot of it, I'm sure they're not telling us. So this is a huge documented scenario, and we're not guessing. And so I have to always, throw that in there.
Right.
Hi to Carla. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I just looking at the comments. I've been on TikTok for a minute, but I just wanted to look and see who has joined us since I last looked. I see Lorraine is here, and I see Carla. I see a couple of Facebook users. And
my ears are still
and Carla is going to be with us next Saturday, guys. Did you know that?
Who?
I don't know if I told anybody, but this Saturday will be Nicole, and then next Saturday will be Carla Max. She's going to be joining us.
That'll be
Me
great.
and her, I've discovered we're a lot alike. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me and Carla go way back. We've been friends for a while. So I actually help her administer a couple of one group at least. But
hi, Carla. I think I've talked to Carla as well. It's amazing how many people have been determined and quiet and just plugging away and just doing the thing, man. Now we've got how many years into it?
Yeah.
I know.
And then, she posts some really cool stuff too, Carla. She has some.
She's really got great pictures. Yeah. I always often thought it was quite cool when I was in South Africa and they kind of matched.
Ooh, Egg, there's like a million answers to that question. But
Egg
one,
wants to know why
look
they
at
won't
just
tell us
how
the truth.
people behave just during COVID.
I was just going to say, just remember COVID and the
just,
toilet rolls.
I think a big part of it has to do with the fact that there are people on those other planets.
No, definitely. And the fact of what the influence that those people have on planet Earth as well.
Right. Yeah. And then you have the factional behavior going, well, why do we have to give them these commodities? Let's fight them, which is stupid.
No.
So,
that's not an option.
Your whole continent might just disappear there, bro.
Yeah, look up your history. The Nephilim tried that, and they didn't fare so well.
Yeah,
a whole bunch of people tried that stuff, and look what happened to them. If you go and look up in the Dead Sea and places like that, remember Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, now all they are is little black marks on stone throughout this mountainous region where all the rocks are black, and when they should be brown and tan and magenta colored, and they're all
black is not good. Black means nuclear, as in boom boom.
Yeah, and radioactive.
Yeah, and what will we fight them with today? I mean, I don't.
Yeah, what ridiculous thing would we be able to do? Seriously,
come and shut down everything anyway.
Hey, don't you think, Christoper? Don't you think Elon Musk is going to save us?
No.
Facebook, they just shut it down. Look what it did to us.
I'm joking. When you have an airplane that is like 3 months old and the damn door blows off,
Right. Oh no.
So let's technology. Well, hey, let's talk about the new stove I just bought like a month ago, and the damn thing doesn't work anymore already.
Oh man.
Matthew here. Where's Matthew? Matthew's meant to come on and talk with us. I want to hear Matthew.
I'm wondering if I'm buying the stove out myself.
It would be great to have Matthew as well. I know he's fluent in English. I know he's fluent in English, so it would be nice to have you on.
I'd love to talk to Matthew.
Do it.
Yeah, he's so soft-spoken. I remember speaking to him a couple of times. So.
Well, we could always just tell him he could, do a 10-minute cameo. Hi, everybody, how you doing? And then he could stand there and watch us all he wants, or contribute. Talk. He's been around forever. He's literally one of the oldest members from Montana Skywatcher there is.
Yeah. Anytime. If he wants to right now, we can. I don't see him in the comments, so I didn't know he was here. But yes, Matthew, if you want to hop on in here, let me or Carol Ann know, and I'll send you a link on Messenger. It's that easy. And then you can join on. Yeah, I'd love that too. Yep.
So what did everybody see this week that was exciting and wondrous?
I sent stuff to Rebecca.
Man.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the easy way out. Yeah, I sent her stuff. I'm not going to tell you about it.
I know.
Poor Rebecca, we photobombed poor Rebecca. She's going to be seeing pictures now.
I know, right?
And her pillows in her sleep.
Like,
I have a video to show of current events. So while that is playing, I'll get everybody's pictures lined up.
Works for me.
So, yeah, work out. Let me get it downloaded.
Oh, Matthew's over on Facebook, Rebecca, Caroline says.
Right. Can she communicate with him and see if he wants to be added to the show?
Well, if he's on Facebook, he's probably watching the show.
Right. Yeah. I just don't know if he wants to join us.
Yeah, but I'm sure he heard you just say that, so
Right. Matthew, do you want to? Let's see.
She says,
and Audrey sent me pictures of the lead asteroid crossing the sun. She feels she saw. She sent me the pictures.
Okay. I thought you were talking about someone else when you said
Audrey. Okay.
I was thinking Carol Ann because she has tons of pictures too. A lot of people save our pictures over the years. Not just me, not just Rebecca, not just Jesus. Lots of folks have actually saved a bunch of this material, and that's why they're the hardcore devotees and members and citizen scientist submitters. because they, they're into it. And like Jesus was talking about for Christopher, that, your enthusiasm level has a lot to do with how fast you learn.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I just, there's some things that, just like for everybody, there's some things I'm interested in, there's some things that I'm not. And I think that has a lot to do with it. But I guess that's just how I learn too. The more I'm interested,
Right.
How did I know I was going to be interested in this at all? I didn't have any idea what I was looking at, or I didn't understand really any of the information in the beginning. But the pictures to me were so compelling. I just couldn't stop looking at them. And
it's sort of a Montessori effect where you learn by doing.
Right. And then the support I got from everybody here in the groups, in Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatcher, and it's just been an overwhelming experience. I'm so grateful.
Face it, you got swept up by the cult. I'm joking.
I know. I have a
I'm
little
joking.
We brainwashed Christopher. Now he's
he's in the cult now. Yep.
I may show you guys the altar a little later. So.
Oh my gosh! Oh, great. That's good. No, I think I've noticed your mom has been,
she's awesome.
Been in the.
She popped in and
out.
I think she's here now.
I do see her.
I think I just saw
is she here now? Well, if Judy is here, hello, Judy.
Yeah, I saw
she
Judy's
was
name
watching
a couple minutes ago.
Okay.
So I can tell that she's here to support you and all of us. So it's nice.
Yeah, I told her, I'm still in the works of trying to talk my dad into doing this, and so they've been divorced for 30 years, but she's texting him too.
Okay, I was gonna say maybe she can, get him on board as well. Maybe.
I'm trying.
Professor of philosophy. He's got to be
a really good picture. He's like, "Oh, that's pretty," and then it's just like, and then I don't talk to him for 3 days.
Just tell him we can bring him on as a completely neutral, fresh guest, and then try to inform him using our examples and see what he thinks. As like a complete fresh test subject.
Right, and and he's my father's a critical thinking professor, so
Right. That was why I was so intrigued to broach in that direction, and the guy across the street from me is a retired professor.
Okay.
And we had that conversation where his academia and the people that he worked with all of his life would completely discount us altogether. Boom, right on the spot. And because, oh my God, it isn't possible that there's another planet, another star, and a whole solar system attached to ours, and all. They're going to immediately go, nah. So, I spent years going through all of that before, half of everybody that listens to us were even born. Right. And so, I've been grinding on this for 40 years. So,
wow.
I'll leave that, guys. I'm going to the little scientist room.
Okay.
Right. Up to Africa.
I'll tell you instead of typing Carolyn, but she's been in communication with Matthew, and I sent him a message too, but she said he's actually on his lunch break right now. So busy. He can't join us, but we're going to work it out. We'll make it to where we can fit Matthew's schedule.
Maybe on the Saturday show is a different time for him.
Yeah. He could do that probably because it fits everybody.
It might be actually in the middle of the night for them. I don't know when.
I know. Where is he again?
He's in somewhere in Malaysia.
Yeah. Malaysia. Okay, I'll check it.
He's in the Southern Asian region and all them islands.
Yes.
He's in Penang.
We'll make it happen. Yeah, here he is. And hi, Judy. Judy's here.
Hi.
Good deal. And
yes, Rebecca at work in the office now. Hi, Matthew.
Yeah. Well, for sure, another time. What time is it right now, Matthew? What is your time right now? Curious. But we'll figure it out. We'll make it work. Okay, so I have the video. Let me go ahead and get that pulled up now.
Yeah, it's just got dark here in Montana. It's 7:41 in the Garden City. And you're listening to the top sounds of Citizen Science Project.
This isn't recording it right.
Just some random videos.
Anybody else seen fire in the sky other than me?
That is the weirdest fucking shit ever.
These people.
Oh,
That's not a fucking plane.
No. What the fuck?
Oh, that was weird.
What the fuck are we looking
You know what that is?
No. We'll
Big
turn
ass
it down there.
object.
Hang on.
That's a ship through a wormhole.
Yeah, I was like, I was wondering what
Formation of a wormhole, and then a ship comes out of it.
looked just like the other ones you guys have shown. I mean,
Yep, that's what it was. Ship coming through a wormhole.
I'm going to back it up. I want to
Wow.
see it again.
Yeah,
Hang
do
on.
it again. Do it again.
See the spiral of the opening wormhole, just like the Norway spiral,
Yeah, look at it.
uh-huh.
way smaller.
Yeah.
And then watch that ship will burst out of it, and then cause that
Wow.
wake eddy.
That is the weirdest fucking shit ever.
Jeez. Yeah, see that? Look at that. I thought he was zooming in and out at first, but no, it's
Well, he kind of is.
okay. But there's still like a like an
formation
Whoa.
and boom,
Ah,
wow.
there it comes.
and the closure of the wormhole.
What the fuck are we looking at right now?
Hot stuff. Look at that thing. Cool.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of that. We've been seeing it go in the wormhole and come out.
Wow.
And God, how many? 3, 4 this year alone?
So that just stops the need for interstellar travel at all, right? I mean, it's just instantaneous, or
Yeah, they've got technology you wouldn't believe, and they even the higher races actually travel through time.
Wow.
So, they've got they got toys we don't even think of.
Right. I would imagine. So that's incredible.
Yeah, look at that. It's moving. Wow.
Yeah, it's a puff wake. It's like if you come out of nowhere and all of a sudden you've got propulsion on your back end, you're gonna go
Sure.
behind you
Oh.
because you're coming out of a different area to here,
Okay.
and that has to do with proton proximity likeness identification as well, which is physics. Once you have a thread link from point A to point B, which is one of the 7 markers in time travel space. Time travel is another couple of markers, but anyway, in space travel, then your destination, where you leave from and where you go to, and you come out that hole, and there you are. And they've got it down. So, and
It looks like it. Yeah.
This is part of why I say don't even bother to argue with the, the factions that are telling you, you're going to give us the commodities or else.
Right.
It could be a sea trail or it could be an asteroid coming in. Looks kind of like an asteroid, but I don't see direction change as asteroids sometimes do.
Okay.
And there is a previous trail, so that could be a jet flying behind another jet.
Yeah, sometimes you really can't tell them apart.
You
really can't.
This is why a lot of
Sometimes.
the times we don't even
You have to
comment
be,
on them. We ignore them.
A few days ago, like 2 days ago, I was outside with my live, and I keep a count of planes. Anyway, I counted while I was out there 30. It was a lot. It
That
was
is
really
a close
heavy.
pass at the bottom of Atu's moon.
Wow.
Ooh.
Super close. Look at that.
Yeah,
Look how it's
very,
layered
very
like
close.
that.
And see all the illumination inside the planet,
Yes. This
inside
is the
the atmosphere of this bubbly bottom of Mamantis clouds.
Mantis clouds.
Yep.
That's okay. Yeah, that's the kind
Yeah,
of
but those are, I mean, these are
I
the
was
size of
getting
an
when I first
entire,
started.
the state of Texas, and not normal earthly momentous clouds,
Yeah, they're so weird looking. They
which
like
signify hail. Yeah, those are completely different than our actually earthly momentous clouds.
okay.
Ours are way smaller, but those are gigantic.
Yeah,
And
and
once
they
you
like
see it by eye, you'll never forget it as long as you
no, and
live.
they have these like tube structures that connect each layer, and
Yeah, it almost
see
looks
the
like
like
pears
so
hanging
weird.
down.
So
It's weird.
look
It
at
almost
this.
looks grape-like or whatever.
Ever in my life seen anything this creepy. There must be a dead fish in there. I don't know, but there's one over there. And they are blocking access.
Oh, oh,
Look at that, yo.
They're
oh,
warming their wings
Y'all
up.
see these birds?
oh.
This
What
is
the?
literally a sign. This is an omen.
Yes, it is an
I'm
omen,
telling you.
ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing signs in the animals, signs
Oh,
in the
look at
sky,
oh,
signs
they,
in the
Ain't no
sun.
business over no dead fish, especially if they're not over the prey.
I can see the
Probably
ones
has to
that
do with
that's.
illumination ratio
Oh
and
my
being next to the
gosh.
sun.
Oh,
We were just
watch
talking
those
about
water.
the migration of tumbleweeds last week, weren't we, Jesus? Or is he's not here?
I almost got attacked
Whoa.
by a
Yeah, look at that.
parking
Oh,
lot.
can you imagine having to clean your yard after that?
No,
No,
no.
what the
Look
hell
at
is
all
that?
that tumbleweed. Oh my
Oops, I
gosh.
accidentally dropped a match. So let's put the house out now.
No, that's it. It's done. Yikes! I've never
blame,
seen that.
we're going to blame the fence on that one.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, by
They're
the way, has
planting
anybody
things.
noticed that the desert Southwest
Vegas?
is actually more green than it's ever
No?
been in the
Yeah,
last
that's
150 years?
yeah. What the
There's all kind. Oh, and the California guy is now 110% of snowpack.
this? This is wow. This is a brand new hotel in Las Vegas called Circa.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. So last year during the hurricane we had, I think the roof totally collapsed and it just flooded
Oh
the
my God.
inside of the place. Brand new property.
Right.
Planetary discharge here. We're watching the asteroids and the planets discharge during, this is the 180-day cycle onset. And we're going to see this again very soon in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's going to be happening everywhere. Here we go, Zorch.
Wow. Did you see the purple? Wow.
Purple lightning tells you it's from high extreme atmosphere
Okay.
height. The different
Wow.
colors has it to do with the height of the where it comes from. That's a bolt around Atu's moon,
Wow.
and this is discharge underneath Nepesity.
Wow. Yeah, make a note in the comments if you remember ever seeing purple
You
lightning
can see the
before.
snorkel. You can see the snorkel form just at the end of that shot. There's the snorkel again on the bottom of Nepesity,
Wow.
and it's rotating and rotating.
Oh wow.
This again is Nepesity, bottom rotation. Nepesity again.
That's incredible.
You can tell by the shape and the base cloud and the snorkel and all of that. The edging, the ridge location. Wave pattern of where the lightning goes. Nepesity has some really unusual centralized, really big, huge single discharges to Earth because it's smaller.
Okay.
And it does its business up above, and then it'll go zorch in the middle, just dead center to the Earth, and one big, huge, many wide, probably hundreds of miles wide single bolt.
Oh.
That is both Atu and Nepesity. There goes the lead asteroid and everything as it rotates
Look at
past
that.
left to the right. And this is incoming Uri.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's Snailfoot right there. Yeah, this is what's coming in the next few weeks, everybody.
Right. And that's not on fast forward or high speed.
No, this is what we
viewing.
refer to
No,
as those
of course not.
red Sonja storms where there's more lightning bolts than you've ever seen in your entire life and excruciating wind patterns and all this crazy shit that goes on.
Look at that.
Rolling wave of atmospheric push.
Wow.
That's from an object coming in from above us and affecting our atmosphere. Most likely, see the green? It's most likely Nebesity.
Oh, gosh. This is incredible.
Yeah, just normal. Well, wouldn't we see them by now? Well, you tell me.
I mean, yeah.
Snorkel.
Wow.
Illumination, center core. Rotational. Formation. See the ground wave being pushed in. Again, the bottom of Nebesity. Oh, good song. And those are not necessarily stars. Some of them may be. But people sometimes mistake, well, I see stars. Well, that can be asteroids as well.
Okay.
Well, I've seen some really hot stuff during the aurora, just before the aurora and everything. I sat out in my garden and I thought, what is that really bright stuff over there and that stuff over there? And some of these pictures, I'm just staring at them with my mouth like this now.
Well, and some of these are asteroid dischargings as well, not necessarily just planets, because the last couple ones were asteroids.
Now, are you
Like
getting
this
to
is
see the
asteroid.
aurora every night now, Jillian, or is it just?
We seen the aurora 2 nights ago.
Oh, okay.
Well, not tonight, not last night, the night before that. Then I've got a picture here that you can see the planet because there's just no stars.
Wow.
There's no stars,
Look,
and
it's
there's
just
this
a
one
Star
little light
Destroyer,
thing.
That's all.
It's
a
like
downward nose pointing Star Destroyer up above that.
Wow.
That's
Jillian's specialty.
there are ships everywhere, Sam. There's ships everywhere.
Oh, yeah, you got the pictures to prove it too.
I've just got more.
Asteroid, and it's probably older. But yeah, that black dark cloud right there is a Star Destroyer.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, look at it. Look at this.
Sure, is this the lead object or?
I believe
that?
So. Yeah, it's an older.
So they're
it's
taking
an
a
older shot
picture
of
of
lead
the
object.
object, thinking it's something, and they don't even know that there's these big black ships in front of them.
And look how fast they moved.
Wow. Oh yeah. Yikes. Jeez.
We've been seeing a lot of tumbleweed around here too.
Oh no, man! Look at this.
Well, they've been given water for the first time in a very long time, so they grew a lot.
I haven't seen it in such a long time, and then the other day when I was in that parking lot at the grocery store, that tumbleweed rolled up on me, and
yeah, we've been having
tumbleweed is not fun at all.
We've been having this issue.
Look at all the fires that are going on. And Rebecca, are they going north in Oklahoma? How are your fires?
Oh my!
Well, I mean, I heard all about them. I didn't. I smelled the smoke a couple of days ago from it.
Well, they're still going.
I had not heard.
They are still going.
Oh, really? No,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. They've only had them like 20% containment just the other day, and there's over 1 million acres burned, or was it 1,100,000 some square miles?
That bird's blowing past there. What? Look at the birds.
Hey guys, remember all of the movies that we've ever seen? When you see the birds flying away from one
Yeah.
area, what are you supposed to do? Run.
Yeah,
Look.
Yeah, can you imagine?
that's sad.
Yeah, well, we lost a lot of livestock in the fires in Texas and Arizona, or not Arizona, Texas and Arkansas and Oklahoma.
Well, those pictures we saw out of China, what was it, about a month ago, where they were all frozen? That was creepy.
That's some sort of explosion of some sort.
Mental.
What the heck is that? Oh no!
Or it's the bottom of Uri with the asteroids underneath it, illuminating.
Wow!
Because it's not moving.
Gosh, I hope that's no explosion. Jeez.
Well, if it was an explosion, those bright lights would be dropping.
Right, they'd be moving too.
Yeah,
So,
these are not. Those could be
Oh,
easily.
thank God.
That could easily be asteroids
Oh,
underneath them. See the
Oh.
bottom of an illuminated planet,
Wow.
and it just depends on the angle of light where the actual. No, that's weird. That is
Yeah.
That
just
is
weird.
strange. Look at it. It looks like sky.
It could be the illumination of the bottom of a planet and objects underneath it, but
That's a
I'm
toughie.
I'm
That's
Yeah.
a tough
60%
right
there,
Dark.
40% something else.
Yeah.
there. Yeah, that's a hard one.
Well, the signs in the skies. I mean, I this Earthwatch guy that I've been kind of watching. He went off into the religious world recently,
I was
and
seeing that. I was kind of disappointed because I kind of
yeah,
like him. I
yeah,
like
me
him. He's
too. And
just
I sent a copy of our show to him on his actual page, and I hope he's listening to our shows, and I hope he'll come on and talk with us, and so we can explain to him that it's more than just religion that is accurate. It's all multiple religions, and then hopefully he'll take our information, depending on where he wants to go. Some people
Who's
just
that?
ignore it. I don't want to actually name him in
Oh,
order
okay.
to. He is Earthwatch somebody,
Okay.
and we've been watching a lot of his material. And he's been a new regular poster, and the guy seems pretty logical and smart and intelligent. And I was interested in him for the geology side of
well,
of the premise.
he is a very smart guy, and I do feel he has a very scientific side to it.
Right, right,
It's just that religious part that really
right, and it seems
throws
to
me
come out a little
sometimes.
bit more in his last three shows. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I
I've
kind of
noticed.
tried to send a polite message saying that maybe perhaps you'd be interested in our information, but there's so much more to than what you're talking about. And we have probably the answers that you need, but it's up to you if you want to cross-reference them or be blinded by current religious status and what the Bible says. And unfortunately, I'm not trying to down it, but that's only a small segment of the actual information because there's so much more out there throughout all history, and you take all the religions and all of the
But
archaeology.
I do feel that, and I'm sure you will agree with this, Sam, that um, some of what the Bible says. I mean, I don't. I mean, I don't really read the Bible. I mean, when I was younger, I guess, but I have noticed there is some history there that if you interpret it, if you know what we know, it's easier to interpret what a lot of is what some of what is said in the Bible. So I don't feel that it's I feel there's a lot of it is left to misinterpretation, but I
Yeah.
do feel there is some history there that is accurate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Nevertheless,
Just a small portion, unfortunately, compared
just
to
a small
whatever
portion
else.
of it, and also it's misinterpreted
Yeah,
as
that's
well.
a ship out of a wormhole.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have to be really careful. It's why I don't like to involve religion when it comes to this topic, because it's
Right.
a really fine line between credibility and people thinking you're batshit crazy.
I was going to add also, people connect religion or religious beliefs to flat Earth too.
Yes,
You know,
that's a
so
perfect
that
example of why I don't like mixing religion with anything, because you can go to that far deep end and start with the firmament stuff, and I just don't. I
Yeah,
think we all here are
I think that's where the misconception of it comes from.
absolutely, absolutely.
And then, depending on which Americanized form of religion you follow, that also has dire segments
Other
to
one.
it. If you go with European, or if you go with Asian, or if you go with Chinese religions as well. So there's a lot more information out there if you take everything into account instead of just one source.
Yeah, yeah. So you have to be really careful. You have to be really careful then, because it's really easy to lose credibility, and it's always really easy to get confused and start mixing this and mixing that,
Yeah,
and
the
that's not how
Bible
it's
does
done.
actually mention that we do have two stars also.
Mhm.
You just have to work your way through it to find it. It's only a few passages, but then, they actually discuss that there are two stars, and man will live with the smaller to take care of it. I can't remember the exact wording, but that's the generic of it. The skinny. Anyway, it is in the Bible, but I mean, even the Greeks knew, and lots of earlier cultures believed in two stars, and it's in tablets and carvings and hieroglyphs and all over the planet, and history books all over the planet. And this is part of that big major secret that all of these secret cult groups throughout history have what they've done is they've taken their lower members and they taught them, well, that we have this big secret and there's more to what and yet they don't give the information, and then that way you're sort of in a cult like scenario, and it's really mysterious and really cool and people want to join and to pay dues and all of this, and the overall one, including the Teutonic Knights all the way up to present day.
Yeah.
Including us.
Also, I want to say that video. Did you watch that video? I went back down his videos, Sam, and he has one where he's he's looking at on the geological map. He's seeing how there's some hot spots of the, because his theory is that we're gonna see it, and I think it's a good theory actually, that we're gonna start seeing these problems where the crust is the thinnest.
Speaking of which, there is currently a very large earthquake cluster going on in the Ionian Sea, just off the shore of Greece, and they've been having a series of cluster quakes underwater in that cove, and so their belief that the volcano is about to erupt just inside the Greece there.
Well, he was seeing this. So he pinpointed 4 of these hotspots where the ground was unusually hot, and right in those 4 hotspots, right in the middle, a couple of wildfires broke out. Did you watch that video? It's like a 20.
I think I briefly watched some of what he had to say, and then I immediately I got caught up in something else and went on. But yeah, we're going to see that anytime that is a precursor to some volcanic events, including rise in temperature in hot springs water. There were quite a few occasions prior to Mount St. Helens blowing that a lot of people got burned in pools, and they didn't put the 2 and 2 together. They should have. That's part of what started them watching Mount St. Helens is more, because at that time they didn't have a lot of seismic up. That was, of course, prior to a lot of the technology that we take it for granted now. Mount St. Helens has had some activity this week. There were 5 smaller earthquakes today on Mount St. Helens alone. The standard stuff that's going on in the San Andreas in the southern part and near the Baja line is also continuing, but it's minor. New Zealand is getting pretty active. I think that is just about all of them. Oh, and this last week, of course, in Florida, they had iguana watch again. That means where you walk around, you have to watch out for iguanas falling out of the tree because they're below 50-degree temperatures, and then the iguanas freeze and fall out of the tree.
Oh no!
Yeah. So let's see. Of course, there will be flooding along the East Coast this week, Wednesday and Thursday, from probably South Carolina to Boston. So be prepared for that. And there's going to be heavy rains. And then there's another storm coming in for California, and they're going to get more snow. I think that's just about it for this morning's notes.
We got a really good storm here just a few days ago. Really big storm. It didn't last very long, but it dumped a lot of snow on us. A lot of snow. There's a lot of accidents. A lot of people running off the road. It was really wet snow. So the next day there was a lot of ice on the road. So a lot of people, a lot of accidents. So. Nice. And I think we're expecting some more soon, so that's good to pay attention to.
Yeah, be thankful for every snowflake right now that you get, because we're still waiting and watching with the thing that went on with the Mississippi River in 2022 and around the world, and that is still affecting it currently as well, because water levels are still really weird in the Mississippi. Of course, the Panama Canal is doing the same thing. So yeah, we're going to see. I'm going to be on River Watch this whole summer, seeing what happens to our normal water supply.
Yeah. I was gonna say these series of pictures are from what Jillian sent me. So there's this one, and then she filtered it, and look at
That's
that.
another one of
Look at all
those
those
really long
hits.
things. Look at that. Well, that's a cool picture when it's highlighted like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's like something. It's definitely in front of something ginormous.
Well, it looks like that elongated fighter craft docking station, where you got the big square in the back, and then the next to nothing at the end there, and then they park all the little fighter craft on that line, and they park them in a row next to each other. That literally looks like the fighter docking station.
Neat. Wow. I'm gonna zoom in on it. I'll get a closer view here in a second.
It must be miles and miles long.
And this is the Tan asteroid group and Salamander asteroid group. On the bottom of Uri, which is moving over farther deep to the northwest during the day than it used to. It used to be off to our distance, but always to the left of the sun. But now it's going over us and farther back.
Can someone explain to me what I saw this comment? This is the second time I see this comment. What is Red Cow Ramadan? Anybody?
Ramadan.
Is that
I was gonna say sounds Jewish. Maybe I might be wrong. I don't know.
No, it's an Arab holiday.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Ramadan. That's where I believe that's where they go to Mecca, isn't it, Jillian?
Yeah, Ramadan. Yeah. Well, a bunch of the students that we had, their families were all getting ready to go Hajj.
They had a horrible. Their last Ramadan was really horrible. They had flooding and freak storms and everything, and they were all seeing it as a huge sign, an omen. And,
yeah, they couldn't walk around the Kaaba or whatever.
Which is a big huge black square. I wonder why they're revering a huge black square. I wonder what that means.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the cube, right? They're walking around. Yeah. Again, misinterpreted by religion. Misinterpreted things
there's even a sect of Jews that walk around with a little square block on the front of their forehead.
Yes. Yeah,
and I noticed that too.
What's the phylactery? Yeah.
That's cube.
Yeah, I was having a conversation about that recently with my Jewish friend. She was telling me it represents something. I can't remember what it was, but it represents something. The cube that they use on their hat or forehead or whatever.
Dress. Yeah.
I've always read that it has to deal with it representing Saturn or something like that.
So if they are attributing an archetype, now remember how the Saturn archetype has been misrepresented through history and transferred from the Nemesis / Hercubus / Nibiru and without giving too many secrets away or actually irritating quite a few people because I could be saying something that would hurt their feelings and their religion. There are okay, I'm not even gonna I'm avoiding it still. Try to utter it, my mouth won't let me. And then all we have to do is just mention the Texas Cube, and perhaps some folks have transitioned their belief pattern over time to be sort of miscued from fact. How's that?
That sounds good.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to say I didn't mean any disrespect to anybody's religion or anything.
No disrespect intended.
We're just trying to, put the pieces together.
Yeah.
And inform ourselves also,
And we also talk about the dragon. The dragon is the asteroid group. We know that. We've seen the asteroid group turn into the dragon so many times over the years that we cross-referenced that and went, well, duh, look at that. No wonder they came up with this thing that they called the dragon. And I avoided that topic for years on Skywatcher 1 and 2 because I didn't want to go there with people and misrepresent where they would get because I mean, then literally everybody would start posting dragon pictures down the page, and that's not what we were doing for the science. So I avoided that. But then over the years, I finally said, okay, here's the cross reference to that, and why we call it wormwood. By the worm, by the way, it means dragon. And so, and this is the feng shui, and this, by the way, is the Chinese year of the dragon. So I think we're going to have a very extra special 180-day cycle this year. So be prepared for that. And I think a lot of folks out there are about to see excruciating conditions of climate change go off this year as well in ways that they didn't even prepare for. So here we go.
I think it's going to be an interesting year.
We got the right now, yeah, it's going to be an insane year. I swear.
I've been seeing a lot of asteroid activity.
Already, and we're weeks away from the 180-day cycle, and here it comes. Like holy,
Yeah, look at this thing with a tube thing on it.
Well, that tube thing on it could be the spiral asteroid just going by. It is close enough off the deck to be. But the upper area is literally a Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail.
That's interesting.
And that line of clouds could be just a normal bank of clouds off the normal horizon. I mean, we do have occasional normal clouds.
We must have normal clouds.
I've heard of them. They're out there somewhere. Of course, this is a normal cloud directly in front of us here, on the right-hand side, and then up in the upper, you're looking at Atu's moon and Atu on the left-hand side. Slightly warped in view, but that's what it is. And tonight I'm drinking Dr. Pepper. And it doesn't remind me anything of the old Dr. Pepper I used to drink. I haven't even once tasted it yet.
I love Dr. Pepper. I stick to diet, though, but... because I can't really have the sugar, but I love
diet pop. I get ill if I drink any kind of diet sweetener. I can't.
I get ill if I drink real sugar. I can't. I just can't.
I don't think they put much real sugar in these now, anyway.
I don't think. That's the reason why if I'm gonna drink a Coke, I like a Mexican Coke because they still use cane sugar on those.
I would love to have one.
You could taste
what kind of light was pulling up there?
I would love to have a Mexican Coke.
I'm gonna have to send you some, Sam. I'm gonna send you some. Watch, I'm gonna send you a few of them. They're great. They still use the cane sugar, so it's a slightly different taste, but you'll love it. I'm sure.
Are you young enough, old enough to remember steel cans?
They were right after my time, but I got to see. I had this boss of mine that when I used to work construction in Colorado, and he had a whole old can collection, and he had a lot of those old cans that you would actually have to open with those
with can opener.
With can opener.
And back then they would put way more carbonation into those steel cans compared to the aluminum cans.
Well, those Mexican Coca-Colas are way more carbonated as well.
That's what I missed.
They come in a bottle. They're not cans. So it comes in a glass bottle.
Yeah, there you go.
I think you'll love them. I'm gonna send you a few. Watch.
Awesome. Yeah, and they were so much better years ago. And it's like I was saying, this is not the Dr. Pepper I drank when I was a teenager.
Yeah. Well, now they're using. I think it's what do they call that? It's not sugar. It's that stuff they put in everything now. Corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup is what they're using now,
which is not healthy.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible for you. I'll take sugar over it any day.
Yeah, it's a huge.
I indulge in sugar once a week. I'll have like a real Coke, or I'll have some kind of pastry or something. But once a week, I do indulge. But other than that, if I want a Coke, I have to do diet because I can't take Diet Coke though. Diet Pepsi or Diet here.
What is that?
So it starts out like that, and then we zoom in, or she zoomed in. I zoomed in more. There's two of them.
Yeah, what is this stuff?
Well, I'm wondering if that's the spiral, same sighting of the spiral of the ship coming through the wormhole. Is that what this is?
I wondered if it was something like that because the brightness and then it would change.
See, the one on the left looks like a tiny little micro spiral, and the one on the right looks like an illuminated ship coming out of. So, is that the same reel or is this different?
Yeah. Yeah, all these things I just took.
I was wondering. Oh. Yeah, my ears are still ringing, and I looked out the window and
I'm deaf in one ear, Sam. These last 3 days I've really been kicking my butt when it comes to my ears.
If you zoom in on these things, look what they look like.
Yeah, well, that's hard to judge because it could be lens focaling. It's really, really hard. Oh, I just started hearing the music in the background. Yay. Okay.
Right. I forgot I had it turned down.
After all.
Yeah.
Sam gets a little stir crazy if we don't have music in the background.
I know. I'm doing my.
It's vibe for me, It's like I live in music.
No, we do actually.
I've always got music playing in the background, or Om chant. 528. I'm always listening.
Here
to
is
Om chant,
some pictures
music.
from Audrey. Just want to throw that out there.
That is a cut in.
That was a good picture.
I think you could say that Atu's moon is in the upper left. And then you're looking at the light cutting and you're looking at half of Atu and the other half is normal sky on the right-hand side. Anyway.
I'll go back to that. I'm trying to get a short video with it. I'm getting that too.
There we have the long box cube just to the upper right. See the straight lines, the three major lines.
Those three, those little lines that go. I was just going to say.
We've watched that occur for many years now, which is how we know what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Bear with me a second. I'm going to get her video ready.
And we can occasionally have a little dead air. It's kind of a mellow show tonight. We're all a little bit, quieter than normal, which is okay.
Yeah.
I know. I feel like I did
from the guys going on about their Coca-Colas and making everybody else want one.
Yeah, there you
go. Yeah.
Where's my Coca-Cola?
I'm thinking
there's some lines right there.
Some like ginger ale or something. I thought it kind of just hit my head the other day. Maybe you can make your own ginger ale,
Whew, I don't play with ginger unless I make teriyaki.
I don't know. I just saw ginger ale and I thought maybe you can make your own, or maybe like who knows? I guess you can make any flavor soda you want, but you can't beat Coke, right?
Oh yeah, she sent me these pictures as well. What are those?
Okay, let's back up a little, Sam. Ginger ale and teriyaki. What is that?
Oh well, no ginger. When you make beef teriyaki, one of the spices you use is ginger.
Oh, okay, all right, okay, I got it. Okay, gotcha.
And he's talking about ginger ale, and that is from ginger.
Okay, that's root. where I missed.
So one of you's eating and one of you's drinking.
I know, right?
Yeah, right.
Teriyaki's on the menu for tonight.
Or something and add it to ginger ale.
I love teriyaki vegetables and beef is my favorite.
It's very burning. Does it make your stomach acid?
I make beef teriyaki every week.
I love it.
Is it burning? Does it make your stomach all acidy?
What?
Yeah, I don't.
Teriyaki.
No, what you got to do is you have to throw in brown sugar. That way you take away the acid.
Oh, okay.
So the Carlo Max stevia is a really good replacement for sugar as well. Actually, it's a very healthy alternative.
Okay, those are the ones from Audrey, just so y'all know.
Right.
Thank you, Audrey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then let's see. I think these are yours, Christopher.
Yeah,
I think those.
My teriyaki is salt, brown sugar, ginger.
That's good.
And then I use.
These are ones you sent me.
Yeah, that was today.
I use Yoshida sauce.
Okay.
You know what, Sam? The other day that you mentioned Yoshida, I went to the store and I got some. That's actually what I have in the fridge to use now. I loved
Yeah,
it.
that's
It was really good stuff.
Are you having us over for dinner then?
I know it sounds
well,
really good.
I cook a lot of on white rice and stuff, or cultured rice. I cook a lot every week. I cook beef teriyaki every week.
I love teriyaki, but I'm very picky on the teriyaki sauce that I use. I go to the Chinese the Chinese store, and I had one that they used to sell there, but then they stopped selling it, and I was really bummed out because I couldn't find the right one. And now that you mentioned Yoshida, I don't know, probably on her 20th show, and I was like, I gotta go try that, and I bought it, and I was like, this is great.
Yeah,
This
it
some
is.
good
Yeah,
stuff.
I've tried so many other brands, and this is the best one I've found on the regular market. Now, when you buy the Chinese sauces, yeah, they're good, but then you start ending up with a lot of really spooky clam sauce that they mix in, and other sauces that I wouldn't normally consume, and yet they put it in a can, and so I'm a little, I don't translate well off of their labels, so I try to do an American teriyaki sauce.
I like this one they had because it was really thick. I don't like the really watery stuff.
Right, and then what you do with your teriyaki when you're cooking it, if you want to make it thicker, and I always do this anyway, is you throw about a palm-sized handful of brown sugar into it, and then you heat it up until it does that sugar crystallization boil, and then you boil off a little bit of the water, and it makes it even thicker, and then it sticks to your meat better.
Really, I'm gonna have to try that. That sounds good.
Yeah, and it cuts the acid level out of the teriyaki, which is exactly what Jillian was talking about. You cannot have Yoshidas without brown sugar added to it, and that is a secret.
I'm gonna have to try that. So you're saying basically warm up the sauce first, and then add
you
the
cook
sugar.
meat, and depending on if you want to drain your fat off your meat, and I like to use a New York steak. Not a cheap steak, but a very nice, because I can cut up one $8 New York steak to make enough for 3 people in the beef teriyaki, and you butterfly it, and then you slice it very thin, and then make these tiny little squares, and then they're thin and easy to chew, and they're fast to cook, and you throw them in there. Now, depending on your dietary needs, I like to leave the actual cooking oil in the pan on occasion, depending on how the meat smells, or I drain the fat, or I don't. It just depends on how much it is, and then I throw in the sauce, and then the ginger powder, and then you let that heat, and you semi-cook half your steak in the teriyaki, and then you throw your brown sugar in on top of that, and then you bring it to a sugar bubble. And then when you're done that, you boil off a little bit of the moisture, and it's very thick, and it sticks to the meat, and you serve on top of rice.
No, it sounds delicious. Yep, that's on the menu.
And it cooks in about 5 minutes.
Sidebar.
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's really fast.
Great pictures here from. These are yours, Chris, aren't they?
Yeah, this was right.
All you're doing is waiting for your rice.
I went into the grocery store, and then.
Sounds like you were at Starbucks.
And then I took some pictures after, and everything just changed. So,
that is a Starbucks logo.
Yeah, right. This is us. I love the grocery store. That's where I go.
That's
your grocery church where I always take you guys.
There's your grocery store called Starbucks.
I know. There's a grocery store called Starbucks. That's all they sell.
I forgot the name of that Mexican store. What is it called that they have there in Vegas, Chris?
Oh, there's quite a few of them now, actually. If you want real fruit, that's where you're going. Okay, because there's no farmers. There's farmers markets here, but
but there was one that I used to go to all the time.
For that, so you got to go to the, the Mexican, grocery stores for all that. Yeah, because you just don't like the organic section of fruit at my Albertsons. I swear the same peaches have been on that stand for like 2 months. I don't know. I only buy fruit at Mexican stores. They're the cheapest and they're the freshest. Yeah, it's gonna be real food.
Yeah.
So it freaks me out. We got pineapples and peaches, and that's it. So I
Cardenas. That's what it's called. Cardenas. Cardenas.
Set up a GoFundMe account for that fruit section at Albertsons because it's a joke.
But I'm talking about Cardenas. Have you ever
Okay.
been to
Oh yeah.
Cardenas?
That's it. That's it.
I love that store.
Over on, I think.
Dude, there's a few of them.
Lamb in Charleston.
Yeah, there's a few of them. I used to go to the one on.
I've never been in there. I'm gonna have to check it out now that you mentioned.
You gotta try it, man. They have a lot of stuff in there that you're gonna walk in. You're gonna walk out with a bunch of other stuff.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, what did I leave Albertsons the other day with 3 items for $75?
Jesus Christ! Well,
it's like
oh my goodness,
that's
$75 for food.
Ridiculous.
3 things. What did you buy?
I bought like a frozen pizza, and then I don't know what else we bought, but we're sitting at the exit, right, looking at a receipt, like shocked, and then this guy walks out with a whole shopping cart. There's things falling out of the shopping cart, and I'm like, hey, you, your stuff is falling out of your cart, and then all the alarms are going off, and obviously he stole like half the store, and
oh wow,
I don't know how he did it, but the guy just disappeared into the parking lot, and I mean, it would have took me an hour to get all that stuff into my car. So I don't know. It's just like that all the time.
That was
it's no good.
That is an interesting picture. What's the deal with? Is that your picture, Christopher?
This one here.
What's the deal with this?
That was the original.
That's. What do you think went on here?
Yeah, we think those are Star Destroyers around the long box.
That is crazy. I don't think I saw that.
Right? I love how you go back to the picture a week later or a few days later, and
wow,
another thing in the picture. It's just like, what? Where did that come from?
They're not blurs from movement because the house and the trees are clear.
Right, and I have video of this too, so I'll have to go back and I'll have to check it out. But like I said, I've got so much memory issues. We've got some technical problems here with the memory. I'm working. We tried to get a tablet. I can't get the internet to work on the tablet, so that's out. And then, I got this phone over here. Like I said, anybody in the chat, if you're gonna start taking pictures, lots of pictures, get a phone that's not your daily phone, please. You will save yourself so much Tylenol or whatever you use for a headache.
I know they fill up quickly. Yep. They really do, and then you can't really do anything.
It doesn't seem to matter what you get. I mean, you think that you've gotten something that's got 10 times more memory, and within a Dixie quick time, boof, they're all like
never took any pictures before, so I just didn't know that that's what happens with the phone. I mean, I take.
Welcome to my world. 5 phones later.
Just daily life, but I take like 1,000 pictures a week now, probably, of the sky. It's crazy.
Join the club, man. That's what happens.
That's what happens. Delete one of them, even if it's a terrible picture. I'm like, oh no.
I can't delete it because it might show progression into the next one.
Right.
Yeah.
So get your SD card and all that stuff.
I have a hard time erasing, deleting pictures, even if there even if there's nothing. I'm like, I don't want to delete it. I don't delete pictures. I just don't.
Yeah, Sabrina's talking about memory cards, but I've noticed phones don't have that option. They don't have a slot for a memory
They don't have it anymore. They used to have one. They don't. Now these newer ones, they don't have anything like that.
Oh my God, I couldn't stand that because I've got memory cards.
But they have an SD card reader that you could connect to your phone too.
Okay.
It's what I use. It's just like an adapter that.
Yeah, you can plug it into your thing and download the pictures onto it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's handy. I need one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are these the ones I sent?
These are from your friend Claudette.
Yeah, she messaged me on Messenger with these pictures, and she said she's from Las Vegas. So I told her, I said, I'm not gonna even take a guess as to what we're looking at, because I saw this same view from a different angle where I'm at. I was so confused because everything
lead
changed so
asteroid is
fast.
on the
And of
far
course,
right in front of the telephone pole.
I thought that might be.
Okay,
What is that?
the lead asteroid is above the telephone pole on the far right.
yeah,
It's right in the middle of it, pointing at
Yeah, I
it.
see
And
it.
then you've got behind the guide wires and behind the telephone lines and power lines, above the tree center is the Saturn yellow moon.
right. Of course.
Saturn is the planet that is above the sun, rounding down into the wires. And the weird back clouding above the sun is Nepacity base cloud.
Oh, okay. See, yeah, that's what stumped
See,
me.
that's what's throwing me off was that one.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look in the upper middle left, there are the big three asteroids.
Yeah.
Hello, big three. We haven't seen you in forever. There they are.
And it just stretched across the whole horizon. It was incredible. And these clouds to the, what you're saying is Nepacity right above the sun.
Off the sun is Nepacity.
Okay. Yeah, there was this,
and then
the band that's cut in half there. It stretched across the horizon, and it formed this other, like, I don't know what's called, like an appendage or something like that, and there was something coming out of it. I have to find the picture. These aren't my pictures, but like I said, I know I got a view of this same object from a different angle in the city. I asked her what part of town she lives in, but I don't think I got an answer from her yet.
The part that has trees.
See, it was something like this, Sam. Like, see on the right how, or I'm sorry, on the left how it's coming down. That came that's like Isatom's Yellow Moon's area, and it came right overhead, and then it went into the east side.
If it's on the left of the sun, if you're talking about the left picture,
yeah,
right?
The left picture
is on the left hand side of the sun.
Yes,
the light is coming in from the far right, and that is that facial line which we call the salamander group.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So you're looking at the back of the salamander.
Yeah, it's the back end of it. Okay.
Which is it looks like a salamander hanging on the side of planet Uri. And this is that onset group in the 10 asteroids dead center.
Okay.
Behind the wire on the left-hand picture. And on the right-hand picture, that, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon with the long box cube in front of it. And that's where you see those straight lines is where the long box cube is.
Of course. I was just so confused with what you said is the back end of the object cluster group, because it was literally right over our heads that day. And I'm just not used to seeing like that. I'm used to seing it way off in the horizon or during sunset.
Asteroid is the upper
horizon, and Atu's moon is over it, and Atu and stuff. So it was just a whole different vantage point that particular day. I think it was last Friday. Really cool.
Yeah, I saw this today as well. This straight side banding, and I look at it and go, "Oh, okay, I know what you are immediately." And because we,
right? Yeah, I mean, you can feel it.
It sticks out and it does that side banding, which is what makes it look like the body of the salamander, and then it's got two legs and two arms, and then the head, and it looks like it's this. And now it just happens to be so close to us because this is what's coming in for the 180 day, and that banding right there that we're staring at on the left picture is about to be very, very, very close and very, very big and very volatile.
Yeah, and it was so close. Like I kept seeing so many changes with it happening. First, I thought it was a cube. Then I thought it was, the Tan asteroid, which is what you said it was.
There are buttloads of asteroids in that.
Changing my mind about what it was every 2 seconds. It was just incredible.
Yeah, and it moves, and then then partial pareidolia and all the shape, grasping kicks in, and you're going, I've got to understand this, and then you can lead yourself in 14, 15 different directions as well.
When you and calling it a night.
You were skipping out. I hope it wasn't me.
Oh no, it was probably me. I said that's probably when you call it a night. Once that.
I can't quit until I don't walk in till my neck hurts.
Right? I know. It's getting pretty bad. I'm walking around. My head is to the left, and it doesn't look too good.
Yeah, maybe where my back problems come from is staring up for too long. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's 3 pictures that Nicole sent us from Colorado.
God, I'm looking at March 5th on there, and my brain didn't even comprehend. March 5th. What?
Wow, what?
And my first thought was this date's incorrect, but it is actually March 5th. Holy crap. I can't believe it. Wow, we're here.
It's going to fly by. This year will just fly by. You already know.
Yeah.
We're a quarter of the way there practically.
Well, this is mostly normal sky scene. Of course, there's a body, an object in the upper left corner, because look at the blue. And most of this is normal clouds, but not. And of course, we know Saturn's yellow moon is on the right-hand side of the sun. So if you look, it's there.
So, like, you can tell.
And the spiral asteroid is on the left-hand side, just off the horizon, and you can see the little grayish trail and the lead little illuminated bulb of the spiral asteroid. And
so, would you say most of that blue is Atu's moon, the dark?
Yeah, up in the upper left corner,
above our sun.
Yeah, the dark blue. No, not even close to the sun. All the way up in the upper corner. That's Atu's moon. Pretty much, this is predominantly normal sky, with a minor exception that we were probably staring at the side of Saru cutting in right next to the sun at this time of day. But I don't want to drag people out way into deep space, because Saru is way back there behind Uri, behind Nepesity, etc., way back there, still headed toward us, and in rotation. And we'll see her very soon. I think we're going to see her more of her this summer. So we'll see what happens. I'm sort of trying to see in the future of this orbitation plotted in my head, and it doesn't always work. Now in this shot, that blue area, everything on the left of the light pole, is the side face of Uri, and you can sort of kind of see her stripes in the darkness of her. And then in the distance, lead asteroid is behind the tree on the right, the big branchy one, just to the lower right of the sun. And the Saturn's yellow moon is cutting in from the upper right downward towards the sun, but we can't actually see it, but it's there. Hope this person.
I just wanted to say hi to David and Jermaine real quick. I just noticed they were here, and
if you're listening,
I've been busy, but hi guys. Yeah.
What are you doing?
That one.
Nicole's pictures, correct?
Yes. These 3 are.
Oh boy, look at these little asteroids all saying hello to us on the left and the right. Okay, where is the light coming from? Look for the nearest shadow. Boy, that's hard. I don't see much of a shadow anywhere. I'm looking at the parking lot going, where's the shadow off of these light poles? And I don't see one.
It's dark.
Yeah. Most likely Atu's moon. Red asteroid off the deck.
Because of that shape, that V shape.
A whole bunch of little rounded asteroids definitely on the left. You can actually see them. It's like I went to Bob Ross painting class to draw rocks.
Yeah, it took me a while to realize that, a lot of times those little dark specks that you see in the photos are asteroids,
I am looking at this on a 43-inch screen, so.
Here's from
I just
Gray
realized I hadn't
Guy.
even been looking at the comments for quite a while. Oh boy, this is
The gray guy sent these.
oh boy, yeah. Well, I hate to guess on shots like this, but
It's so close up. It's hard to
yeah,
tell.
that's
I
the
know.
thing. I think we're looking at the Tan asteroid and the onset of Uri.
Yeah. I like that one.
My best shot on that one.
Look at those stripes. Look at that.
Yeah. I have nothing for this one. This one I can't call.
Yeah. I know. Nothing really jumps out.
Well, I could, but I don't. This is
Right.
You don't want to guess. I know.
right. I don't want to guess.
Important too, because
It kind of looks like a craft, though, doesn't it? Like a giant
every single
close-up cube, maybe. Those stripes.
No.
I just see a straight line.
Well,
From
I
top
see
to
the
bottom.
angled stripes here and many of them, but
Right.
nothing screaming at me.
It's a cool picture, gray guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one. Look at that. I think there's a craft there too.
Oh
On the
boy,
left.
I'm tempted to scream cube on this one, but
That one.
on the left, on the right, I got nothing for it. Sorry, I don't mean to be vague, but and I know you're sending in. Your
Well,
pictures
they're
and
still
everything.
cool pics, even if we can't
there's
identify
five
them.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
And
it's still
there's
pretty neat.
definitely on the left-hand picture. There's definitely something in the bottom right there with the bubbly and micro rounded clouds. But
Yes.
unless I had more information on which direction I'm looking, I can't call this. Although it does look kind of cubey, especially in the upper middle, all the way to the upper middle left, where it gets dark right there. That's very
It
dark.
looks like
so
the
it's-
edge of something pointing.
or the back end of a box.
Oh.
Could
I know.
easily
It
be the
makes me
long
wanna-
box cube, but I
But
try
the
not to go
angle
there if
looks
I
like
don't have,
Atu's moon, doesn't
yeah,
it?
heading away from
That
it.
angle.
Yeah, it looks like the long box
Uh-huh.
cube to me, but
Okay.
I need more info. Must have more input. Beep beep.
And then I know this one isn't Katie Joe's, but Katie Joe sent me this one along with another one. I think there was only two that
From
she sent me.
yesterday.
This is
And this,
from
of course,
a
is
lady named
Atu-
Misty in
Atu's moon.
Tulsa.
The reddish asteroid and the spiral asteroid are in the middle upper left. The Texas cube is dead center by the orange fingertip, I think. That would be, I believe that's somebody's fingertip.
Okay.
That's the kind of stuff I do.
I know.
And this is the site of Uri and all of that shit that's headed our way.
Oh.
Look at that. Man,
God.
that's a lot like my sunset yesterday. Oh, that was yesterday. Yeah, Katie Joe, because I was out live and I'm going to see if I can get a copy of it.
Yuri
It was
is
so
gonna
great.
I
So
just
I could
learned
tell.
about it yesterday.
I can't stop talking about it. I loved it so
The
much.
color was like something out of a Tony Early picture.
Oh,
Oh, I swear
Yeah.
what we are going to have coming here in the next couple of weeks is probably going to scare the shit out of
I
me.
can't
But
wait.
just watching
Oh
and going,
my
I know
gosh.
what this is.
I'm
oh my
patiently
God."
waiting to be scared shitless. Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for something
Well,
new.
I try to warn
We're ready.
people, but they don't usually listen so well. They take into what I'm saying, but they don't fathom
We're
the
listening, but
enormity of it.
And so,
Yeah.
This
trying
was
is
to.
trying to
also
think
more
about-
of this is more of the asteroid group coming in from the upper left,
Uh-huh.
and there's that mysterious finger again.
Yeah, it's the same one. I was realizing these are both from yesterday, about 40 minutes apart. One's in Tulsa and one's in New Jersey. So that's what we're doing. We're comparing, it was the same night, same evening.
Spooky stuff, and all of that dark blue area from middle right to all the way to the left corner is planet. That's Uri. That's dark Uri.
Yeah.
And the stuff coming in from the upper left to the middle toward the tree in the house is a group of object cluster group headed underneath, rounding, orbiting underneath the bottom of big, huge ass Uri.
Cool.
Huge planet. Gas
all,
giant.
And you don't. I mean, I saw a lot of stuff with the object cluster group, 2 months ago, and I was able to maybe first start seeing it, and knowing what it finally was. But now look at all the stuff that's there that you can actually see. This is incredible.
And it changes the angle of rotation as the planet rounds. It goes from coming at us to literally going beside us and then going almost away from us as the rotation of the view as it goes over our heads. And it's also moving, and then we're watching. And then if you look up in the lined area just above the object cluster group into the blue area behind it, that's at the bottom of the planet, and it's really dark underneath there, and all these asteroids are orbiting mostly underneath it in this big cloud pushy area that we've watched for years, that depending on the side angle or where it is going across the sun is where all that rainbow shit comes from. And there's all kinds of stuff inside that dark area as well. Just tons
All
and
kinds
tons
of stuff.
and tons
It's
of stuff.
almost like they've got spirits and stuff up there.
Right. And we've talked about that in the past, and that's what's led me to believe some things about that there's more to this than just the dragon, or more to this than just Apophis, or more to this than some of the Sumerian legends. And I'm because of the sightings, including Jesus has seen it as well for himself. We believe there's a lot of weird shit going on in that upper dark area, don't we?
Absolutely.
All them eyes looking at you.
Right, and if you look down and you blow these pictures up, we've had a couple hundred occasions where we've all seen stuff in there that was too unbelievable to actually discuss openly. So we hint at it, and that and this is what still also blows my mind about the Skull asteroid. And people ask, well, is it carved or is it naturally that way? And yet, I mean, I almost look at it as the harbinger of everything else that's behind it. And yeah, and it just
looks so different every picture. It just looks so different, and that makes sense because everybody's taking shots of it at different angles, but it really looks,
and in the legend with Ra in the Egyptian lore, Ra is sitting up on his ship outside orbit of Earth, and he is staving off Apophis. That way Apophis doesn't come up and consume his people off the planet's surface. And my question is what if Apophis did do that in the past, and then we're seeing all the spirits of, and I don't want to go there with that, but yeah, I got to hint at it, and yet try to qualify it as to we've seen actual information coming in that is almost kind of leading that direction. So I've got to sort of mention it. I can't fully say, well, yeah, that's what it is, but oh my God, we've, as Jesus included, and other people.
It's hard to go there, Sam, because even though I've seen some shit that I just don't even dare speak of at the same time, it's like, if it's a lot for us, I can imagine for the new people. It's just,
and
the last thing we try to do is to push anybody.
That's why I try to hint at it, and not just come out and say what I even think.
But there is some stuff up there that I have not dared ask you about, Sam.
Yeah, and I myself have seen it as well many, 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 many times, and I'm just like, wow, you're kidding me.
I have never been so creeped out sometimes, but the Salamander Asteroid Group just
Good night, Egg.
Yeah, good night, Egg. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
For sure. Always good to see you.
As well. And I'm just sitting here and I've got information about that. And I'm going, ooh, how does that fit together? And so, and this is where, yeah. And, this is why, and that's when I'll throw out the movie, The Gods of Egypt and all of this, because it, wow, anyway, let's change the subject.
Well, that's interesting too.
Getting
Yeah,
a
well,
little creepy here. Let's
Just
see.
when we were getting juicy and doing something.
I'll tell you what, I'll put that in my book.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the
Keep
book
us
I
hanging.
may write someday. Yeah. We'll
We
call
will
it.
talk
Good,
about
Sam.
we'll talk about this when we're sitting around the fire, Sam.
Right.
Right.
I was just gonna say that we'll call the book "Discussions Over the Campfire" with Samuel Hoffman.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Discussions
secret-
not to
Let's do
have at a
that.
campfire with Samuel Hoffman where you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
chat all the things.
Yeah, after dark, maybe you don't want to have that discussion after dark. You're right.
Oh,
Sabrina likes that too.
And this is where we get out you get out the X-Files soundtrack.
Look at that thing.
Post-production, you know, we need a production team to, in a booth to get us all these soundtracks we need. You know, hey, give me
Oh,
that.
yeah.
just send a. Yeah, I'll compile a list for you, Sam. Just send me a list of what you want.
Oh, I wish we had some sort of a sound effect board to mix
okay.
in the show, but you know, when after we get rich and famous, we'll get production team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't buy stuff on Amazon or anything like that because I don't bank online and I don't have a phone to do that with, and I'm having issues with this one that was sent to me and already. Anyway,
Well, that is something. That is a homework assignment for you, Sam.
Oh well, I've already goofed it up a little bit. Yeah. Well, I handled it and I killed it immediately.
Oh, you
It
did.
works. It's recharged, but I mean, literally in my possession within about 3 minutes, that the battery was just gone. Like, okay. Well, it's weird, man. It's weird. Yeah, I find now that if I use my debit card, I'll get to the store, and if I don't lay my debit card on the countertop before putting it in the machine, it won't work.
Oh gosh.
I have to ground my debit card before it will work.
Oh my gosh. Poor Sam.
Yeah, I walk
I
through
would be
doors
so
and their
frustrated
computers
by now.
shut down. I'm sorry, sir, but all the cash registers went down. I go, okay, that was me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
If you go to a regular store, they might know you. Oh, God, it's
I drive down the road and streetlights turn off over the top of me.
Hey, that I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know all about those.
Electric
Street
fields.
lights.
Now, I am, of course, embellishing and bragging a little bit, but no, streetlights do turn off when I go underneath them.
Okay.
Not always, but often.
Speaking of creepy.
Yeah. Well,
light bulbs. What do light bulbs do?
You know when
maybe
it's
I haven't
you know when it's
tried to light one with my own fingers, but I'll give it a shot.
in there.
Anyway,
Look at the
look
color.
at this rolling. Look at this rolling. See, that's an illuminated
look at
body
that.
over the top of us.
You got greens, you got purples, you got yellows.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
peachy color
probably
as well.
Atu's moon and Nepesity right there, the three of them.
You can see all their colors.
Yeah,
Jesus.
but there's a definite illumination above us.
Yeah.
And that wasn't altered, eh?
No.
Jermaine,
that's how I
usually
found
what
it.
we see are Jermaine Brooks. I just want usually what we see are either side illuminations or bottom illuminations.
Right.
What are
And
more
facial, when planets go, if the sun is in the east and you're seeing planets in the west, then they're having full facial illuminations.
Yeah.
And that is now started occurring recently.
We're gonna see that more often now.
And you know, this is why I always tell everybody, do look up and do look north, south, east, and west when you walk out the door, because literally, for most of the day, you have a planet around you everywhere you look.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And the trick is just to catch them at the right time, that you're seeing the facial illumination, where you actually see land masses on these planets, and it's very possible, and their colors depending. And it's usually a very brief window that you get to view it.
How many minutes to see the land masses?
I can't wait to see it.
Well, it's always changing, so that's a hard call, but it's usually with only 15, 20 at the most. And then,
the way
I
the
mean, you
light
can see the
falls.
planet. You can see the planet, and you see the color changes. But the absolute momentary illumination, where you actually see the land masses and the rivers and the lakes and all of that, or the craters on like on the moon, or the stripes of Uri, or or the red of its atom. And of course, the atom land masses are going to be harder to define because they don't have oceans.
Wow.
That's more,
meaning nobody is. I don't believe anybody lives on its atom.
It's just rocky, is it?
Yeah, and it's red. We know it's red.
That's the one we'll get all the
that was
dust off.
Atu's moon going over the top of us. And this is 2311. This is November of 2023. Yeah. And that was Atu over the top of us. And of course, on the left is Uri. And that would be that purpley area.
Look at that. Wow.
Different
Notice
colors.
the sun changes, but that blob doesn't.
Wow. Jeez.
Massive big body.
Yeah, Uri is just huge.
And this is when they're a little bit more distant, guys. You'll just feel the blob, the blurry blob, out in the distance. But sometimes they're just a little further away from us. That all we're gonna see is just a shadowy,
Rebecca
blob.
has an early picture of Uri.
Yes.
Uri always looks the same. Rebecca, can you grab the 2013 Uri?
Is it the one with the great big striations in it? The big gashes, like.
Okay, you got to go back and memorize this picture now, Jillian. Come on, we've been showing it for a decade.
I know, but I want to know what it's like inside. It's so fuzzy and hazy, Uri.
It's a gas giant. Nobody knows what the inside of Jupiter looks like either, or inside the storms of Jupiter. That's rotating big eye is a storm. We're seeing the outer atmosphere of the planet. That's why they're striped.
Yeah, that frustrates me. I want to see their surface.
I don't think you'd want to fly into the atmosphere. You'd probably get compressed by, pressurization.
Are you asking
about the
one
Uri again?
Uri?
We don't have any concept of how much barometric pressure is inside the atmosphere of a gas giant. Nobody's ever been there.
Yeah, but how much bigger is Uri than Earth?
Oh, how big is the average gas giant? Over 5-10 times.
How many Earths can fit into Jupiter? Like over 300, and I think it's like 360 Earths can fit in Jupiter or something like that.
Yeah, big. Yeah.
Let's see.
And Uri's a large gas giant, where Atu is a smaller purple striped gas giant and sort of attached.
You think you could fit 12 Earths just in the storm, just in that storm line?
Saturn are right next to each other also. So
the storm is
actually, we have more than one. We have I believe which is it, Neptune or Uranus is a gas giant. One of those is a gas giant. I think Earth a very old memory. I think Uranus is a gas giant and Neptune is a rock type. Anyway, I'd actually have to go. I have to go back to school, guys, and look this stuff up.
Okay.
I was pinching my eyes so tight. I'm blind now.
I was way off. 1,300 Earths to one Jupiter.
Yeah.
Okay. 1,300 Earths to one Jupiter.
Yes.
That's just mind-boggling.
Right, and let's find out. Let's see how many Earths fit in the
Apart
storm.
from the fact that my body bits are going to sleep.
What's more mind-boggling is that our planets are actually small compared to theirs.
Yeah, a water type planet is huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Well, supposedly Nibiru is 10 times the size of Earth, and supposedly Saru is 7 times the size of Earth.
Wow.
How many planets that is, I don't know. But that's the scuttlebutt. Yeah, there's the old early Uri.
Yeah,
photo.
I know. It looks like one of my shaman stones with a gash in the middle.
And the cool thing about Uri is it does have those a few, like 3 or 4 of the rings are actually sort of inset. You can kind of see inside of them. In those
middle ones, those middle.
Yeah, the side. I always look at the right hand side on that edge. And we see that all the time, even in the bigger, more recent Uris that, 2020 shots, 2022 shots. And you can actually see those same edges and the same color bands, and it matches time after time after time after time. And this is how we know we're not full of shit. So, I have to chuckle about that.
Send me that one again, please, Rebecca.
We get so much harassment from some people going, you guys don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, okay.
And this one on
the bottom.
Yeah,
I've had that one, obviously, but it's back 10 phones ago, so.
And another shot of Uri.
Others. Yeah, this is my Uri folder.
From
so
Texas.
These are all Uri. Look at that.
Wow.
And that's the side of Uri. And we have many, many years worth of pictures documenting that, and day after day, month after month, year after year, when you're on, this was 2015. Whoa. Yeah, this is Uri on the right-hand side in 2015. Oh, wow. And Saru is behind and on the left.
I love this picture.
Yeah, I do too.
Wow.
Yeah, that's also one of my favorites, that one, but I keep losing them because they're away in the...
That's the asteroid group of clouds on the lower half of Uri. And if you look, Attu is in the upper right-hand corner. And then Attu's moon. And I'm not sure, let me blow this up, but we may actually be staring at the Skull asteroid as well.
Look at
poking
that.
Its face out right there, dead center in the middle above the far side of the road. At the horizon, straight up. Looks like the Skull asteroid poking its nose out there. But then I'm looking at it on a 43-inch screen.
Right.
And this is really digital.
But digital. I didn't.
Yeah, this is the Tan asteroid and the asteroid group on the side of Uri, right at the beginning of the 180-day cycle in early March, which is what we're staring down right now. And this picture was like 219, 220. There's also some new ones that literally match this that were taken last year.
And this is over somebody's town. I mean, you would think there would be pandemonium in the streets with this thing.
I'll go back to the 2018 Boxing Day event that we've got stadium pictures of this same damn storm and the same pattern coming in, and it actually made people leave the game. And it was this horrendous storm that went through the UK. And it's the
if they would have sat there and said play ball, I'd feel not good about that.
Well, yeah, and we're going to see that event. It's these close passes for the 180-day cycle this year should really be the dragon and all. And like I keep warning about it, and believe me, I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. I will say that 3 times and turn around and do the hokey pokey and spit. And this is the same thing right here. This is the salamander and the Tan asteroid group on a side view.
Jeez.
Sam, somebody asked recently on one of my posts, and I wanted to answer yes, but I didn't want to do that without fully knowing the answer to that.
Okay.
So as some of these bodies come close to Earth, wouldn't they, considering that Earth is 75% water or 70%, something like that, mostly water, our moisture, would that have this cloud effect on them as well, or is that strictly from their?
There are space clouds too.
Yeah, but I mean, would they be influenced because we're mostly a water planet? We're mostly water.
The only planet that really gets close enough to that is the close enough from the Pesky, where it does the circle trap, and then it drags up some of our atmosphere. Where the other ones don't, because they're way far away still. Even Attu's moon. Now, Attu's moon did have some close pass effects on volcanic.
How about asteroids coming close enough to?
Oh yeah, well, that's part of the electrical discharge scenario when it does meet our moist atmosphere. That's part of what the discharge, and of course, water vapor is positively charged. Their southern pole is different than our southern pole, so they're directly opposed electrically, and the discharge and all of that. The same set of rules. There is space clouds around these other planets as well, and their electrical atmosphere will discharge off our electrical atmosphere, which is what pushes the planets away. And
Yeah,
also,
because that's what I see a lot when it comes to the asteroids. As they come closer, it seems that they get more encased in clouds. As the closer, the more the cloudier they get.
And you got to remember that they're coming from cold space and they're coming into warmer Earth refractive heat. You know, our atmosphere is like 220 below zero compared to 440 below.
So as they step in the heat of the sunlight, it also produces this kind of
sunlight and our atmosphere, which are two different occasions. But yeah, when they get in within temperature, because we put off a certain amount of temperature variant within a certain distance, 3,000-4,000 miles. I don't know how far. But I'm sure that our warm temperature creates an effect on them because they are coming in from minus 440 degrees.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, space is minus 440 degrees.
Jesus, that's crazy.
Right?
That is crazy.
So they say. I didn't, personally go out there with a thermometer, but that's what I'm told.
We can surmise it's really cold because we see these effects for sure, but it's definitely
and a
cold.
lot of the cloud effects, including the ion drop tail, has a lot to do with similar behavior, where it drops. We talk about dry ice, where you pull it to dry ice and you see these little drop clouds from the temperature variant. And it'll crawl across if you lay a chunk on the countertop, it'll crawl across the table, which is what, the base clouds are. They are these drop cold clouds meeting our warmer atmosphere, and then they spread out and become a generalized base cloud on each planet because they have their specific atmosphere and pole base value and all of that. So they have an individual regular occurring base cloud.
Gotcha. Nicole, I just to answer Nicole's question, I don't know if it's Yuri the one that's causing that, but I do feel that as well. And I think it's what causes my earaches at certain times of the month. I get really bad earaches and just really
I think I would bet you if you actually go to YouTube and listen to a rock type planet versus a gas giant, I think you're probably correct. I bet money that Yuri puts off a really eerie sound. So, now, of course, we have no way to prove that because I'm sure NASA has recordings of it they're not going to release. But yeah, they do have the regular. Go to YouTube and listen to the difference of the output of sound from a rock type planet compared to a gas giant. And that information is available. You just type in planetary sounds.
Yeah. So definitely, I think if you're seeing the planets, you're definitely sensitive enough to be affected by them.
I think all of us have been tortured by this for years, and we're not even aware of it.
Yeah.
I think a good portion of our some of our mental health issues to all the way to our actual health issues are being drastically mega affected by these planets, and we've been struggling to get used to it in many ways, including balance loss. My ears right now are just ringing like crazy.
Yeah, I've been like that for the last 2 days, Sam. Last 2 days, my right ear is just I can't even hear out of it.
And I haven't heard this in quite a while. And usually I'm getting the wah wah, and I'm not hearing that right now. Usually I'll hear whoa, and then it'll go whoa.
It's gotta be tough having to hear that, man.
I hear it all the time, nonstop.
I don't hear it, but I feel it.
I go into my bedroom and it's like a speaker box in there, and it's like, oh, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna try and go to sleep to this, Yeah, it's horrible.
I was gonna say it's like turning on a fan.
Yeah, and I have done the white noise on purpose to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Right, you are correct. I've done that. I try to, I'm cheap. I try not to. My daughter's already running a fan. I don't get one.
I need to run my fan. I need some background noise, or else I can't sleep.
Now, look at this.
Oftentimes, I'll either put my fan on or I'll put one of your interviews, Sam, and I'll just go to
Yeah, I
sleep.
play you that bad and duck you to sleep. I'm joking. You look at these asteroids. These are off.
No, there's just something about your voice that's really calming and soothing, I find.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much. Sometimes I wonder how I come off to people, but yeah.
I find your voice very, very soothing. So I'll put on an interview and I'll just go to sleep listening to it.
Yeah, I'll have to do, my own recording music. And now you're going to listen to a little more of Shepherd Moon, but, Enya.
Yeah.
I used to listen to that, go to sleep and I put it on repeat. It would just play all night long.
Well, Enya.
Yeah, Shepherd Moon's.
Enya's nice, yeah.
One of her earliest albums, and I played that thing. Oh, I just walk in, turn the thing on, and it was one of those old carry on your shoulder boom boxes, and I played that thing till it died. And it had the
got like one of them little holes in your shoulder where it used to.
Yeah, no, I left it in my bedroom, and I stopped carrying a boom box on my shoulder in the 70s. Thank you.
And
see little Sam with his music box.
No, I went right away to the Outback, Sony Outback headset.
Right? Wow. It's not the same.
On them for running or mountain biking.
Oops.
Although vinyl records are making a comeback.
Hey, records are making a comeback.
Mine, dang it.
Records are making a comeback, actually.
I've seen a couple of shops that they opened up here with records as one of their side things, where they were doing the old records and vintage clothing that went with the 70s vibe.
Yeah, I gave away my very expensive turntable too.
Yeah, they're coming back. They're making newer versions of the record players now. My friend just gave her friend a record, kind of more modern kind of record player, but still plays records nevertheless.
Yeah, we played albums at the nightclub, and ours used to float in pans of oil.
Oh,
and
okay.
that way they didn't skip if anybody bumped the counter.
Right.
They're floating in these oil vats.
Yeah.
And you put the turntable in these metal pans, sterling metal pans, and then they float in this big, about 2.5 inches of oil.
I have to Google that now. I have to Google that.
Yeah, that's well, we had a pro system. I mean, we put out like almost up to 200 decibels if you cranked it,
wow.
which is way past any comfort zone. 110 decibels is an aircraft going over the top of your head. So we could pump 200 decibel. We didn't. We ran at about 80.
I've seen them put like the turntables on these, like they kind of look like pool floaties, They're shaped like an X, and it'll stop that. But I've never heard of like what you just talked about. With
we had the natural balancing. We had the natural balancing turntables actually sitting in a professionally made oil.
That is cool.
A boat that sits in oil, and nobody could go back in the booth unless you were certified to know not to put your hand in the oil or anything like that and knock over. Oh God, this is the object cluster group back in 2015-ish, 16.
It's got little wings on it, that thing.
Yeah, you've got everybody here. You've got the big three in the upper corner. You have the red asteroid next to it. You have the lead object in the front, and you have this stuff. No, excuse me. The lead object is on the bottom, and the red asteroid and all that's in the middle. Yeah, there's a whole bunch here. There's lots of asteroids in this one. And this is, of course, going back why we called it the object cluster group. Because there were so many, we couldn't name them all. And this is, of course, close pass. And they got bigger and bigger and bigger. This one is a couple years old. I'm going to say that's mostly Nibiru with a much smaller Isatum and a much smaller Isatum yellow moon with the ion tail, which is just above the center light pole. Is Isatum yellow? It's that little blip. So Isatum yellow moon is very small in this one, and Isatum is the grayish. And then, of course, behind it, you'll see a little reddish box right by the white base illumination dead center of the Isatum.
So the Saturn is just right above the roof, right? Just right behind the roof thing, that circle there, that small circle.
Yeah, that small dark circle is actually a Saturn. You can see the red face sticking down in the lower red clouds.
Yeah.
Below that, and that blip is how small a Saturn's yellow moon is.
Yeah.
And you can see the ion tail is actually going around the long box cube.
Wow. Okay.
Hiding, blending.
That.
Which is what it does.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy,
wow.
Look at that. This one, wow. Oh, boy. I'm going to say 2019. We're looking at Atu, Yuri, and
wow.
I would say Saru in the back left. Yeah. This is an earlier picture, I think. I could be wrong. But that shape looks like Atu and Yuri in 2008.
I think it's at least 2 or 3 years old. Yeah, maybe that.
But I'm tempted to say 2018, 19.
Okay. Yeah. It's awesome, though.
Yeah.
Look at all that.
Wow.
Yes,
There's so much happening there.
Yes, Virginia, those are freaking planets, you know.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
I'm
Virginia,
looking
there,
at the
Santa Claus, those things.
left side, that streak coming down at an angle, you know, the asteroids.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
from the middle on over, there's like
Yeah,
a
and that goes
band.
back to when we were seeing the asteroids, because the planets are so close in 2018 and 19. This is the first year that they went past us, and they were all up in front of us prior to that. We saw them away, and now in 2018, 2019, they start going over and beyond us, and then we got some sunrise shots of where the sun rose in the east, and you could actually see Yuri and Atu in the far west, and that was the first time that ever happened. And at that same time, what we're looking at here, and the crossing of the asteroids coming in completely separate of Atu's moon, shows you how close they actually are to us and over us, that we're actually semi within the orbitation of the object cluster group, which we're currently looking at as them being much closer. Okay, this is probably an asteroid going in front of, if not, I'm kind of looking like I'm seeing the Empire orb eye staring at me dead center just above the trees.
Yeah,
that could be an orb in front of, or the Empire orb, or an asteroid in front of the sun.
Right.
Okay, I gotta. My kids need something. I'll be right back.
Okay, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
I took a picture recently. And I would have to dig through it. That looks very similar to that one.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, can you send me a copy of that one before this one and this one?
The
These
dragon.
are cool to show to new apprentice people if you get people that ask you questions.
This is the
These are
Tan
really cool.
asteroid.
Okay.
Wow, look at that. The Tan asteroid.
You can see how it's wrapped around, you know.
But you can see why it would be called a dragon, a fiery dragon.
Yes.
Without a doubt, we'll run straight for that one.
Yeah.
This is where all of this folklore and all these rumors and all these things come
Look
from.
at it. I mean, that's a straight up dragon, man.
Wow. It's just beautiful. Look at that. Look at the detail in the left wing there.
Beautiful.
How could they not have? Of course, they're going to write stuff down and have. You know, this isn't folklore for them. This was real.
Yeah.
How could people not even look at that and start researching? And it just takes you about 2 seconds on the internet to make the connection.
And that winged back
and that's
eddy,
too much like hard work, for
that
some.
winged back eddy is reaching to the side of the outer atmosphere of Uri. That is Uri right behind this.
It's as if it's like touching the side,
And is also literally could be construed as the salamander as well, because that's what the Dan asteroid and all of that. And this is where, of course, the lore of the dragon came from in Chinese lore.
Yeah. Incredible. Look at that.
Sam,
And you
can
can
would
also
you
get
answer Jermaine's question? He's been asking this for a couple of times.
I'm sorry, I have not been looking at the comments. I had it blown up on everything.
He wants to know if these planets are going to affect the moon on this eclipse coming on April 4th.
Oh,
April
no.
8th.
Well, no. There's the moon's 265,000 miles away, and some of these planets are a million and a half. Wow. We have no way of distancing them, but they are way out there. But yet they look massive. And I do sometimes think that we actually might be having some magnification going on by our outer atmosphere, sort of like looking through a Ziploc bag full of water. You're going to have a magnification. We can see outward really well, but not well enough.
Look at that.
This, of course, is Attu's moon directly in front of us, which is the blobby brownish orange.
Oh, okay.
And then behind, if you look over there, there's a snorkel cloud at the lower right hand by the landmass there, and we're looking at the bottom of Nepesity, who's cutting off the sun. Or it's being illuminated after sunset on the bottom of Nepesity.
Okay,
And
so
that
are
makes
you
this
saying
picture at least a year old?
the brownish area
The
is
brownish orange
Attu's
is
moon?
Attu's moon, and the blue
then-
area, off in the distance below that, from right to left, is Nepesity, because you can see the snorkel reaching down on the right hand side, and the white line illumination on the cloud is the bottom of Nepesity.
Right. And then down here is
The normal
our
sky.
atmosphere. Right.
Okay.
I have a lady, Lori, on TikTok. She's trying to learn how to recognize the planets.
Oh, good luck with that. I'm joking, but
no, I know. I told her we could help her. She's genuinely
well, we do try.
curious
Heck, I
and
get
interested.
confused. Are we done
And
with the
I'll tell
background
Lori-
noise? I hope.
I'm not sure what that is.
With the
I
little
didn't know
black
what it
thing
was
coming
either.
out, or
It's annoying.
But I wanted to tell Lori that she should join our group on Facebook, the Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and then we can communicate more, and I can help you on your pictures. Oh, you did? Oh, you did? Okay, good.
great.
All right, well, get in touch with me. I'll find you. Yeah. Look at that.
Oh, we know this one. Easy peasy. This is
Perfect.
Attu's moon, and the rounding in from the left hand side of the red asteroid in the center, and the lightning in the purple area up top middle is where Attu's moon is. And we have matching pictures going back many years that match this over and over and over again.
And that is a cool picture.
And this
Oh,
is
I
part
like
of
the
what taught
colors.
us that the planets don't collide with us; they actually electrically repel, which is part of the electric universe.
I want to colorize this picture. This feels like a picture I could like to play with.
Yes, I was going to try that too before I loaded it. I'm going to do that, and I'll come back to this one and see what colors pop out.
So you said the red asteroid was in the middle?
Oh, let's go back. Hang on.
Yeah, if it's a current picture, it's the red asteroid. If it's an older picture, then it's the lead asteroid.
Okay, because I mean, just look at
I'll look for a
where the
date.
lightning is coming from. I mean, you can
There's
see
no-
how deep these clouds are going. It looks like, I mean, you can just see this looks like it's. I can't explain it. It looks
And
like
we watched
very deep.
We watched this discharge behavior happening in space even prior to the planets getting here and being close, and that was 2012, 13, 14. And we were watching this stuff go on up in the upper atmosphere, coming in, and that was part of how we continued to recognize what Attu turned into be. Atu was in the early years when we saw Uri come in, we saw this white cloudy blip like thing, and then we watched all the discharging on it, and then you started seeing the discharging going to Uri and then back around Atu, and it would actually show Atu in the rounding, and it's like, hey, there is a ball in that. And then later on, when it got closer in 2013, 14-ish, then we all of a sudden realized that Atu had a moon. We didn't even know that.
Oh, okay.
And then in 2015, when Atu came in for its first close pass, and we watched the discharging going from Atu's moon to Atu to Uri, or then back and then to the ground of Earth, we were going, holy shit, they don't crash. They repel. We watched, these close passes when, 13, 14, 15. I thought, oh my God, we're going to get pasted. We're going to, this shit's going to wipe us out. And then we watched so often and saw it for so long that they were actually repelling each other. And I went, oh, because I was stuck in a slight Einsteinian outlook as well. And, because all of us believe in a level of gravity, and that's not how it works. And, well, it's a rocket's in space, it's going to hit us. No, that's not how it works. Not only that, these planets are not in our orbit. They're not in earthly solar system orbit. They're separate of their orbit is separate of our planet normal orbit. And it's different. And people don't get that part yet either. They go, well, it shouldn't have just passed by once and we wouldn't see it every day. And, the same thing with the asteroids. Well, how can they keep going by every day? And it's because they're not in our Earth orbit.
Right.
They're in their orbit. They pass by and do their little rotation past us. Here's an example of Uri on the left-hand side.
I also want to add to that, Sam, before we go off topic, is that's another reason why things are so repetitive. It's because there's a very consistent orbit, and they're in a very consistent, we are as well as they are. So it's why we see these things over and over again.
We watch the transition of how they've moved month after month after month, and I've been forced to keep track of it by drawing the drawings. And I've got one exactly like this that was.
Yeah, I added a little bit of color to it.
That looks like an angry bee now.
You can definitely see it. And
this is a very, very great edit. This is
yes.
For anybody out there, this is a good edit. It's not too much. It's very subtle, but it's just like enough to bring out the colors. It's enough to bring out
also
the
brings
colors
out
already
the definition of what's all the effects that's happening, especially with Atu's moon in the left corner, right?
It's really powerful.
Rebecca, I am going to send you a picture.
Yes.
I'm going to send this picture. It is from, as soon as I find it here, my brain will tell me the year. One of the early Atu's moon. Oh, here it is. You've seen this.
I'm watching
everybody
for it.
seen this. But I want you to compare that picture that you were just having. I don't know if it's still up. I'll look. Yeah, this picture to the one I just sent you. And it'll make so much more sense for everyone.
Okay, let me find it.
It should have. Let me check to see if you've gotten it. You haven't got it.
Yeah.
Now you just got it.
And
I remember that one.
Jesus, you were just talking about, how we were talking about how the planets are repelling electromagnetically. And I remember you stating a few shows back, that basically if this was a gravitational system, that we wouldn't be here right now, basically. No.
That, and as well as I always like to point out that our bigger planets are on the outer part of our solar system, and if it was gravity, the bigger planets would be closer to the sun. Like gravity, it's electromagnetism.
Okay.
We're electrically, as Sam put it, because the bigger planets are harder to drag, they're heavier. They're on the outer part of our atmosphere, of our solar system. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Anatomic placement has to do with what they're made of. It's the only place for them to be structurally in atomic chemistry. That's where they have to be.
Right.
which is the same thing with our gas giants as well.
And that's what gave you your idea, Sam, right? That we had to have something else out there, because how would our sun be holding, the bigger planets in the outer part of our?
I never agreed with Einstein's gravity well issue. A, B, I didn't think there was a separate set of rules for subatomic tabletop physics and chemistry. And outside our atmosphere, everything went into a new set of rules. And I went, nah, it has to be one rule. And the unification model is that our entire existence is electrochemically based. We're atomic structure. We're electrically held together by all of that. There's rules, and that's a unification model.
Right.
Guys, I'm gonna have to go to sleep before I pass out.
Good night, Julian.
Okay, Julian. What time is it there?
4:30.
Oh my goodness, girl. Yeah, you gotta get some rest.
Yeah.
I'm glad you were able to hang out with us, though.
Right?
Yeah, me too. I just like listening to your voices. Your voices make me all relaxed. I want to go to sleep now.
Oh, good. I know.
I'm just blissed out now. Talked enough about planets to be blissed out.
Yeah, good. It's like you're here. But
I'll just listen to you guys.
Cool. Okay.
You can tell me some bedtime stories.
We can do that.
Good.
We can do that. We'll be on for more. For a while more, probably. So, okay. Well, good night, Julian. Thank you.
Night night.
See you tomorrow.
Okay, I'll send you the bio for Rocket Man soon. Okay.
Do that, and I'll send you those pictures later too.
Yeah, those pictures are gorgeous, and these last ones of Atu, they're lovely.
Perfect. I will.
Thank
you.
I've gotten
night,
quite
Julian.
used to
Love you. Bye.
talking regularly. And the other day I was sitting here going, "Oh God, I wish I could talk to everybody." And I was kind of going, "Yeah," but yet at the same time, then you'd be in the middle of a show and you'd be talking all night long, and then you won't have a voice again. And
night, ladies. Night, everybody.
I thought you left. Oh, girl, go to sleep.
Yeah, they're all saying good night now. I feel a bit famous.
I know. We got to go through all that.
Look at our fan clubs.
Good night. Yes.
Gotta push the button.
Night. I'm pushing the button. Push the button. Push the button.
Yeah.
Night, boys and girls.
Bye. She won't push it. No. Is she froze?
Yeah, I think she's frozen. Weird.
Okay.
I'll
remove her. There. I helped her.
Now you had to push the button. Yep.
Yeah, I did. Well, it looked like it froze up, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it didn't. Did we lose Christoper?
Yeah, I don't know. At the same time, I didn't touch him.
Maybe he.
I don't
pushed
know what
the button.
happened.
Oh. Don't push the button, man. Okay. Woo! Yeah, I've been pondering the platform, and I caught myself verbally actually talking out loud, going, "I'm a little out of my comfort zone, but this should happen. It should be cool. This should be cool." So I actually drove back from the store by myself, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm a little out of my," and I actually said that out loud, and I went, "Oh, okay,"
Yeah.
Oh, we were definitely out of our comfort zone, especially you, Sam. It's the only step forward. I mean, doing this podcast was the first step, and that's the next one. So yeah, I think we're all in uncharted territory here. But
I also am dealing with the celebrity value. That it's nice. It's also uncomfortable. And it's mainly uncomfortable because people count on me. And then it kind of gives me a level of wanting to do even more, try even harder. Thank you very much, everyone out there. And I do appreciate it, but it's a little semi-stressful because you have to make sure that you do your homework every day. And I was rewatching the show again yesterday, and I try to take notes on that and how I could have done this better and done that better, and oh God. So we are doing a little more public, and we are doing a little more regular, and like we talked about at the beginning of the show, we're on show 40, and we're laying out this catalog of information for time in memoriam, and so.
October of last year.
Well, 2 a week.
Wow.
You know,
It's been going on for much
Yeah.
longer.
40.
20 weeks.
Yeah. We're professionals at it now. More
Well,
than
I would
that.
hope so.
But you know, I want to add to that is that I've been trying to make sure that this doesn't get. I mean, I don't think it's possible that it could ever get too much work from me because I love doing it. But I do try to just make sure I don't. It doesn't become this thing where it's like a chore to me. But at the same time, I'm like, I can't see that happening either way. You know, I just can't because I've always enjoyed doing this so much that I just. I don't see that happening, but it is important that if you see yourself going there, maybe just take a day off or something. You know, because, you know, I think the reason why we become so good at this is because we love it. You know,
what was that 2 words that you just said again? I didn't quite catch that concept. Day off. What is that?
It's mental. It's self care. It's self care and mental. Mental.
I'm more joking than I'm serious, but yeah, there have been a few times where I've actually had to walk away, and I'm sure Rebecca and you probably remember that going back many years. There were times where I would literally have to take 4 or 5 days, or Facebook actually would occasionally allow me that. That one time I was like a month in Facebook jail. And that was like it was bliss. I could look, but I couldn't comment. So I didn't. I saved stuff, but I didn't have to actually.
I bet that drove you nuts, though. I bet you saw a lot of stuff.
It was a little weird. It was weird. It was weird because I was, I see people asking questions. Boy, look at what! Wow! What am we? Oh, wow! That reddish lens flare. You see that? That sure looked weird.
Did you see that asteroid, or maybe not asteroid, but it was flying straight up and then disappeared? Did you guys see that?
Yeah, there is so much going on beyond our view. And now we also have to take into account all the ash from all these volcanoes and all of the sea trails, and then what altitude that the capture comes from. If you're at sea level, you're not going to see as well as if you're with Jesus in Utah or me in Montana. We have a different view of the planets by eye and by camera. Camera does unbelievably different than what our eyes see. And I had a great day today. I had a couple of drives here and there, and it's like, wow, look at that! Wow, look at that! Wow, so much I can't even fill you in. And I did. I fully saw for the first time in the northern sky above me, due north, middle of the day, I saw Nepenthe above me, and I went, wow, because usually it was over the top of me, more southerly, whereas Attu's moon was directly up above me. And so now I saw a view today of a movement that I had not seen before. And I was like, okay, that's really cool. Oh, God, look how big that is. That's absolutely, without a doubt, Nepenthe. Wow, it's amazing it's right there. How cool. So. Yeah. And the illumination, you got to learn to judge the illumination, the angles of light, the difference between the horizontal lighting and the lighting that you're seeing in the middle and the lighting you're seeing at the top, the lighting that you're seeing above you and beyond you. And they will all of a sudden you'll start to see this shit and you'll go, oh my God, look at that. And don't forget the side illumination crescents where you're seeing the illuminated, like what we're looking at here. That white area is the Saturn's yellow moon. And now it changed, of course. Compilation. And don't always believe that these white dots you're seeing are stars.
Yeah, that's something I learned, a little late in the game. That always kind of threw me off for the longest time.
Now, there are millions and millions of asteroids under these things. And, each one of these illuminations and spiraling gas, just the thing to remember is if you see cumulus nimbus clouds, those big cotton ball clouds, and you notice they rise, which is from temperature change on planet, from light and sun, and then they go up to the top of their spectrum, up to 35,000 feet. And then you go to the thinner and the cirrus and the other see-through clouds above that. But basically, if you can take into account the cumulus nimbus clouds at the horizon, that's the top of our atmosphere.
Yeah.
And everything above that is a stellar cloud or a planetary base cloud. Because unless it's a cirrus cloud or something thin. So, we've gotten very used to seeing all these clouds all the way filling our skies. But that's not the real Earth. Just go back to the, 80s Western, 1970s, 1960s Western, and look at the cumulus nimbus clouds, look where they're at, and look what's above them. And you'll see there's nothing above them.
And Chris was mentioning that earlier, what you're saying, how you'll see the clouds at the horizon, and then you'll see one that just goes straight up.
Yeah.
And that
There's a cutoff right here. Everything we're looking at.
used to seeing.
No stars, no stars, no stars, no stars. Planet.
That's what freaked me out before I learned all this stuff.
Gone. Okay, it's there still, but it's moving. You're looking at a rotating planet, right? The dark area above is a planet. The real sky is down at the horizon at night in November of last year.
Yep.
Most likely be okay. And now we got sunrise coming. We don't know where. Okay, no direction of what we're looking. I think we're looking south. No. Where's the sun gonna go? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, it is 7:40 in the morning, I believe. Okay, the sun is to our left. So we are looking south, southwest. And there's the planet rolling over the top of us. See the micro clouds? Blue upper area is a rolling, orbiting planet. You can even see the little waves down at the horizon line where the color completely is different in the sky compared to what's above us. Most likely this is Nepesity.
Oh.
Because we're staring south-southwest, and it's been there for quite a while during the day. And then the sun changes, and then everything rotates, and then other planets move in, and see that rainbowing? Yeah, there's a planet directly in the upper area. Yeah, see the change in illumination at the horizon? That is the bottom and the side of Nibiru and all of that, everything on the right-hand side. And this is at sunset. Southwest, weird. Camera didn't change, did it? So we're staring southwest, and it's set in the south. Oh, in the winter, that's where the sun is supposed to set. Okay, duh. More south than west. Due west in the summer. The sun sets due west. Ion. No, that would be the side at nighttime. That would be the side of Uri. Another shot. We get to find out where the sun comes up. Okay, the eaves on the house on the right-hand side are saying the sun is behind us. And remember, we can have the normal clouds on the bottom, but the upper clouds are most likely not around Earth. And I don't want to jump into too much conjecture because I don't know exactly what I'm looking at. Hello, Christy.
Hello, Christy. Nice to see you here.
Katie Joe, the stars are. I saw stars for the first time in weeks, and they were on the bottom half of my out view, and everything above me I couldn't see any.
There's a guy on TikTok. I was just going to say there's a guy on TikTok I follow that made a video about that exact thing, about how he has not seen stars in a couple of weeks, So
somebody commented on your live on TikTok. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but they're saying, wouldn't they block constellations? I'm like, it does block constellations. People just stay noticing, or it's an overcast day or something, but it definitely does that. And also, you got to take into consideration, guys, that up until now, these planets have been between us and the sun. As we transition into night, we're facing away from our stars. So we're seeing out into empty space. Now, as they pass Earth, we're going to start seeing more of that. But up until now, it's been this way, where we see night illuminations, where we see night passes, but not as often as we do in the day. So
I'm wondering when they go beyond us after a year or two from now, if they continue the path that we've imagined that they're going to. I'm wondering if we're going to actually see nighttime facial illuminations, where we actually do see what the color of the planet is at a distance, just like Hollywood would normally be showing us.
That's pretty great.
I'm wondering if that will occur for brief instances as they sink back into the murkiness of night or whatever. I don't know. I mean, if they're within the distance of Earth and the moon, like we have pictures of, of Earth shining brightly from the moon. So, but that could be refractive facial lighting. I don't know. So I wonder what are we going to see once they're actually going beyond us more than just the darkness. So
I am very curious to see what's going to happen, Sam. But I also,
I'm hoping by then that maybe, this information will be out, and then people will be able to grasp onto it at a larger rate by going, well, there it is,
Yeah.
Maybe that might be our heyday. I don't know. I mean, when people finally get it, is, after we've been talking about it for 15 years or 16 years.
Over it.
I weigh this shit through my head every day, and I'm grinding on trying to fathom what it is that I can do to get the word out in another way that maybe I hadn't thought of yet, or what did I say wrong, or what did I say right? And I
think this is working, Sam. I really think this is working. This is a much easier way to teach people, because people are engaging, actively asking questions. People are actively getting answers. People are actively seeing examples. I was seeing Rebecca's live the other day I think like 3-4 days ago, and I was like, holy crap, I wish this was around when I was beginning, because I would have learned much faster. It was just so easy to follow. It was just so easy to follow.
I do miss the Understanding the Sky series. I wish somebody would edit through. If you want to, Christopher, go back to my series and edit through some of the talking points and then remove me going on into silly land. In the early shows, I played the music too long. I did silly this and silly that. And I don't like to watch them, but there's some really.
I love your older ones, Sam, probably more than I do the newer stuff, honestly.
Yeah.
I watch the older ones more than I do now because, and maybe it's been time, but you had this thing. I don't know what it was back then. Was just a little bit more. I don't know what it was. Just something that just maybe it's because it was early on when I was still learning when I saw those videos. Maybe that's why I get nostalgic. I don't know, but I remember those early days. Everything was just so exciting. Still is. Yeah, but I mean, it was something about learning. Where when you were just so confused about stuff, and all of a sudden things are becoming obvious, and you're starting to get the answers you're looking for. And I love watching it because it just takes me back to those times, where I was just kind of new, and and hearing you was just so fascinating to me. So maybe that's why I like watching your older stuff. I don't know. But
Yeah, and I look back and half the time I'm embarrassed. I was going, "Oh my God, look at the silly shit you did."
I try not to look at myself, Sam. I try not to go back and watch myself because I'm very critical, and I think we all tend to be our own worst enemies.
Of course.
Critical of ourselves. So I try not to watch because if I do, I might psych myself into not doing this. And I don't want to do it.
All three of you have your own different styles of teaching, but I'm telling you, you guys have been so incredible through this whole experience. I can't thank you enough. I know people in the group feel the same way. I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. And just like Jesus said, we're our own, we over analyze things and we're overly critical of ourselves, and we're always thinking people are judging us, but that's not the case. I think you guys have done such a fantastic job with this whole thing. It's just I don't know. Like I said, I need a thesaurus next show, because
we have a lot of footsteps on the path to get to this mountain we're at today. Yeah. And it took a lot of work. All of us go back years of our work.
Just look at the amount of work Rebecca's put in this week.
Oh yeah,
I know.
Yeah, let's just talk about the last
every waking hour.
Rebecca's been doing overtime this week. Just before the show, she was live on TikTok. She was live last night.
And I'm like, okay, I'm waiting for you to come
everywhere.
on the night. And I think you were a little. I don't know if you were. There wasn't set times or anything, but it was getting kind of, nighttime. And I'm thinking, did she go on yet today? I don't know. And then you finally put up a video, and I was like, okay. She's finally coming on.
Right.
And there she is, ready to go. I'm like, okay, let's do this.
Here we go. I know. I never know to the last minute when I'm going to go live, pretty much.
I think actually we're going to do better on shorts than we are in some of our, 6-hour shows.
Yes.
But I also think that people are good followers, the people that are following the information and have stepped into this kiddie pool. Pardon the expression. Hopefully they all get addicted to our individual personalities and want to follow with our drama, and and then we become
sidebars and our pet icons. People talking about their pets and teriyaki,
right?
Dinners
pies and my daughters and Christoper's wife and family and you and your Spanish and Rebecca and her kids and what why haven't we seen Taylor and
I was thinking about that today too.
I've been meaning to ask you I'll be meaning to ask you on a PM what happened there, but I kind of figured it was
did we scare Taylor
for him?
It just wasn't the right time.
Is Taylor uncomfortable?
Is he uncomfortable on camera? You mean? No.
Or with the topic.
He didn't really seem uncomfortable on camera.
Yeah,
he's very good at it.
It's kind of like Jesus. It's kind of like your brother, sort of. He just doesn't feel it as strongly. It doesn't capture his attention as much as it does, ours.
Yeah.
So his mind is kind of on. He's more of an off-topic. That's where his strong points are. He likes talking about the off-topic things.
Yeah, and he's good at sidebar.
I noticed he had a lot of sidebar knowledge of the other stuff that we would talk about. That would relate to this, but not directly.
I saw it as very credible and connective information, and I was surprised by it, and I was actually enjoying it.
Right.
Yeah. I did enjoy his side point of view. And
I know. Maybe we have a. Go ahead.
Well, I saw him out trying to talk to people, and he has this real strong passion, almost militant passion about the topics that he feels strongly about. And I recognized that, and I went, "Wow, good for you, dude."
Right.
Like rock
He's
on,
not shy at all.
No,
he's not shy at all.
And he has a really strong presence. And I think if he would do his own whatever thing is that he wants to do, I think he'd be very successful at it. Because he has
on a down note, he's good at politics.
He has that magnetism, and he has
Oh,
a
no.
really comforting voice as
Yes,
well.
he
Yeah,
would.
good thing he's not a politician, but he'd do well.
Yeah, he
Anyway,
would never.
I'm digressing into silliness, but yeah,
He,
yeah,
he would
he's
never.
he's a
Hey,
wonderful man, and I like his point of view. And that's why I said, him and I
he'll
need to sit
find
down
his
over that fire.
place.
He's got to come up for
I
the
know. I
camping
told him
trip
that.
and have a cup of coffee
He
across the
will.
fire.
He will for sure.
I'm more joking than I am serious, but
I can't
the shit
wait.
I could do to, the shit I could do
I'm
to
counting
everybody
on it.
just by reading their tarot cards for them, and
Yes.
I could
Oh
start my
boy.
own ashram tomorrow if I had the funding.
Okay.
Oh,
That'd
I'm
be
not
cool.
kidding you. I mean, Christopher, I have been studying Buddhism since I was 9 years old.
Right.
And when I was age 5 or 4 and I could read 4.5, 5, on my first visit to the library, the first place I went I went to the librarian and I said, "Where do you keep your magic book section?"
Right.
And
That's cool.
I have been looking for that magic book section my entire life. And my father was a hardcore European studier, highly educated parents. Both my parents spoke 7 languages, and they were well educated. And I'm an Esquire. We were upper class, and I have dual citizenship, which is why. And so I've always searched for the magic books, and I have deftly studied into everything I could get my hands on. And hopefully many of you out there know that I can teach it. And I can, if I hold your car keys, I can tell you volumes about you. And my tarot cards do not lie to me, and they are very good. And, we used to have these games, drinking games, Sam's party or somebody's party. Hey, give Sam your car keys. He can tell your future. And I'm really good at that. I can't tell your future, but I can see things ahead of time.
Right.
Hey, Sam. Hey,
Yes.
Sam. We have a viewer on TikTok. It's Troll Slayer, and they're asking a specific
Okay.
question. And
Before you go too far,
they're
before
asking
you go,
about.
I have to ask this. After you slay them, do you fry them or? Oh my God.
Oh no, what's next? Yeah, they're asking
Okay.
about
I know
the
exactly what
FAA
I'm looking at
cams.
here.
I
We
know
are
you
looking at
do.
Alaska sky cams. Do not use
Yeah.
Alaska sky cams because they are in Alaska. At that latitude, they create lens flares. And
This is
these
a
are
perfect
lens
example of the
flares.
lens flare.
These are not the planets.
Um,
They're not even the asteroids. They are unfortunately lens flares. And I'm not
This-
trying to be rude, but we have
yeah, I
seen
know.
thousands of them.
But
Right.
look at this one. You can see right through it. See, I drew a line because there's a
Mhm.
line going
Right,
through
right.
the sky.
And
And
I
you
had a
can
new
see
member
right
on
through
Skywatcher
it.
2 today, and she had this really cool picture. And then I went, oh, and then the line went through the clouds, and it's like, no, sorry, it's
Yeah,
not,
you can see this line.
and
As
lens flares are, and we've seen thousands of them. Yeah, that's a lens flare. That is a dust fragment on the lens. And you can tell because
Yeah.
all the dots.
This is from the FAA, you said, or the?
Yeah, it's FAA Alaska Sky Camps, Wolf Creek, and then they
And-
colorize it, and you're going,
Oh,
oh,
okay.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I saw
right.
that too.
This was, but look at the top right hand corner at that shadow.
Yeah,
Right.
now
That
that
is
is
a
a
planet.
Real action is
Right.
happening behind.
That
You have
shadow.
Nibiru and Isatum.
Right.
Right.
Wherever
That's Saturn
you're
here,
finding these videos
Nibiru there.
from the source, if you're, go to the source. Are they
Another lens
saying
flare, the red
out
thing
loud
is
this
the lens
is
flare.
the planet so and so? I don't think they are. So
Right. The actual planet is the dark blue area
Right.
here.
Right.
That's
No,
how
I-
big.
I
You have
just
to
don't think they're
consider
advertising it. And I
Way,
don't know.
way bigger.
We're
Yeah,
coming up with that.
Atu's moon right there.
Mhm.
Wow.
Our sky is that tan color down here, peachy
Yeah, and they
tan.
don't look at that. They're just looking at that red thing in the front.
Right.
Yeah. There it again. You can see right through
Okay.
it.
Now look at the upper right.
But look at here. Yes, I know. Look at that.
That's Isatum's yellow moon.
Oh my gosh. Look at that.
You
It's
can tell because
sudden-
the lines don't cut through.
Right.
The refraction
They're
is
going
just
behind
a
it.
solar cutoff. You're going behind
Wow.
Isatum's yellow moon.
Wow.
Yeah, people have to learn to look behind what's obvious in the picture. Start elsewhere and then work your way in. We have twins who are contained within the solar system precisely like ours in Islam. They are called the jinn, and paganism, elves, gnomes, sprites, etc. In Christian, angels and demons. Thank you, Dead End Collective. You kind of have and I'm not trying to put you down in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for knowing what you know. You've kind of thrown everything into a blender, and we've come up with a milkshake here. A lot of that, the djinn and paganism, elves, gnomes, and sprites, that's a different scenario. The djinn is a cross reference, and when you start with that, that is a race that has been transitioned through history and time to mean more than one thing. And this is where we talk about archetype switching through history, through misnomers. But excellent that you know what you know, but yeah, you're close.
Just want to say hi to Dennis.
The djinn, and there are other races, including elves, gnomes, and sprites in our past. There are small creatures. There are large humans that we are not the only version of what we have been. And there have been many races that have prolonged from one series of human to another, including Neanderthal or the Denisol or other races prior or other races mixed in that weren't accounted for, including aliens that have crashed on Earth and were stuck here and intermixed with our race. And something's touching me on the shoulder. Just a moment. Oh, I got a ghost standing next to me trying to get my attention. And I'm not kidding you.
Okay. What do they want, you think?
I don't know, but I just got tapped on the shoulder like 3 times.
Oh, boy.
I'm kind of busy and I can't help you. Have a nice day. Anyway, sorry. I seriously got something tapped me 3 times on the shoulder.
What would they want you to do?
Well, like, people, okay, here, this is bragging.
No, just tell us.
Well, I've seen spirits all my life. When you have a higher vibration or a higher glow, you emanate. They're attracted to you. They want your attention. They're trying to explain to you that they're lost. That they are not going where they expect to go during what they were taught in religion, and they expect to be picked up and go to heaven, and they're wandering until they are. And so most spirits are trying to get your attention. And this time I wasn't slam face first into the keyboard, so therefore it's not a visitation of the wrong kind.
Gosh.
Which I've also had happen.
Oh yeah.
I'm just wondering like what they would want for us to do for them. Like if they were what would be something
they validation. If you were walking around, could you imagine if you didn't get to talk to any of us anymore?
I know. I do know that because my friend Mike, he was here on the show with us the day before he suddenly passed away. Out of the blue, one day, my friend passed away, and he was only 57.
Oh my
not
God.
very old. No sickness or illness. I don't know what happened to him, but. Yeah, I was thinking about him today. I was like, I wonder if he rides in the car with me because I'd take him to the store, maybe go to Dollar Tree, and I miss him.
If you had my car, the computer on the dashboard would tell you, and I get that occasionally where my computer tells me that the person in the back seat is not buckled in, and I have a leather chair in the living room that regularly depresses by itself, and you can hear it. Yeah, and I watch spirits walk by and fly by all the time. The other day, all 3 of us were sitting in the living room watching the cat chase a little black blob. Yeah, and we all saw it, so it was definitely real. Christy's asking about RH blood type. Mm-hmm. Yeah, question is, Christy, do you know about the Sumer bump? I'm going to let her play with that one for a minute. Maybe she'll answer us. RH is definitely really...
Sorry, I said my.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
Sam.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
I was just going to say my mom was RH negative.
And that's why you're doing what you're doing, because you're the daughter child. You're the offspring of that. And you're another upgrade step higher. Well, the RH blood type has to do with the, oh boy, I'm going to let out a big, huge across the fireplace secret here. That has to do with upgrade. The promise, the routine that's in effect, that's been going on for generations for us, in a short time for them, and that the higher races above the Anunnaki have told the Anunnaki that some of us must be allowed to upgrade into the Federation, and they're following through with that because of something that took place thousands of years ago to get us to the stage that we are at today. B negative, yeah, because you're the offspring of a RH O positive or O negative child, and A negative and B negative are rare. It depends on who you look up, and there's everybody says, oh, that's rare, and there's so many different opinions. It's scary. Now, I've been told I had numerous different blood types over the years, and I never knew who to believe. So
wow.
And I absolutely avoid a DNA test because I don't want to tell on myself. I don't want them to know where I am.
My doctor told me if I wanted to know what my blood type was to go donate blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to ask my doctor. She was running some routine
I never
testing,
thought of that.
and I asked her to check my blood type while they're doing that.
Yeah,
So,
I imagine they do that. They just never told me what it was. I have given blood before, so I never even thought.
Wow.
Yeah.
And didn't give you a honor card or something?
I fear the needle. I don't pay any attention to what they're doing.
I know. We're all like that. Gosh.
I always look away.
Weeks.
Yeah, I always look away. They tell me I'm going to tell you. I'm like, no, just do it. I don't want.
I went across. I had migraines for years, and I was thinking, well, maybe if I gave blood every once in a while, I would have less migraines. And of course, it didn't work. So I stopped giving blood. Hello, Atu's moon. And you can see the basic shape that we talk about over and over again, and the little asteroids, and they're literally going vertical in front of us here. And that would be the lead in the red, and the orangey area is the edge of Atu, and Atu's moon, of course, is the blue area in the middle top, and it's the same pattern over and over, and you can't see clouds like that over and over and over again if they're just clouds.
Now, can the red asteroid be seen
not
like that?
this, perfectly round.
Yeah, it's in the middle. It's in the middle. It's going vertically away from us.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is it that
And somewhere
down
in there
here?
in the background is the Texas cube behind all of the asteroids, which is why they are parked where they're parked. So they're generically hidden for most of the time.
Like the asteroids are usually just right above the trees, is what I noticed.
And again, all you people out there that are new, there is an entire fleet, or if not fleets, plural, of intergalactic ships over the top of us, been parked over the top of us since 2015, 16, 17, and offloaded in 2019 of the intergalactic star destroyers and the support craft and the smaller landers, etc. And they've been in the same place generically since 2019 with variant movements. And that's the bottom. That is the bottom of Nepesity.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Somebody used to call that the Nepesity's crown, but it does kind of resemble a crown.
I think Jillian tagged it that.
Wow.
But that's actually just the base cloud, and the planet's actually just a little bit above that.
Yeah.
And you can see the microclouds around the atmosphere of the planet, which are much smaller. And generically, it's green, but in being it is so close to Earth, we see it as blue.
Okay.
And we learned that in the first few years around all the other planets. There again, we're looking. We talked about this earlier. That is the Tan asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri.
Guys, I gotta go check on my laundry. I'll be back.
Okay,
It's laundry
Jesus,
day.
that's
Yeah.
fine.
I chuckled about that because my laundry day is Monday and Tuesday as well. I laughed that we have the same
Yeah,
shoes.
I laugh
Tuesday,
because
Tuesdays are always my laundry day, and I gotta go get it because
yeah,
I know somebody's gonna want to use the washer and dryer, and I don't want to hold it up for him. So I'll be
No,
back.
we got our new washing machine a couple weeks ago, and I can't believe the lid to this washing machine. It doesn't slam. It just shuts all nicely. I'm like,
nice.
I just realized it last night. We've had it for like 2 weeks. I went to shut it, and it just does that all by itself. I just sat there for 10 minutes just opening and closing it.
Yes.
And you'll love that till that piston
I
wears
know.
out.
Isn't that
And then you'll hate it.
nice?
This,
my
of
God.
course, is
I'm like-
axis tip capacity with the green asteroid crossing.
I love
And that
this
goes
one.
back to probably about 2020.
Like the only part that's our sky is way down here,
Yep, everything
above the
below it,
grass.
yeah.
Yeah, and that green asteroid. Mm-hmm. I usually mostly see the green asteroid around Nepicity, I've noticed.
And that was
Ice Saturn.
2021, and now the green asteroid has gone farther over to the right and has been in front of a Saturn since late 2022, 3, 4. No, maybe 2023, 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But it was working its way to the right on our out view, not in actuality. Oh boy, look at that.
Oh.
I would say that blue area on the left is probably Attu's moon with Attu in front of it, which would make this a 2019-2020 shot, maybe.
Right.
From the movement, because it came from the right and was moving to the left. If Attu's moon is there, in front of Attu would have to be coming over from the right to have that angle. So this makes that a shot about 2019-2020.
And what about those stripes on the right-hand side?
That would be because Yuri would be coming in from the right-hand side as well, going over to the
Oh,
left.
wow.
Also,
Okay.
what would make it 2019?
Uh-huh. I get it.
Okay, I can blow this one up
Man.
to actually see the date.
Yeah, is that one from Petty? Looks like.
Yeah,
maybe?
2019. Wow. This is that blue area. Wow. This is much smaller it's Saturn's yellow moon.
Mm-hmm.
And most of this white cloud is the Saturn, and the blue over to the left is the side of Nibiru.
Yes.
And this is February
I see it.
2019. And the Saturn's
There's
yellow
the
moon is
moon.
much smaller. And that blue square could easily be the long box cube.
That diagonal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know it's there. And we know it was there
So perfect.
roughly 2018 and 19. It moved into place there as well. Yeah. They moved. They came out from hiding in early 2019 in April. And they were, prior to that, they were hiding in front of the sun. And then they came out from in front of the sun. We have captures going back to where they're parked in front of the sun and next to insert shots. And then when they came out of hiding in April of 2019, we documented that. And that's the day I sat for hours and watched them offload ships. And this is asteroid group from under the side of Yuri, but it's actually coming in from the left-hand side. And this is that rainbow effect. We talk about the debris and the micro dust and the particles and the rocks and small stuff and the big stuff that turns rainbow. And this is the onset of Yuri rainbow illumination. And of course, the blue area is probably a planet as well, but I'm not going into detail. I can't tell you which.
Okay, I'm trying to fast forward here. There's one of our viewers on TikTok wanted to know you, Sam, if you knew about this asteroid that had 2 tails. And I said, well, actually, I have an example we'll look at. Give me a second.
The green asteroid on crossing in the early years had two
I was
tails.
gonna fast forward.
Yeah, many asteroids have two tails. The spiral asteroid does, because it has a smaller one really basically close to it, does it this weird spinny, noodle-like spiral, like a spiral noodle. That is off the side orb. I'm not. Well,
You mean that's
I'm
what's
not.
causing the trail?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The
Okay.
gray black area, square box, is the long box cube, and that's the illuminated side orb.
Oh,
And it
okay.
might be an intervention. The green may be the green asteroid.
There's a green.
So
right
there might be a
there,
whole
yes.
proxy scenario with weird, or somebody. Oh, I know what this is. These are sea trails covering it up.
Oh,
Yeah, these are two sea trails that are going right directly in front of the green asteroid and the long box on purpose.
wow.
They go down to the horizon where they quit, where planes directly did this weird cross path with each other so they could muck up the view.
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they were doing
Well,
that
it's spiraling.
a couple of days for me.
The legs on the upper split are spiraling. It's literally like it was dispensed.
Wow.
I don't
Now,
know.
told to go there, or did they know what they're covering up? Are they told?
They
they're covering
probably,
up?
there might be some group of people that actually know what the hell they're doing in that, and then they say, "Well, go fly here." I don't know.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean, the other day I counted 6 at one time in one area of the sky. I mean, they were really going at it.
And we've
I
always
counted
seen
30
them
planes.
for easy 5 years. We've watched them. They always seem to just spray right before something really cool happens. And it's literally like A, they're trying to cover it up, or B, maybe they're trying to enhance it so they can see it better themselves. And we've had that debate back and forth between Jesus.
That makes a lot of sense.
Many people have talked about that, where it's almost like they're trying to add a propellant to it to see it better.
Wow.
And although it does kind of break up the eye and the rounding, it'll break up your round. This is easy. This is Attu's moon and Attu. And the Texas cube and the side orb is the illuminated white blip in the middle right. Easy peasy.
This is so cool.
It is. It's always.
I mean, it's so obvious.
Yeah, this is 2019 again, and this is easy because even in 2019 they were smaller. And it's so much easier to see Attu's moon right there, bang dead center, and we know that Attu is directly behind it. And we see the same shape over and over and over and over and over again. And of course, Miss Kolik or whatever it comes from, from Betty. Oh boy. I'm going to say
I forgot all about that.
Bubbling. Look at the same blip. The same blip is on the sun. If you move it directly over, that's a matching circle.
Okay.
This is a lens double.
A lens double. Okay. That makes sense.
There could be an object crossing the sun, but it's not even worth going into.
Okay.
Yeah. Back to the clouds.
That, of course, is the bottom of Uri, and the tan asteroid is right there in the upper left, next to the tree branch.
Look at that color there.
Yeah, that's the tan asteroid and the onset of Uri and all the crap inside the face of incoming Uri, which is what we're about to see.
And I want my turn to see that.
I know, right?
I don't know how you miss it. It happens just about every day.
Pink skies I've never seen.
All you have to do is look at the beginning of the day, look to the east, the northeast, and then it'll be right in front of you in the north by northeast, and then it'll be over the top of you in the north, and then it'll go back away from you in the north.
Right, I'm ready and waiting. Again. Definitely.
I still got to get that sunset from last night. I got to download it so y'all can see it. It was so perfect.
Cool.
It really was. It was special.
And then it's special when you get that whole, I guess you can call it euphoria, I guess.
Yeah.
Goes
Yeah.
over your whole body, and it's
This
just
is
like
very
nothing.
old.
Oh,
This is easy 2019. No, 2020. And that would be the
Yeah.
side edge of Uri doing the Uri cutoff. Maybe 2021. Uri was really huge for a while, and then it got smaller and smaller. Now it's coming over. It's odd. I don't know. I can't fully explain it, but maybe it was parked over the top of us in one place for so long. It's hard to judge all of this stuff because of size. It messes with your head.
mm.
That could be drop snorkel of necessity. It does kind of look pretty green up there.
There's a video of people coming into Las Vegas. I think it's the 15, right? Or yeah. So they're coming into Vegas, and it's during the time last year where the big flood happened, and you can totally see this girl pans the camera over towards the storm, and you can totally see it happening. And then she cuts off the film right there, but I'll have to find that video. It's
It's a little boxy.
From Nepicity. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I wholly agree with you, Christopher. We've had the close passes for the last couple of years, and you can see Nepicity come in and then do these freak rain bomb storms from hell. And they would always go, "Oh, look, it's a bomb cyclone." Yeah, right. Right.
I've never seen the city flood like that before. It happened so fast. And what did they say?
It's an electrical water occurrence from a highly fast rotating, close passing, smaller planet.
Yeah, and where did the water come from?
The electrical generation, and it snorkels up our atmosphere, gathers it all up, and then when it pulls away, it just dumps it down.
Yeah.
It lets it go. It doesn't actually leave our atmosphere. It stays up in our upper atmosphere.
Right.
It affects our weather, does that rolling push cloud and everything in the wake and all of that crap. This is, wow, I can't hardly even, 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And that, of course, is Uri and the lower base cloud, including the asteroids underneath her. That blue area, and of course you can see the belling of the light, meaning that this is actually being cut off and refracted and huge. Mexico live cams.
Yeah, I missed those cams. We already saw that.
And we've
one.
looked at that one. We've seen that one.
Oh, we didn't see this one yet.
Wow.
That one is lead asteroid, and that is probably 2020 also.
I love it because of the stripes. It makes it so easy to see.
Yeah,
and know what it is.
Watched it and documented it for years and years and years. Wow.
Yeah.
That that's probably Uri, with the shape of the nib in the middle. It's probably the side of Uri.
Yeah, it does look like Uri too. Look at that.
Yeah, right over you.
Nice and round.
Yeah, lead asteroid probably.
Wow.
And we saw, oh God, we had captures of the lead asteroid where it was so damn big you just couldn't believe we didn't get pasted. It was just unbelievable, ghastly huge. And we have hundreds and hundreds of captures of that going back to 2020, I think. The last time she was really, really close to us. And this, of course, is the really old again. And that, of course, is the bottom of.
We saw these, yeah. I kind of got out of order, but I think we got them all. Pretty sure we saw them all. Yeah, we saw that too. And that one.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So we're caught up on that folder.
Whitetail 7.
How's the comments going? I've been looking. I blew up my screen so TikTok could see it better. So I can't see the comments when that happens. So Let's see. Can I join the panel? Whitetail. I see that now. I don't mind for a few minutes.
Go
If
for
that's
it.
okay with you guys.
Absolutely.
Are you meaning right now, or how?
Why does he smell you?
What's that?
Swinging ears and and we're on a
I keep.
time ago.
Yeah, you're a robot again. You're a robot, Sam.
Oh, stuff offers nothing. So why would we bother taking vast volumes of information to disinform? What?
You sounded good, and then you went robot.
I
again.
know. It's like you're cutting in and out, Sam. He'll be back.
What more? Yeah, they're on to cut my.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I heard that. I heard wow.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, he's gonna back out and sit back in. I was like,
we're used
maybe.
to this, guys.
I know.
Yeah, we're used to it, so don't.
It just kind of started all of a sudden. Whitetail, I need either your email or your messenger. That's how I got to be able to send you a link. I know Sam was breaking up, so he left. He'll be back in here in a minute. So here he's back. Let's try it again, Sam. It's loading slowly. Hey, Robert. Robert in New Zealand. Hi, Robert. I know we broke up, didn't we?
Any comments this week or today?
Hey, Sam.
Did you guys go down, or was it just me?
Just you.
No,
And
just you.
I'm still. Okay, I'm stalling out still.
It's better.
I went to answer a question and I get bumped.
Yep. We know what's going on, so.
Huh. Well, you sound better now.
Yeah.
Well, to answer the question, what motive would we have to put to Photoshop or mess with hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pictures?
Right.
To what end? We've spent 14 years doing this. I've known about it for 40 some years. We've been watching them every day for that coming on 14 years. We have hundreds of thousands of pictures. So we from people from around the world. We're not the only ones seeing this and doing this. We have sister sites galore. So maybe you could listen to the people that know what the hell they're talking about, and if you don't, then it's up to you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many pictures that support all of this. Not to mention, let's pull up your comparisons, and we'll look at that for a moment.
I'll let you guys talk about my accuracy since I don't want to brag.
Yeah,
right.
No, the comparisons is like your drawings. We don't even talk about that enough, but your drawings and how accurate they are. So that in itself proves you're seeing these things, because nobody else could draw something and then it be in the sky, after you've drawn it.
And if you're on the sidelines with this information, go to the groups on Facebook and familiarize yourself with, the basics of what's going on. It's all there in the group, everything. We're getting pictures from, like Rebecca said, from people all around the world every day. We post important details about each planet and what's going on with them on the group. And then, just be patient and allow the knowledge to sink in, and it will click.
And the day you see the planet for the first time, or your first major asteroid group, your jaw drops, and you go, "Holy shit!" And then after that, you can't unsee them.
That's right. Yeah, it was a big deal for me. It is an emotional roller coaster. Let's put it like that. It was pretty cool.
Right. When it all starts to fit together. Yeah. Like, who else could draw this?
No.
In 2021, and here it is 2 years later.
That's just it. Like, if you had this much evidence in the court of law, I mean,
down to the smallest details, the lines,
monthly,
the location. You know, we got lower right side. Those stripes are from the asteroids. That's what causes that.
And we watched them. They were small, and we've been documenting all of this information. I do monthly drawings.
It's not a storm front
for everybody, and my accuracy is just absolutely unquestionable. And because I've pretty much never been wrong, there's a small percentage where I'm a little inaccurate here and there, but generically, I've never been wrong.
Right.
And
but this is showing there's a right. Sorry, Sam.
My reputation basically speaks for itself, and my far-seeing abilities, and that's what I was recruited for. And a lot of people know that I can do more than just what I'm doing here for you guys, and I've given examples to a lot of my friends, and they see it. I'm not trying to brag about that, but I mean, I'm good at what I do. And what we do, we all are good at it. We're all specialists in our own way, and we've got gathered together from around the world and for many years. And they all see what we all see, and they see it, and they know. And each and every one of us went through that and still goes through it on a regular basis. The level of personal doubt where you go, nah, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Oh, shit, there it is. You know,
right.
And every week I go through it, and that's why you should listen, because we're not guessing. And the accuracy has been unblended. And the government did, another reason, the government doesn't make you sign a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. I always laugh at that one.
And just like Sam was saying, why would anybody want to fake? Like, nobody's going to sit here and take the amount of time that they put into this to make comparisons and to fake all of this. There's no way. I mean, I just can't. I can't imagine.
Right. And how would you get thousands of people worldwide in on a fake system? You know what I mean?
I mean, we must have ahead of time.
Friends, or because this is not. There's no way.
Oh, I would have been crucified long ago if I was talking out my ass.
Right.
I mean, that goes without saying, I mean,
this picture right here that Sam has drawn. When did you draw this one? In 2022, maybe, or 21? 2021?
September 21.
Okay, so Rebecca made a comparison with one of my pictures with this, illustration that Sam drew, and the bands around Isotum coming off of Isotum's yellow moon was clear as day. It was so perfect, exactly like he drew it, and I can't say anything else about it. It was 100% correct, and this is 2024. How could a man that I have never met personally outside of our groups and right here on the podcast know what's going to be happening in my skies in 3 years from the date he drew this?
Mm-hmm.
It's just fascinating.
Yeah, we see it every day.
Yep.
So there's no question Sam is fully connected with this other solar system, from start to finish.
And I don't sit down and draw them off a computer. I don't pop a picture in front of me and then draw it in front of me on a piece of paper. I draw these things out of my head in the morning in another room before I even come into the computer room and turn it on. And when I'm comfortable with the drawing, is the one that I keep, and then I come in and take a photograph of it, and then I add the wording to it. But these are all hand drawing, and I don't use crayons. And there's a joke about me out there from the trolls that say that I eat crayons. So I was going to say, yeah, I don't use crayons. I eat them. I actually use colored pencils and
People are awful.
I know. At least I don't have a poop hat lately. Anyway, yeah, that drawing, the Sarah.
I know. I gotta fix that one.
Yeah, I'll have to actually.
I'm working on that one.
You have to remind me to actually do, because I can draw you a circle around that picture.
Yes, let's do that.
Of it for you.
Right.
Because I see it plain as day, and that's the thing. Because I've been doing this longer than anyone out there, and in some cases many years before anyone even got on board with some of this. And I've watched the planets since they first got here, and I don't know too many people that have. And to me, it was plain as day. I also expected them. I knew they were coming. The government forced me into a non-disclosure and brought me back to Montana in handcuffs because I refused to work for them because I saw past their goals. I'm not one that wants to deceive the entire population of the planet. Thank you, including you. So why would I want to deceive you now if I didn't want to do that back then? So anyway.
But I do want to say to Dead End Collective, if you're here, it's for a reason. I mean, at least we like to think that, coincidences don't happen. At least not these kind of coincidences. So how about you sit in, maybe give this some time before you make up your mind, join or at least go look around in our Facebook groups. There's a lot of information there as well that can be that may be more a little more telling for you. Maybe, I don't know.
83% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. Each one of our stars, which is a binary solar system, this is where the Sumerians and all of that, and the gods, the over-gods from the Sumerians came down, the second sun, and all of that, and the planets get here through a cyclic behavior. It happens over and over and over again. And all of this information has been gathered and collected and correlated and compared. And we've been doing, that's what we've been up to for the last 14 years, come April.
I'm curious how the age of this person.
Yeah, that would help. That would help.
Probably the only sky you've ever really seen. But if you're a little bit older, as some of us here, you remember a day where we didn't have purple skies, we didn't have green skies, we didn't have red skies. It was very mundane and typical skies.
Yeah,
we have a bunch of new cloud names. We have a new bunch of storm names. We have new categories of storms. And all this is coming from, the effects of these planets passing by us. So there's a lot more to just visual things. There's a lot of evidence. We're tipped. Our poles are 40 degrees off. Our moon shadow is not what it's supposed to be like. Our sun arc is not what it's supposed to be like either.
The size of the sun alone is not what it used to be.
That's right. So, think about all those things. You got to question those things, before you think everything is mundane and normal. I mean, have you noticed our sun arc? Do you remember high noon? You remember what high noon was? I've mentioned this to some people. They seem to not know what I'm talking about, but high noon is where the sun would be directly above you at midday. This went on for as long as I can remember, and then one day it stopped. The same for the moon. The moon corroborates that as well. Our moon shadow, our moon phases are not what they used to be. Our jet stream is also all wonky and further down to the lower hemisphere. Not right, but it's lower.
Yeah, nothing about our jet stream is anywhere near normal. Not even close. I've never ever seen weather like this, and I study weather nonstop for many years. Yeah. Anyway,
Well, there's a lot, if we do a show. This is a little, we try to get in as much as we can, but there's a go to Montana Skywatchers too, and the Nibiru Followers Anonymous Facebook groups, and there's a ton of stuff there that you can look through, and take your time looking through it as well.
Wow.
Rebecca has a good YouTube and TikTok channel that there's a lot of great stuff in there as well. I have a YouTube channel as well where I post. My Facebook channel, my Facebook page also has a lot of great stuff that you can look through and take your time watching that stuff and maybe soaking this information in.
And there's the early Understanding the Sky series on my YouTube page in the back. It's the early stuff. The Radio Wasteland. Go to YouTube and find Radio Wasteland series where I did 87 programs for you. So
there's a lot of information. You came to the right place. Just give it a little time, and then and run through this, and then make up your own mind.
I don't know anybody that has this level of information as we all as a collective do. There's nobody out there that has what we have. No one.
No.
And that's why we're raising up ourselves on a larger platform, and we're reaching out to more people, including the people who may have doubts. But we worked at this long enough that we're completely stable in our information, and we know from documentation and strict science gathering rules from all these members from around the world, from sister sites everywhere galore. We know what we're doing, and we're good at it, and we're not guessing. And I think the information that Rebecca shares proves that 100 times over. And so,
but at the same time, I get, you being a little, I don't know, your guard up, because there is a lot of stuff out there right now, especially regarding this topic that is really, really full of shit. Excuse my French here. I hope you don't mind, but there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of bad information out there, especially when it comes to this topic. So I get it. Your question. You're skeptical as you should be. But don't be skeptical. Don't be skeptical on the level that you close yourself up to maybe learning something important and something amazing. Because
absolutely none of what we share.
This is the best. This is the most amazing show you will ever see, and I recommend that you put in a little bit of time to look through what we share, because it is incredible what is happening, and you might want to get on board because there's a lot of interesting stuff happening right now, and you are not going to find this information anywhere else.
Do you have Jesus's finger and one of his captures of the planet alone, or any star, or even anything?
I do. I mean, I let me look at.
I think Jesus points it out better than I ever could in so many ways, just in his videos alone with that famous index finger.
Let's go look at Jesus.
I mean, you can't argue with him pointing out these planets. He points to them.
No, you can't.
And those are not camera anomalies. Try to say that fast 3 times.
Ion Taylor. Repetitive.
There's the shield of the Saturn's yellow moon, that big white patchy thing in the middle.
Cutting into the sun,
Ion tail.
Saturn's yellow moon. It's so obvious. And repetitive. Get with the program, everybody. Get on board, because
no, we don't see his finger, but
I love that. Well, I gotta find it more. Let me go look through his videos.
Probably the very next one.
I need to label it.
You have to realize the planets are cutting
Jesus.
into the light. The
Jesus
sunlight
pointing.
refraction alone should tell you there's a huge object in the way of everything on the right hand side. That's that cutoff line is planet.
Let's see what this is.
Oh, and the still shots you sent in today, Jesus, are just. I've seen most of your I've seen more of your videos than your regular pictures, and they're just incredible.
Once you see this stuff, man, it's really, you can take some really cool stuff, man. Once you learn all this, once you know what you're looking for and what once you understand what it is that you're looking at, it's just incredible, man. You could see some very cool stuff.
See the little box in the upper right corner?
Yeah.
Don't mind the aliens. We're talking about planets. You know, planets with a little sprinkle of aliens.
This is a little sprinkle.
Yeah. Hello, bottom of what do we got here? Sun is behind us. That could be lead asteroid quite easily.
Mm-hmm.
In front of Atu
It
Natu's
does
moon.
look like it right there. Yeah. Wow.
And the thing it is that we have been watching this for so many years, and we even know the planet names and what color they are, and mostly what size they are, and how to put out an orbit model, and I know ahead of time what's coming and where they're going, and have been able to share that information because of the level of documentation that we've gathered as a group from around the world. And that is why we are doing what we are doing openly and communicating with you guys. Because all that orange area above you is planets, and people are somehow lulled into not knowing this. And we feel it's our personal duty to share what we've learned. That blue area is real sky. Everything orange is a planet over the top of us. The planets are that big. See the stripes of Uri. Onsetting base cloud. We're going to see a lot more of her in the next couple of weeks. Because I've watched them long enough, I know what's coming.
She's not a finger pointing one, but there's one I have.
I know.
No, he's mentioning motherships. No, we're not talking about motherships. Motherships is a term brought on by overly liberal metaphysical people that think that ETs are going to come down and save us. And that's not the case. This is the Federation ships that are here, that are proving that they're here to make sure that they get their share of the commodities that we share every 3,654 to 4,000 years, which is the whole reason that humans are here and why planet Earth is what planet Earth is. And that in itself is a whole bunch of information that has been laid out in many, many shows. You can go to Radio Wasteland for most of that. And a lot of Rebecca's videos cover that in some of her shorts. She's very descriptive, tells a lot of information to a lot of folks out there. She's done a very good job. And I watch them. I keep rewatching them.
I like them too. I go through my TikToks often. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about the YouTube shorts.
I
don't get to see your TikTok ones until I get,
Yeah, until I. Right.
I don't know what.
He's back.
I see your announcements, but I don't get to watch your TikToks.
I know. You need to get set up on TikTok. That's all you need to do.
Got homework to do. I need
Then
to
you
call
could-
in.
you could watch my lives.
Guy here.
Yes.
Turn my brain on.
Yeah, if you join in the lives and answer questions and stuff, Sam, it's a great environment. I loved hanging out on the lives. There's just so much. It's all happening so fast, and at the same time, so informative, and just it's a great environment. I love it.
I mean, because how many do we have at watching? Like a couple 100, 170, at a time.
And people are so nice too. People are so nice and so open to the information.
Yeah.
It's very rare that you have anybody being rude or anything, but everybody for the most part is really, really cool.
Wonderful.
Nice and respectful.
Yeah.
And it helps. Like I said, I had Carol Ann, Jillian, Christopher, and Jesus, in the comment section as moderators, and answering questions, and it was very helpful.
Wrong then,
So we have like a whole team, compiled for those lives. So we still have 20 more to go.
Wow. Hey, 10
In a
down,
row.
right?
I know.
Dead End
Oh my
Collective,
gosh.
not every 25,000 years or so. No, it's actually way a lot more than that.
Yeah.
25,000 years ago was the end of the last ice age. And our planet wasn't completely covered by ice. It was only the poles. No, there's a lot more. Oh, hello. There's a lot more climate change going on, events in front of us, which is every time the planets pass by, we go through climate change, because every time the planets go by, their star goes by also, which heats everything up. All of our natural planets in our solar system are also heating up as we speak, and this is why we have the year of weather we have this year, and why all the rivers dried up in 2022 and all of that around the world. So this is all collective. You know, we go through climate change every literally 4,000 years.
Jeez.
I mean, you know, it's not major.
Not there's not a moon.
change.
I mean, but it's
Well,
enough.
There are different.
Sorry.
There are different levels of climate change per cycle, but
yeah,
boy, that is freaky.
That is.
That
Look
sure
at
is.
that. What's happening?
And we also have one that matches that one, is gosh, almost identically.
Jeez, look at that.
I'm wondering if those are star destroyers going by, or if those are asteroids, or what.
I don't know.
Well, let's say a mixture of both.
Not at all.
Whatever I want to know where this was filmed, and I wish I could see the horizon to have some comparative in size.
Well, I mean, you could see the treetops. No,
I see the red lines.
Yeah, well, the horizon is right below those lines, Sam. It's just right. It's just right. I would say
that is unusual.
It's touching basically the treetops.
The right one is stable, but the left one is transitory fading.
Yeah, I'm looking at the left one.
Look at those straight lines on that.
Yeah, that's. Well, who knows what this is? I'd have to watch it 80 more times before it tell me, but
So look at the left.
Yeah, now this is how I see it in my mind. You have the onsetting Attu's moon coming towards you. Attu is behind it. Uri's on the left-hand side. They're rotating towards you, and then they're heading to the northwest, and then going to move north in the sunrise from, if you're looking in the east. This is what I see.
Yeah. And you could see the planet line on the bottom, the dark side.
Everything just completely moved to the side all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the? Gosh, it looked like another portal or something in the middle.
Oh,
like these clouds are getting stuck.
I don't think they'd be portaling right next to planets, and
no, I mean, I don't know what that is. It just.
I don't know what you're talking
Look at that.
about.
Right here in the middle, there's these three things that. Oh gosh.
We do have the lead object there on the right on the bottom right of the
Oh yeah, sure, for sure, right here.
They're tiny. Oh.
Well, we know that there are multiple ships right next to the Texas cube.
There it goes,
and it's all right there someplace, hiding in the back. Go. On the right-hand side would be the Texas cube, and that white blip on the middle right now could be the side orb easily. I don't know. And all the small stuff could be ships. But I'd have to be out there watching it myself for a period of time.
Right.
Tell you what I'm like, but I know this is Attu's moon and Attu.
Oh.
Yeah, with those upward outward looking clouds. You draw and you draw all the time too. I love that match. Those upward facing clouds.
I just draw what I see in my head, and what I've taken in for the week or for the last 2 weeks, or and then over the years I've sort of plotted this in my head, and the drawings just keep coming and matching. And I even like it too when I do a drawing and I'll put a little nuance of a cloud twist here and a drawing whatever, and then literally within anywhere from 2 hours to a week later to 2 weeks later we get the exact copy of it in a photograph. And it's kind of freaky and weird, but I love it. Oh, hello, Sea Trail, how are you today? And they're flying right in front of literally where the Texas cube is.
Yes.
And I wonder sometimes if they've got some upper atmosphere flights going on way up on around their planets or not, and because that one doesn't look too close to us. It looks like a really high up Sea Trail.
Yeah, it does.
I often wonder.
It really does.
And we've talked about them putting out space chems. I don't think we'll get flagged over that one. And we know that there's multiple ships up there. So Christ, earlier in the podcast tonight, we're watching a portal open up and a ship come out of it. So, and we had we not seen so many of those in the past as well, right, I wouldn't be as ready to call you and say, yeah, that's a portal opening up. But right, we've got hundreds of sightings going back a decade, and of course, including the Norway Spiral, where the great orb came through the spiral, and
that
the one
thing,
with
that
the
spiral,
blue eye,
so strange.
And that dang thing's on our startup video on the beginning of the show, and that's a live capture that we got years later that matched eyewitness sightings. So we know what's up there. And if it's a capture or something that's odd and irregular and it doesn't fit any of our stuff, there's a huge percentage of chance that we would know that it would be photoshopped or wrong.
Right.
We would know. Don't you think, Rebecca? Don't you think we would know if it was photoshopped?
Oh, yeah.
It would just,
we would.
Jesus,
most
wouldn't
likely.
it just argue with your eye?
It does.
Because we know really what belongs where, usually. It doesn't sound possible, but it really is possible because we've seen it so many times. We know what, if it was off, by that much.
Yeah, and if the lighting was wrong, we'd go, well, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
And which is also how we know the Alaska sky cams are lens flares. And, because we've been doing this so long that we know. And I can look at stuff and tell you many years apart. I can watch television programs and TV commercials and tell you when it was filmed by what the planets in the background look like, because I automatically see the pattern and I go, that's 2018, or oh, hey, that's 2021. Just because I remember how things are, because there's an order to it of how they move and where they are and how big they are. And if this planet was on this side, then it was that year, because I know they moved over here and then they're here and then there and then here, and therefore they have to be this. And it's so we've been doing this so long. That's how we know what we know. And it's cough drop time number 2.
Right. I had pop-up box of some sort stuck for a minute. I've had trouble. And experimental says I've seen too much with my own naked eyes. Yeah, right. Me too. With all the comparisons I've made, there's nothing that anybody can say that would change my mind.
Okay, Dead End Collective.
Sam is right.
He says multiple ships. He doesn't know what the background is. Oh my God. Holy cow. In 2015, a very large intergalactic cube appeared over Texas. and that was the first time we saw any major galactic ships. There were, of course, smaller craft sightings galore. Nonstop normally is. We didn't go into that information because we didn't want to deal with that topic. But then on Montana Skywatcher 1, we all started hearing about this guy going live with the Texas Cube. So I went there and I joined a couple other people on a couple of other different sites who are some sister sites to this day. And we spent that day watching the live captures of the Texas Cube, which has now been reposted finally after being buried for many years. And then we got just mega sightings of it for many, many years after that. Okay. It didn't become topic on Montana Skywatchers for quite a few years until all of a sudden the arrival of the long box cube, which was in 2017. And then they started showing up in our captures near the sun for many years. And then we started discussing that with people when they were being captured next to the sun all the time. So then they became topic. So then I started describing to people that we had documented arrival time and everything else, and it was general information, but not reposted on Skywatcher 2. And then over time, I went to the dentist's office with my children in April of 2019, and I remember the date as long as I live. And I started watching the galactic star cruisers offload out of the cubes and support craft. And we've been talking about them and documenting them ever since, accurately.
What a sight that must have been, Sam.
We see it every week.
Yeah.
It just depends on how close you look. And you also have to remember I'm looking at a 43-inch screen where you guys are looking at the smaller screens.
Well, I mean, for you to see them offload off the, are you saying that?
Yeah. That's why I stood there for 2 hours.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we see them there.
And there was the view and the angle of light, and they were in between the planets and everything. And they were shadowed, yet they were illuminated, and there was no clouds around any of them. And I just kept watching these, triangular star destroyers that were tiny little wedges with conning towers, just like from frickin' Star Wars, burp out of these cubes, and smaller craft and fighter craft, docking stations, and these other things burping out of this ship for like 2 hours straight. And I'm going, oh my God. And then I spent a week trying to tell people about this intergalactic fleet that's offloading, and I got nothing but crickets. Wouldn't you want to know if there was a frickin' invasion fleet that arrived over Earth?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? There's an invasion fleet that arrived over Earth, and it's been here ever since. And
what do they want? What do they want to do?
Oh, they just show up. Of course, they're forcing us to give the commodity to them, or they will invade.
Wow.
And we absolutely have no frickin' choice.
I don't know what to say. I don't think they sound very nice.
Why do you think the U.S. government spent many, many years building very expensive, very deep holes?
Right. Because they're scared.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't rip off the American public just for, shits and giggles and get away with it by the trillions of dollars that are missing. And we don't want to go into. We're not going to go into that subject. We're going to be flagged.
We all know.
Yeah. So, and I'm not going to fly conspiracy flags, and I stick to what we can prove, and and I know other information.
It is.
Well, if you knew,
leave us alone.
Yep.
If you knew how far down the treaty agreement we were sold in 1947. Your opinion would be slightly different. If you also knew the factional occurrence of what's going on between us and multiple higher races, not just the Anunnaki, but races above them, you'd be a little more middle of the road. it's a hard pill to swallow, no matter what, and you're all going to go through it each in your own individual way. And the point that I have for everyone is that we do not have the ability to really argue with these people above us. And the best way we can deal with this is to get along and do what we're told. And I hate to say that on one hand, but also, we earn our elevation.
Sure.
So your goal should be to earn your place and to earn your voice, not to fight things that we hate, but to fight for the things that we cherish. And through that, we will have an opinion and a voice. And if we get through anger and hostility, we won't have one at all. And I think our country's really at that same spot right now, where this divisionism that's existent and the anger it's had too much of a voice for far too long. And I think we need to remove that voice of the anger and start letting logic and love and concern for our society and our fellow man and the way of life, and for the American way and all of that. And let's go back to being Americans again, instead of being Republicans or Democrats. And we need to refocus everything.
Well said.
We are Americans. We're not enemies.
That's right.
I think people have forgotten that.
I mean, I feel like even
debt collectors. Go ahead.
I was going to say, even just saying, I mean, we're just like, aren't we just people? Because even saying
Different
Americans
kinds.
is dividing.
Debt collectors
by country.
Why I don't show my face? Boy, you are new. My upload speed will not. I see. I got great high-speed wireless download, but my upload speed sucks, and I can't run the microphone and the camera at the same time. Otherwise, I get booted out. So we have a stable picture of me, and I talk on the mic. There's your answer. I mean, I'd love to do it, although if I want to, I don't have to wear pants. That's a joke.
That's great.
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that's a joke anymore.
I assure you, I'm wearing black sweats right now, and a Led Zeppelin T-shirt. So that's what I'm wearing.
Yeah,
and socks, and that way I'm not. I'm trying not to show you my food stash, man. I don't want anybody to know. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that. I mean, you do sound a little defensive, buddy. I'm not. He says I would call in, but I think I will be immediately. I think I will immediately be on the defensive. I think. Okay. Yeah, I think you are a little bit defensive, maybe.
Yeah, I spend a little time learning. We're not here for an ego duel. We're here to provide the information. We've spent many years proving it already. This is the greatest secret of all times, and this is the most unbelievably awesomest, most coolest show you ever saw in your entire life. And oh my God, we're all so addicted to it. I can't even begin to tell you. So hop on, enjoy the ride, man.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm trying to think what pictures I had that would just be like over the top, evidence.
Well, there's always so many, the standard close-up Nibiru picture that I, use all the time, or any of the Nibiru pictures going back a decade, or Atu pictures, or
that Atu's moon picture you showed last Tuesday night. The surface of Atu's moon was pretty incredible.
Oh yeah,
I'm trying to remember where I put that.
2020. Yeah, that even Jesus's close pass in New Mexico. When
any one of Jesus's pictures is phenomenal.
Yeah, I love that one. He was early filming in New Mexico, and he was looking straight up, and you saw close pass of Atu's moon, and I know he'll never forget that as long as he lives.
I bet.
Oh man, that year was insane. That was a year.
I loved it.
That was my year of learning. That was my year of learning. I'm gonna send you two. One of them's the one Sam wanted me to, the one with the finger, and then the other one is one of my
Okay.
favorites. I think
Perfect.
they're both videos, so it might take just a second. This is also one of my favorite ones. This is clearly a planet moon coming in. I mean, come on, like you can see that, right? Like you can see the delineates there. It's clear as day.
And that was the second one. Yeah, I can see something moving around object. You can see it.
No, there's two. There's more.
Right. But I'm just,
Yeah.
start simple.
Stay calm, Montana Skywatchers. Yeah. The cat is nearby.
Those are good ones, Jesus.
We have watched them and watched them and watched them and watched them, and that's the thing. And I'm not trying to laugh at anyone. I'm laughing at the situation that what we have seen is so wholly unbelievable for so long now that we've actually become sort of kind of used to it. And what we take for granted, other people are going, "That's miraculous," or "unbelievable," or "unbelievable." So we have watched it for so long; it's become second nature to us.
Right. I'm not sure. After all the pictures and video that we have,
I just sent you two to your messenger, Rebecca.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Because I can't find them on my where I can just put them for you to play.
Right.
Okay. I can't find those, so I could always find it on my phone, but because I'm barely starting to use my laptop, there's a lot of stuff I really don't know where it is. I have it down on my phone, but I really need to use my laptop more when it comes to those things.
We'll get there.
The planets are viewable from all hemispheres.
Probably near to the equator is probably the best thing. Best place to do this.
Right. But Robert in New Zealand gets constantly great shots of the planets. They're just a little bit different. Just a little different down there compared to looking at, and his angle is different. How he looks northward rather than south, where we look to see the planets easier. We look south during the midday, where he probably looks north midday. So they're visible. You walk out your door, most of the day you're going to see a planet one straight up above you, or north, south, east, or west of you, most likely. The only exclusion would be in the major western sky early in the day. I haven't been out in the morning lately to look at that because my view of the southwestern sky is really eaten up by mountains in front of me, so I can't see that horizontal level. But generically, everyone around the planet,
your elevation really makes a big deal too. It makes a huge difference as well.
Makes a big
difference. If you're
way
down there at sea level, you're gonna have a little bit more of a hard time seeing them.
You'll see the darkness and more misty than actual definition of planet edge, unless you're actually getting that one real fast facial transition where you actually see the whole side of the planet. And the dividing line where the light shines on that dividing line and you can't miss it. And the trick is a lot of people, they don't realize the size of these planets, so it'll escape them until you actually do see it.
I sure would like to see those pictures, Dead End. I sure would like to see that.
Okay, I'm going to get him moved over to the laptop. Jesus, almost
What's
got
that?
it. Your 2 videos you sent me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be here in just a second.
Got me spinning. I am so glad I don't know how to do that.
Do what,
Yeah.
Sam?
Oh, I'm trying to retain my Stone Age computer skills. I'm still stuck in Windows 8, man. I can't come
Yeah,
out.
you're gonna have to let that one go, Sam. You're gonna have to.
It still runs.
Us people who don't like change and we get stuck. I am still learning Windows 11. Thank you.
I get used to one thing, and I hate anytime that I have to change or upgrade or something. I get anxiety that just takes over, and then I have to really.
Yep,
it takes me a while. I don't like
in there and
change
learn
at
it.
all either. I do not like change whatsoever.
Every time I turn around, I'm getting an upgrade, and they change shit on this Windows 11, and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm working off a big computer, not a phone or a laptop. And that's part of why I've got the screen size I have, and the picture capacity. If I had all of my pictures wrapped up in 5 phones, I don't think it would fit. I have thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures on a very large computer.
Wow.
I've actually sat and thought about counting them, but I didn't want to do that. And take me an hour or two, like 10, 20, 30, run them in streams of 10 and just keep counting, scroll and count and count. I've filled the files A to Z twice.
Right.
Yeah. And then I still have a bunch of early random pictures.
Taken within a few seconds of each other, so they kind of look the same, but they're just.
I don't keep a lot of those. I fill 1 or 2 at a time. I don't keep. People sometimes send Rebecca and I 50, 60 pictures, and I'll keep 3. I like
of
that.
them are repetitive. Yeah.
I'm guilty.
Out of any photo shoot that I go and do when there's good stuff coming out, when there's a good time to take photos, I'll maybe pick 3, 4 that I'll post out of the 100 plus that I take.
Right.
And it's hard to pick. It's hard to pick, but I do narrow it down because I know that you have to get this message quickly and as clear as you can.
I don't think I've often gone in through anybody's file past 10 or 12 pictures deep, because if I do that for 100 people, and I don't say I get 100 people,
gosh,
I get so many people sending me stuff. Boy, that's an early.
This is 2020. 2020.
That is that's a lead asteroid, isn't it?
Lead asteroid, yeah. That's there's the stripes, everything. And I want to point out that there's another one behind it. I'm guessing it's Saturn. You can see the shadow of it behind it as well.
Yeah.
But this is small dead end. This is actually an asteroid. This isn't even a planet. This is just an asteroid. So what you're looking for is much bigger, but this is just a perfect example. There we go.
Yeah, this is the one I love. I love this one.
Look at it. Look at it.
You're looking for sky fillers that are just taking up the entire thing.
Like looking into a kaleidoscope of clouds.
Yeah.
And the light rounding it, and Atu's moon has a funny flat lower left side.
It does. Yeah, it does.
And there it is in this picture.
And there it is right here. There it is. Yeah.
And we know that going back all the way back to 2018 and 17 and 16, when Atu's moon was way smaller. And that's why, and the early captures going back, even the ones coming from Japan and all of that, which are some of the best ones, and they were down at the equator, and the early captures of Atu's moon. Yeah, I love that part right there where he does the finger. And he shows you the planet you're looking at. In the early captures of Atu's moon, everybody was getting them, and it kept going, oh, that's a cloud, it's a cloud, it's a cloud. And then we kept seeing the cloud with that weird left side flat. And then kept seeing it, and then it got bigger and bigger, and then we saw the actual craters of Attu's moon. And there's a picture of that with that same left side flat. So we knew all along, and which also validated a whole bunch of prior pictures that were going there where we didn't actually have them attributed to actually being at Attu's moon. And then we cross-referenced it with earthquakes and all sorts of shit going on over Alaska. That was really cool, which was a close pass over Alaska when the first one. So, and all this information just kept panning out and panning out and panning out. Sometimes just
Thunder, you're right. There's a lot that our eyes miss. You're absolutely right. Absolutely. But you can see it. This is what I do. I learn what it is that I look for. I see something that does not belong, and then because I have trained myself to see this so big, I know what I'm looking at. But if you didn't know what you were looking at, it'd actually be really easy to miss. Yeah. It is very easy to miss if you don't know what you're looking for.
There's no way a cloud is going to be that perfectly round.
Yes.
And if you're not looking,
and
you're
when
not
you
gonna
see it, when you see something anomaly, take out your camera and record, and you'll see way more than your eyes do see. But it's definitely there. The curves are there. You'll see the curves. You'll see this one. I saw it clear as you see it in the video. It's just as clear as day. I looked around as always. I always do the same thing. I always look around like, am I the only one seeing this? And typically I am. Unfortunately, it seems like I usually am the only one watching while I'm watching this. But it's really happening. This is really true. This is real. So I dare you, not dare you, but I welcome you to come and join the groups and see it for yourself. See it for yourself, because there's a lot of really fascinating, interesting stuff happening, and you should get on board because you're missing a hell of a show, man.
Well, I could see if we just started doing this 6 months ago. I could see skeptical behavior, but we've been doing this going on 14 years now.
Yeah, you can go back years on Sam even longer, but you can look, my stuff 6-7 years, Rebecca 6-7 years, Sam, what is it, 14 years now, Sam?
14 years, April 9th.
Yeah. And we have our loyal beginner Christoper, who has been learning quickly, but with our help, he's been coming along really, really, really great. So check it out. Check it out.
And here in Budapest in 2024 February, we're looking at Attu's moon in the middle, and behind it to the left is Attu and Yuri.
I love this one.
Yuri is cutting off the upper left edge of the sun, which is why it's shaped that way. And the normal sky is down at the horizon.
You should put that email address for pictures, Rebecca. I think Dead End Collective, or I think what is your name, you said?
Oh, sure.
So he can send those images. What did he say? My name is Neil. Okay, let's call you Neil. I don't know if that's right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to murder your name, but Neil has some pictures that he wants to share.
I think I love this one too, as far
that's
as
a great one.
This is like 2015,
perfect.
I think.
Yeah.
When Attu got large for the first time, and then there's all kinds of stuff in that picture. And that's the side crescent illumination, because they had moved, Attu had moved in forward from the Yuri face, and Yuri is above and to the right, above and to the left. And Nibiru, of course, is in the upper right corner. Way back when, and this is 2024 February, and we're looking at God. I mean, I'm thinking the sun's in the right corner. And we would be
Yeah.
looking at Attu's moon and Attu, of
Oh,
course.
sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
there. Now
these are
that,
pictures from Petty. So
yeah, and this is not the sun, by the way.
No, the sun would be on the opposite side.
The sun
That
has
was like
already. This is a
oh,
Saturn's
okay.
yellow moon.
Yeah. Okay.
That
Yeah.
is a Saturn's yellow moon illuminating. I do not have a copy of this picture. I want a copy. This is a Saturn's yellow moon.
okay, I can get it for you.
The sun has set. Look at the light everywhere, all the way to the horizon.
Very cool.
That is illuminated yellow moon of his Saturn,
Mm-hmm.
not the sun, because there's three
Right.
bottom illuminations on it. And notice the refraction on the houses. How they're coming from an angle off the right and the angle off the left as if it was a close by object and not the sun. That is an awesome shot.
Right?
I hadn't seen this before. And there again, right, that white area is a
Beautiful.
Saturn's yellow moon right there, dead center, just slightly left. And the ion tail going up to the upper right in front of his Saturn, which we know, see, January 11th, 2024, which we know is Saturn's yellow moon is now, and the Saturn is cutting over the top end of the sun, which is in this month's drawing. And which they had not done prior. There was never anything from the right that was actually crossing over the sun into the left. It was always different than that. And for the longest part, we've had necessity cutting off the upper half of our sun. It's in the back, but it's over on the left-hand side back, which is weird because, the whole rotation of Nibiru and the Saturn has changed, whereas we're going under them in a way we didn't even last year. Yeah, the whole solar system shape above us has changed as it rotates in different placement as it's going beyond us.
Wow,
it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I
Trying
really
to hold
hadn't
it
thought
in my
about it
head
like
to
that
figure
yet.
it out, but it's weird, but it's transitioning, and we've never seen that before. And this is January of 24. The sun is to the left. So this would be probably Attu's moon. Beyond the light in the early part of the day. Beyond Earth, facially illuminated. See the purple? So the color, awesome shot. I'm wondering if that's the Texas cube dead center right.
Right.
Looks pretty damn big.
Wow.
That's spooky. That is spooky.
Yeah, totally.
And of course, that would be the bottom of Uri and possibly Saru behind it.
Oh,
yeah. That is pretty cool. Those ripples.
Wait a minute, this is 2023 December. Yeah, could be. Could well be. We know we've been seeing glimpses of Saru. I'm not sure how close she is because I haven't had enough chance to see. This is the bottom of Nibiru with the Nibiru base cloud.
Wow. Wow.
And the Saturn yellow moon is off camera up slightly to the right upper. Bubbling, forming in the eye here, so that could be just the edge of a Saturn's yellow moon coming in. But that, for the most part, is the bottom of Nibiru.
I haven't seen it like that yet. It's
transitory colors.
Beautiful.
I always wonder what Earth's space cloud would look like.
I actually kind of think I have a picture of it somewhere in a file someplace. Of course, we're looking at a.
If you come across it, send it to me.
It's actually pretty wrapped in a lot of clouds. The whole planet is. 2023 November, we're looking at the Saturn yellow moon ion tail going to, from left to right. And the edge of cut in of Isatum, which is what we started seeing. And apparently in Hungary, they were seeing it sooner than we were. Awesome. And of course, on the right-hand side of the sun, over and over and over and over again. And I think it's Nepesity in the green in the upper left there, which would account for most of the sun cutoff. Yep. Which we've been watching for well over a year.
Yeah.
And this is, of course, Atu's moon.
I love this one too.
That's an older Atu.
Yeah.
That goes back to about 2020 or 2021.
Probably, yes.
When Atu was there.
Look at that. It's just that whole blue area is, that's our sky down here.
On the lower right horizon, you have the blue of Nibiru, and you have the red and yellow of Isatum yellow moon at the horizon line on the right-hand side.
I mean, that's the bluest I've ever seen any blue in my life.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You gotta ask yourself,
that
what's
can't be our skies.
Remember, it's a purple planet, so
right.
Yeah.
Look at that.
You gotta ask yourself what SpaceX was really up to, then. Yeah.
That cannot be our skies. No way. That's not our. No.
And you can always tell too, like especially like when you're recording, you can just tell that it's moving independently of our atmosphere.
Okay.
That's hilarious. I didn't even look at it with SpaceX.
To me, it really is obvious sometimes. You could just see that it's just moves. It doesn't move the way you would expect it to move. It just moves like it's almost like if you're recording and you're driving. I don't recommend this, but because I do have a dash cam. I do keep a dash cam, but when I look at the footage, sometimes you just see the difference of how we move, and they move completely independent of us.
Okay.
And that, of course, is Nibiru and his Saturn yellow moon. And going back, I'm going to have to blow this up to see the date because it's very white. That is October of 2023. Yeah. Yeah, okay, the dark blue area is the side of over to the right. The dark blue line, middle right is Saturn, and the red circle is much smaller, Saturn's yellow moon, and the blue line more left is Nibiru.
Experimental elemental, no. Planet Atu is a gas giant, so no. I mean, no life forms that we could really ever
that we know of.
So.
Yeah, the only two races are on the water planets, which are Saru and Nibiru. I mean, we don't know that there's not lizards on this atom, but we don't know. But I mean, I meant as in micro, like salamanders or geckos.
With our current understanding of life, and but God, there's so much out there that you just never know.
Can't say no.
It's just up to the level of knowledge that we have here on Earth.
Millions and millions of races and animals and things out there that even swim in space, and God only knows what's out there. Man's understanding is hugely naive.
Absolutely, and arrogant as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, October 2023, and we're looking at Atu's moon and Atu again in the far distant sky, which is beyond Earth in illumination.
Facially illuminated planet. You guys too. I'm kind of tired. I am
too, Jesus. It's been a full day.
Yeah.
And I had to get up kind of early in the morning and.
I had a long week. I know you had a long week too, right? Because I've been seeing you everywhere. So I.
Well, does this mean I get to go play Star Wars?
It's Star Wars time, Sam.
Star Wars. Awesome.
And, let's see. I messaged. I've been trying to get a message to Whitetail, So I've messaged you twice on your videos. How about you try messaging me on a video and we'll connect somehow or another. So we'll get, she wants to be on the show. So I want to make it happen. So,
we love new new people on the show. That'd be great.
And new opinions.
Yep. And new opinions. Yeah.
Email in the comments.
Yeah, I'm remembering
I
Rooster and who was the guy before? Oh, Daniel.
Daniel. Really I enjoyed Daniel a lot. We need to get him back on here.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Is that Rooster? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Definitely a New Yorker.
Rooster.
You know, it started off, you know, but he was very respectful.
I
thought
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed his visit.
I enjoyed his energy. I enjoyed his energy. He had a very upbeat energy.
And Sam showed him something that didn't, correspond with what we've been talking about. Then he listened to what Sam had to say, and he said, "Oh, okay, now I get it."
Yes,
total respect, and it was really cool.
Well, he basically told me, how it was like life altering, to learn this information because it really helped. Like he put a puzzle piece in that he didn't know about, and so it helped him a lot. So, yeah, I liked him.
So did I.
He was likable. So
and
every now and then,
he's been around for years. I've been seeing him for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he does post some pretty cool stuff too.
Okay. Right. Katie Jo, she agrees. And it looks like Michelle agrees. And I know Carol Ann enjoyed having Rooster on. So, yeah. But anyway, guys, you want to go ahead and end it here for tonight?
That's fine.
And close off here. Okay. Thanks for sure. Thank you, Thunder.
Everybody be sure to subscribe, hit, smash the like button. Comment. There haven't been too many after show comments. Go to YouTube, comment on the YouTube.
Right.
That way we can, read your questions later because I do watch the shows and I do go in and read the comments after the fact. So
if you have questions, just post them there or
holler.
Be a good spot.
Reach out, you guys know where to find us, Montana Skywatchers, Nibiru Followers Anonymous. We spend most of our time there. And we pop in and out.
There's Whitetail
on Facebook.
We pop in and out, so
yeah.
All working.
To have you all here, guys. Whitetail, hopefully we can have you arrange to have you on the show. That'd be great.
Right. I got her saved on my phone so I can get back to her channel.
Mm-hmm.
So cool. Okay, guys. Well, we'll be back Saturday in just a few days. We'll do this again Saturday afternoon at 2 p.m. Central. We will be back for show number 41.
Wow. All right, guys. Good night, everybody.
Okay.
So much.
All right.
Yep. Good night, guys. All
Good
right.
night.
We'll talk to you later. Bye, guys.
Good
Bye-bye.
night, Jesus. Good night, Rebecca.
Bye, guys. Good night, Christopher.